She is the little princess of Liuyan Kingdom, who, due to the national calamity, was sent to the modern world. Although she could have lived the life of a wealthy young lady, she was sold by her adoptive parents to the CEO of Yunxiao Group. Thus, the princess, who was meant to be cherished, found herself confined. She waits patiently for her father's royal advisor to find her and take her back. In this era, it seems that the only person she can rely on is her domineering lover, who provides for her needs. Although he is overbearing, she decides to endure his presence a little longer. He is the CEO of Yunxiao Group, yet he finds it perplexing that this woman does not even know how to wear undergarments. Consequently, he resolves to send her back to school, considering her a troublesome individual. Nevertheless, having someone by her side alleviates her loneliness, so he allows this foolish woman to be a little arrogant for a few more days. By the lakeside, Liuyan Jiangxin anxiously holds a lotus leaf, gazing at the streets of Lijiang. Why hasn't Big Brother returned yet? It's pouring rain. Raindrops patter against the lake's surface, and despite the large lotus leaves shielding her, she is soaked. Doesn't Big Brother want to come find Jiangxin? A pang of sorrow fills her heart. Had she known, she would have remained in the palace and not insisted on being taken out. Just as Jiangxin hesitates about leaving, a figure as swift as lightning rushes toward her. Sheener, Murongshang scoops up the 9-year-old princess, well aware that despite her tender age, she possesses a strong will. After finally resolving his matters, he had bought her favorite osmanthus cake, but upon seeing the darkening sky, he hastened to the lakeside as rain began to pour. To his relief, he found Sheener holding back tears, wanting to leave. He presented her with the still warm osmanthus cake, and using a nearby branch, he deftly leaped a short distance away. Why did you try to leave without waiting for me? Murongshang teased. Sheener, the warm osmanthus cake, comforted Jiangxin's heart, instantly dispelling her worries. From now on, I will always listen to Big Brother and believe in him. Wow, Big Brother's so amazing. Sheener wants to be like you and have such good skills. Murongshang smiled and replied, all right, but you must start from the basics. Sheener is not afraid. Some promises last a lifetime, no matter how much time passes. It only deepens one's faith. Before long, the cheerful scene dissipated, and the 10-year-old Liuyan Jiangxin clung to Murongshang's sleeve, refusing to let go. Big Brother, don't be angry with Sheener. I accidentally cut my hand, but it doesn't hurt anymore. Please don't leave. Seeing Murongshang silent, Jiangxin ran forward, spreading her arms to block the door, unaware that blood was seeping from her injured arm. Murongshang's eyes darkened. Step aside, Sheener. No, Jiangxin insisted stubbornly. Today, you are unhurt, yet I must leave. Princess Xiao Chui, the close maid of Liuyan Jiangxin, noticed her mistress flailing about on the bed, speaking incoherently, and immediately recognized that the princess was once again tormented by a nightmare. Ah, no, Jiangxin cried as she jolted awake. Big Brother, Your Highness? Though 3 years had elapsed since Murongshang's departure, Jiangxin frequently dreamed of the days spent with her elder brother. However, such days were now but a distant memory, for her mother had declared that he would never return. Seeing the princess lost in thought, Xiao Chui understood that no matter how much time passed, Jiangxin could never forget her beloved brother. Yet she continued, Your Highness, the Nanny Kingdom has sent a marriage proposal this morning. The emperor has only you as his sole princess. I fear. What? Jiangxin interjected, hands on her hips. I am merely 14 years old, hardly grown. Indeed, but our Liuyan Kingdom cannot withstand war. Your Highness, what are you doing? Before Xiao Chui could act, Jiangxin had already donned her attire. I intend to leave the palace today. Your Highness, you're going out again? Protests fell on deaf ears as Jiangxin, dressed in the garb of a young scholar, skipped joyfully through the bustling streets. The outside world was far more appealing. She had no desire to marry some nanny man. Suddenly, a dashing young gentleman approached, exuding charm and authority. Before Jiangxin could react, her eyes were covered and her hands were seized. Who could it be? Dizziness enveloped her as confusion set in. When Jiangxin regained consciousness, she found herself on a bed, yet felt an oppressive force weighing down on her, making it difficult to breathe. What was this? She glanced over and saw someone sitting beside her, while her father had turned away. What was happening? The strange sensation was quite unsettling. Master Qingming, what is your assessment? Her father inquired. Your Majesty, if we are to utilize the national treasure, the morning pearl, now is the time, came a voice of refined elegance that reached Jiangxin's ears. A slight lift of her eyelids revealed the legendary master. Was this not the very gentleman she had encountered in the street? Could he be the one who had abducted her to the palace? Mother. At that moment, an unseen force suddenly pulled Jiangxin back, and she turned in shock to see it was Qingming. The abrupt turn of events filled Jiangxin with dread. Mother. Jiangxin is so scared. She called out for help, but her voice seemed ethereal, as if her mother could not hear her. She could only see her mother's lips moving, repeating, Xiner, darling, take care of yourself. Wait for your father and mother. What? Jiangxin shouted, tears streaming down her small face, too much for her to bear. The intensifying force compelled Jiangxin to cease her struggles, and she caught sight of her own body lying on the ground. No, father, mother, she cried out desperately to the solitary figures. Xiner, you must heed Master Qingming's words. Her father's calm voice echoed in her ears. This was likely her father's final counsel. Father, mother, this is the last time she would never see her loving mother or dear father again. Darkness enveloped her, rendering her unable to sense her own existence. When she awoke once more, she found herself in a place utterly unfamiliar, so alien that she could barely perceive the air she breathed. All around her were smooth, white walls, impervious to the outside world. Overwhelmed by the strangeness of it all, Jiang Xan chose to avert her gaze. Lacking a sense of security, she slowly closed her eyes, only to discover a soft sensation behind her, as if she were still cradled in her mother's embrace. Sitting up in bed, she shifted slightly and found that the mattress had a delightful bounce. Above her, a delicate pink mosquito net hung, creating an ethereal atmosphere. As she lifted the covers, she was startled to find herself clad in tattered garments. What was this? Jiangxin's attention was immediately drawn to her sleepwear, sleeveless and without pant legs, offering scant coverage. Her slender legs were completely exposed, inciting a rush of embarrassment, and she quickly buried herself back beneath the covers. Before long, Jiang Xian acclimated to her new surroundings. Perhaps this was indeed the place her father and mother had intended for her. Her mother had spoken of waiting. Could it be that her parents would come for her? The mere thought alleviated some of her fears. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Is that you, Qingming? Jiang Xian ventured hesitantly. Yes, came the reply. How wonderful. Qingming, she exclaimed, never before realizing how joyous his voice could make her feel. In this bewildering world, his presence was a soothing balm, for he was the only familiar soul she had. Qingming, where's this place? It is not my homeland, and the air here feels different. Little Jiang Xian, do not be afraid. The intertwining of time and space has led me to lose your direction. Qingming's voice carried a hint of urgency, as if to calm her anxiety. After a brief pause, he continued, just be patient, I will find you soon, and then I shall explain everything in detail. He pondered whether the 14-year-old Jiang Xian could grasp his words, feeling utterly at a loss himself. Upon hearing Qingming's reassurances, Jiang Xian felt a modicum of calm wash over her. She reached for an object on the small table beside her and caught a glimpse of her reflection. Whose face is this? She gasped, only realizing it was her own after a moment of confusion. Noticing the sudden silence from her end, Qingming grew anxious, fearing something had gone awry. Just then, her voice broke through the stillness. Qingming, my face. Why does it look different? Jiang Xian spoke, unable to move, staring fixedly at her reflection. As expected, Qingming realized that Jiang Xian had indeed soul transcended. No wonder he could not locate her. Yet, finding her in this current state proved to be more challenging. Little Jiang Xian, do not worry. When I find you, you will return to your original form. And you need not concern yourself with your father and mother. Your disappearance has conveniently resolved all the troubles of Liuyan Kingdom. Just be patient and wait for me to come. Well, she understood to some extent, but there was no time for her to ponder further, for the door to her room swung open, and a throng of people surged in. What are you all doing here? From the crowd, a woman stepped forward and inquired, Jiang, are you feeling better? At that moment, Jiang Xian realized that there was no longer any sign of Qingming. Perhaps they had lost contact again. This time, she felt a sense of calm. The Jiang that the woman referred to must indeed be her. Before she could respond to the woman, someone suddenly grasped her hand, and then, Jiang Xian couldn't suppress a cry. Why was this person pricking her hand with a needle? How could she maintain her composure in front of such a motley crew? How dare you? Are you seeking death? The individual appeared equally astonished, exclaiming, What? Is something wrong with your mind? Surrounded by both men and women of varying ages, she couldn't help but wonder about the state of these women, who had ventured out in such scant attire, their clothes even tattered. She simply lacked the energy to deal with them, especially when they all wore such foolish expressions. Everyone, leave at once, I shall not repeat myself. With that, she pulled the needle from her hand and nestled back into her bedding. Chapter 3. Departing for the clouds, 2 weeks had elapsed, and Jiang Xn had begun to comprehend the customs of this place. The ladies, in their pursuit of elegance, favored attire that revealed much skin, while the gentlemen were obliged to don what they referred to as a tie. She, however, continued to wear relatively modest garments. Each day, a maid would escort her on leisurely strolls around the vicinity. She refrained from engaging in conversation with these maids, who remained resolutely silent. Strangely enough, the locals seemed quite eager to converse with her. Nevertheless, they were attentive to her needs regarding food, clothing, and shelter, which bore a striking resemblance to her previous life as a princess. Yet, her heart was heavy with the hope that Qing Ming would find her soon, allowing her to return home. In her chamber, she gazed into a mirror for the first time, confronted with a visage that was not her own, yet possessed a beauty that surpassed any woman from the Liuyan Kingdom. Her eyes sparkled with a deeper allure. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips were exquisitely supple. Most notably, her delicate complexion appeared as though it could yield droplets of water. The mother of her current form had informed her that she was now 19 years of age, officially an adult. There was talk of education, but Jiang Xan, bewildered by her words, merely shook her head, inadvertently delighting her mother, who then mentioned sending her to the Xiao family in a few days. Confused, Jiang Xan decided to acquiesce, recognizing that the woman was, after all, her true mother, akin to a queen in her life. She resolved to behave well, as Qing Ming had assured her that obedience would lead to her reunion with him. Thus, she endeavored to be exceedingly compliant during these days. With time weighing heavily upon her, Jiang Xen opened her door and ventured outside. Although she had grown somewhat accustomed to the layout of her room, curiosity propelled her forward. She gingerly ascended the staircase towards the living room, cautious of the smooth flooring, wary of a potential slip, having learned from previous mishaps. Upon securing her footing, her gaze fell upon her true sister, Yin Shiming, seated before her on a stool, engrossed in some task. Intrigued, Jiang Xine approached and greeted her. Yin Shiming, what are you doing? Yin Shiming, upon recognizing her loathed sister's presence, turned away disdainfully and retorted with a sharp tone, stay where you are. Do not come closer. Jiang Xine hesitated, obediently remaining in place. However, noting the way Yun Shiming clutched her belongings with great care piqued her curiosity immensely. Before she could voice her thoughts, Yun Shiming erupted. Jiang Xine, I told you to stay put. Did you not hear me? In a fit of frustration, Yun Shiming continued. Do not presume that moving to the Xiao family will grant you any sense of entitlement. Do not delude yourself into thinking I will cater to you. Mark my words. I, Yin Shiming, do not acknowledge you as my sister. Jiang Xian's heart raced with terror. How could she possibly know that she was not her sister? How do you know? She stammered. Though she was not the rightful owner of this body, she still longed to return home one day. Hence, it was best for as few people as possible to be privy to this secret. Since you must not speak of it, she said cautiously, glancing around. Yun Jiangxin and Yun Mengshi believed she spoke in jest to embarrass her, inciting a fit of rage that caused her to stomp her feet. Very well, she exclaimed, casting a fierce glare at Jiangxin before storming out of the living room, clutching her belongings. Jiangxin, feeling utterly innocent, could only sigh. However, since Yin Mengshi insisted on involving others, there was little she could do. She certainly wouldn't resort to silencing anyone. Shiner, why do you stand there idly? At the sound of her grandmother's voice, her attention swiftly shifted. Her grandmother, who was exceptionally kind to her, resembled a maternal figure, offering warmth in a house that otherwise felt cold. She leapt into her grandmother's embrace, as if transported back in time. Shiner, her grandmother called affectionately, the creases at the corners of her eyes deepening with warmth and familiarity, evoking a pang of tenderness in Jiangxin, who wished to smooth out those lines. Only her grandmother would address her in such an intimate manner. Her grandmother truly cared for Shiner and Sheena reciprocated that love wholeheartedly. Hand in hand, they strolled through the garden. Sheena, when I'm no longer here, you must take good care of yourself and visit me often, her grandmother advised. Yes, Jiang Xin replied, though she remained puzzled as to why everyone insisted she return to the Xiaozhai. Perhaps this was the unfinished business of the original Yin Jiangxin, and thus she, Liuyan Jiangxin, would fulfill her predecessor's tasks, honoring the bond they shared through this borrowed existence. Chapter 4. Entering the Grand Mansion as Uncle Yun's car glided into the Xiao residence, Jiang Xin gazed through the glass window, taking in the view. Miss, look ahead. That's the Xiao mansion. Isn't it magnificent? Oh, it's just the so-so, she replied. The scenery here is quite similar to that of Liuyan country, but in terms of grandeur, it pales in comparison to her original home. As the vehicle ventured deeper, Jiang Xin noticed that the architecture became increasingly exquisite. She was taken aback when tall, silvery building appeared before her, shimmering under the sunlight, a sight she had never encountered before. Uncle Yun, is that a house? It seems to radiate light. Uncle Yun's eyes brightened as he affirmed, indeed, this is a grand mansion. Yes, miss, you will be residing here. Living here. Jiang Xin mumut. Observing the continuous succession of buildings that resembled a chain of mountains in the distance. Miss, the Yunxiao Group behind the Xia family is among the top corporations in our country, maintaining its position as a leader in the business world for several years. No one can rival it. As Uncle Yun spoke to Jiang Xin, respect shone in his eyes. You are fortunate to live here. Although your engagement to the young master of the Xia family is a matter from long ago, and there is no substantial evidence supporting it, it took considerable effort from the master and mistress to arrange this. Jiang Xin listened earnestly to Uncle Yun's words. The main reason remains. Perhaps realizing he had said too much, Uncle Yun abruptly halted his discourse, and silence enveloped the car. And then, Jiang Xin blinked her large, questioning eyes. This. Uncle Yun pressed the brake. We have arrived, Mississippi. Please step out. He swiftly opened the car door. As Uncle Yun escorted Jiang Xin out of the underground garage, a sharply dressed, middle-aged man appeared, his expression devoid of emotion. He addressed Uncle Yun, this is where I take over. I will guide Miss Jiang Xin to meet the young master. Yes, yes, Uncle Yun replied, his demeanor suddenly lacking any authority. Miss, I shall return home now. Just settle in comfortably here. Bowing slightly, Uncle Yun retreated into the garage. Miss Jiang, please follow me, the butler gestured, leading the way. As Jiang Xin walked behind him, she pondered, I will be living here from now on, and I should not need to change again. I will wait here in peace. The pristine White House was splendid, but she was curious about its occupant. She hoped they could live happily together until Qing Ming arrived. The previous Yin family had felt stifling. Moving out was indeed a welcome change. As they walked, the butler suddenly halted and, with a serious expression, instructed, Miss Jiang, please wait here. I will go inform the young master. Without waiting for Jiang Xin's response, the butler turned and left. Hey, this person is so lacking in warmth, she thought. But since she was in someone else's home, Jiang Xin decided to show some respect. Life without her father's support was indeed challenging. Jiang Xin settled gracefully onto the adjacent sofa, chuckling softly. After all, she had been trained in the art of etiquette from a young age. It would be quite unbecoming for her to simply stand idly while waiting. Nevertheless, she could still indulge her curiosity by observing her surroundings. The mesmerizing walls, adorned with what appeared to be paintings, though their meaning eluded her, captivated her attention. What were those vibrant, multicolored fish doing confined within such a small cabinet? As she lifted her gaze, she was struck by the soaring height of the room, which seemed to stretch infinitely, with sunlight streaming down from above. The architectural design of this place was truly unprecedented, a marvel that defied the laws of gravity. She mused that she must seize the opportunity to meet the architect responsible for such a wondrous creation, oblivious to the piercing gaze fixed upon her from behind. Jiang Xin continued her reverie with a sense of delight. Chapter 5. A reunion with an old friend. Hello, Xiao Mushong. What are you looking at? Jin Yiming emerged from behind, following the direction of Xiao Mushong's gaze. To his surprise, there was a woman seated on the sofa in the Xiao residence. Hey, Mushong, you finally brought a woman home. Xiao Mushong remained expressionless, taken aback that they had indeed sent a woman over, and in the capacity of a mistress, no less. Young Master Jean, Miss Yun is the youngest daughter of Yun Minghai from the Tianlin Group, the butler reported earnestly. Young Master? The butler awaited Xiao Mushang's instruction. At that moment, Yun Jiangxin sensed movement behind her and turned around. It was Jin Yiming who exclaimed, "Oh, Jiangxin, what a surprise to see you here." He approached her as he spoke. "Who are you?" Jiangxin responded, her curiosity piqued by Jin Yiming's sudden appearance and the ensuing recognition from Xiao Mushang, whose pupils darkened with intrigue. "Why are you so sad, little Jiangxin? How could you forget me?" Jin Yiming theatrically pressed his hands to his chest, feigning heartbreak. "Were all those words you spoke at the banquet mere pretense?" Jiangxin quickly realized that perhaps the original Jiangxin had known him. What should she do? As she felt a wave of confusion, her eyes darted around, only to catch sight of Xiao Mushang standing not far away, his gaze fixed upon her. "Big brother?" She whispered, bewildered. How could he be here? Ignoring Jin Yiming's ongoing monologue, she pushed past him, eager to see the figure before her, her long-lost big brother, whom she had not seen since she was 10. She always believed he would return to this world, despite the skepticism of others, including her mother. "Big brother." Yun Jiangxin rushed into Xiao Mushang's embrace, so swiftly that Jin Yiming failed to notice her absence, while the butler merely felt a gust of wind. When he regained his composure, he saw Jiangxin clinging to Xiao Mushang. Foolish girl. Xiao Mushang remained still, aware that he could have pushed her away, yet chose to hold his ground, contemplating Jin Yiming's intentions with curiosity. "Big brother." Yun Jiangxin lifted her head from his chest, her large, tear-filled eyes blinking as she choked out, "You're finally back." Jiangxin is so happy. She then lowered her gaze once more. Xiao Mushang found himself perplexed by her words. After a moment, he gently extricated Yun Jiangxin from his embrace, his tone unexpectedly soft as he said, "All right, dry your tears. Butler, please take her downstairs." Xiao Mushang instructed, before moving to Jin Yiming's side. "Yiming, what troubles you?" Realizing he had lost his composure, Jin Yiming chuckled awkwardly. "Mushang, since we have a guest at home, I shall visit you another day. I'll take my leave now," having intended to probe further. Xiao Mushang reluctantly bid him farewell as he departed. Once Jin Yiming departed, Xiao Mushang suddenly recalled the urgent meeting he had intended to attend at the company. Glancing at his watch to ascertain that he could still make it, he promptly retrieved his mobile phone and requested a vehicle before hanging up, striding out without a moment's hesitation, utterly unaware of the individual who was eagerly awaiting his arrival. Meanwhile, in the room, Yun Jiangxin surveyed her surroundings, noting the pristine cleanliness that indicated it had not been inhabited. After her initial curiosity waned, she realized she was accompanied only by the butler. "Why hasn't my elder brother arrived yet?" she inquired. The butler, mimicking Xiao Mushang's tone, responded, "Where is your elder brother? Why hasn't he come?" Yun Jiangxin leaned out to look down the corridor, but found it empty. Grabbing the butler's sleeve, she pressed, "Where is he? Where is he?" "Miss Yun, the young master is not someone you can simply summon at will," the butler replied, unfazed. He was acutely aware of Miss Yun's status and her intentions. He understood that her attempts to feign innocence and charm would not earn her the young master's favor, nor would they facilitate her aspiration to marry into the Xiao family. He had encountered many such affluent young ladies before. Chapter 6. Willfulness. Is it not possible to see him whenever I wish? Jiang Xian pondered. He is not the emperor, and even with the emperor, she could see him whenever she wanted. Has her older brother truly become different now that he is here? Jiang Xian lowered her gaze to her own appearance. She had indeed changed. However, her elder brother remained the same. Perhaps there was indeed some difference. No, that cannot be. He had always treated her so well. "Miss Yun," the butler said respectfully, "should you require anything in the future, simply press the red button on the telephone, and Sisterly will come immediately. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing the butler's intention to depart, Jiang Xian hastily grasped his clothing. "No, we must wait for my elder brother. I can sense that you are quite significant here, and I cannot allow you to leave so easily." "Miss Yun," the butler was caught off guard by her sudden assertiveness, feeling somewhat helpless. "Even if you hold on to me, it will not change anything. I don't care." You must send someone to find my elder brother and bring him back, Jiang Xian threatened. Otherwise, I will not let you go. Hurry. The butler felt a cold sweat break out on his back. To fetch the young master? He must be out of his mind. This Miss Yun is far too difficult to deal with. Miss Yun, I will not listen to anything else. Jiang Xian shook her head resolutely. I need you to go find him immediately. Mississippi. The butler's words were cut short as a loud crash echoed in the room. Startled, he turned to see Jiang Xian had smashed the bedside lamp onto the floor. Seeing the butler frozen in place, Jiang Xian grabbed a bottle of red wine from the small table, pretending to throw it. Miss Yin, be careful with your hands, the butler exclaimed, concerned. The young lady had been permitted by the old master, and if anything were to happen under his watch, it would be disastrous. Miss Yin, please calm down. If the young master returns and sees this, he will surely be upset. Her elder brother would never be angry with her. While she thought this, Jiang Xian hesitated to throw the wine. She certainly did not wish for him to be upset. If he were to be angry and ignore her, she would not see him again. Ever since he had disappeared, she could only catch glimpses of him in her dreams. All right, I want to throw it, Jiang Xian said, dragging her slippers. But you must bring my elder brother back to me. Indeed, the butler thought, when Xiao Mashang finally returned. He was greeted by a peculiar sight. The usually expressionless butler was delicately serving dishes at the dining table for the young girl who had just arrived. With an air of utmost caution. Butler, I said I wanted soup, not this fish stew. Jiang Xian exclaimed upon noticing her elder brother's return, eagerly calling out. Elder brother. The sudden shout startled the butler. He worried the little ancestor would cause a ruckus again. He had only just managed to calm her down for dinner. Moreover, how could the young master possibly return so early? As he looked up, the butler saw his young master approaching him. At this point, he was rendered speechless. Young master, he stammered, hastily setting down his utensils under the watchful gaze of Zai Mashang. You have returned, the butler awkwardly announced. Yin Jiangxin chimed in. Shang, you are finally back. Who is Shang? He inquired. You are, she giggled. The butler quickly interjected. It is rather inappropriate to address the young master with such a childish nickname, Miss Yin. Perhaps we should opt for a more suitable form of address. Big brother is indeed called Shang, Jiangxin retorted, having always referred to him in this manner. She paid no heed to the bothersome butler, who constantly attempted to divert her attention from thoughts of her elder brother. Listening to the exchange between the elder and the younger, Zai Mashang took a seat at the table and remarked, Butler, please set another place at the table. Yes, young master. The butler replied, departing to fetch the additional utensils. And you, Zai Mashang, turned his gaze toward Yin Jiangxin. After we finish dining, I have something to discuss with you. Of course, Shang, Yin Jiangxin replied cheerfully, delighted that he had not forgotten her. Zai Mashang pondered her thoughts. Did she truly remain oblivious to the nature of his presence here? Or did she genuinely consider him her brother? Yet, they seemed to have little in common. Chapter 7. The Gown Incident After Finishing Dinner. Jiang Xian followed Xiao Mushang into the study. Shang, what do you wish to discuss? Jiang Xian thought to herself, brimming with words she longed to express. As Xiao Mushang entered the study and settled into his designated seat, he picked up a document without lifting his gaze, stating, Tomorrow evening, I will take you to the company's monthly celebration. Jiang Xian, still eager for more conversation, waited patiently for further remarks, only to be met with the question, Why are you still here? With a hint of grievance, she replied, Shang, do you not have anything to say to me? No, he answered without hesitation. Oh, by the way, Xiao Mushang's eyes narrowed, a dangerous aura enveloping him. Do not call me Shang again. Jiang Xian, taken aback for a moment, suddenly brightened and exclaimed, Then I shall take my leave, Shang. Hee, you remain unchanged, still disliking me calling you that. Yet I cannot help it. It feels as if we have returned to our youthful days. The next day, Jiang Xian awoke to find it was already 10 in the morning. Surrounded by an unfamiliar environment, she reminded herself to adapt, for she had Shang by her side. Ding dong. Who could it be? Just as she had awakened, someone arrived. Miss Yin, are you awake? I am Li Saw, here to attend to your needs. Ah, so is a servant. Well then, come in. Miss, Li Saw reported upon entering. The young master has instructed that you are to accompany him to a gathering tonight. So I have prepared a gown for you to try on. Really? Jiang Xian replied with delight. Li Sa, do you know where Shang is now? Oh, the young master just called from the study, Li Sa said. He may be there. Then I shall go find him. Miss, perhaps you should try on the dress first. Alterations can be made shortly, Li Sa suggested. Well, all right. Jiang Xian thought it would not be too late to seek Shang after she had dressed. I will go wash my face first. Before long, Jiang Xian donned the gown, but encountered difficulties with the zippers and the embellishments at her waist. Li Sa, please come in. How do I manage this dress? Jiang Xian struggled for some time, without success. Li Sa entered the washroom and saw Jiang Xian half ensconced in the gown, having pulled the zipper halfway up, nearly tearing the fabric. Oh dear, miss, you cannot tug at it like this. Li Sa attempted to pull the zipper, but it was completely stuck. It seems you cannot take it off or put it on. Please, do not panic. I will fetch the tailor at once. This dress was sent by the young master, and we must not damage it. Understood, please hurry. After Li Sa left, Jiang Xian's patience wore thin. Wait, isn't Shang in the study? Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Xiao Mu Shang, thinking it was the butler, called out. Come. As he opened the door, he was met with Jiang Xian's choked voice. Shang, why is this dress like this? Xiao Mashang gazed at the sight of Jiang Xian, whose arm and head were the only parts visible from her gown, rendered speechless by the unexpected ensemble. Jiang Xian approached Xiao Mashang, crouching beside him. Brother, please help me, she sweetly implored, her tone imbued with charm as she affectionately addressed him. Amused, Xiao Mashang extended his hand without protest. Yet regrettably, the zipper was stubbornly stuck. He had not anticipated the complexities of a woman's attire. With a determined pull, a loud rip echoed through the air. Shang, what was that sound? Jiang Xian teased, secretly stifling her laughter behind her hand. Xiao Mashang, catching wind of her suppressed amusement, felt a flicker of irritation. With a casual motion, he raised his hand, believing he could now easily remove the troublesome gown. Jiang Xian erupted into giggles, standing and turning away, only for the dress to slip down to the floor unexpectedly. Swiftly, she bent down to retrieve it, only to be taken aback when the clasp of her undergarment unexpectedly came undone. Huh? Shang, quickly close your eyes, Jiang Xian exclaimed in a panic. However, rather than averting his gaze, Xiao Mashang looked on with an appreciative expression, bemused by her predicament. Silly girl, you can't even manage your undergarments properly. Are you trying to tempt me? Shang, please close your eyes. Ziang xin pulit I sapata. Did you not say that no one should see my body, not even you? Is that so? Xiao Mashang pondered, questioning whether he had ever made such a declaration. Chapter 8. Attending the gathering, seeing that Xiao Mashang had not closed his eyes, Jiang Xian said, Shang, I shall take my leave now. With that, she swiftly gathered her clothes and dashed out of the study. Xiao Mashang gazed thoughtfully at the door, pondering whether she truly regarded him as an elder brother. Aunt Li, anxiously contemplating where Jiang Xian might have gone, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing Jiang Xian enter the room. However, her relief was fleeting. As she noticed the dress that Jiang Xian was barely able to hold up with her hands, lest it fall, Aunt Li panicked. That dress had been a gift from the young master. Miss this. Oh, it was torn by Shang. Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly. What should I wear tonight? Only. Aunt Li, taken aback by Jiang Xian's adorable display of charm, found herself at a loss for words. It was then that Jiang Xian noticed someone standing beside Aunt Li. Aunt Li, who is she? Almost forgot. Only exclaimed. This is Chunyao, the one I called to help alter your dress. Oh, right. Aunt Li's face lit up as if she had found a savior. Chunyao, is there any way to salvage this dress? She asked, gesturing towards Jiang Xian's outfit. Chunyao examined the garment and replied, if we work on it now, we might still have time for you to wear it tonight. That's wonderful. Ziang xin et golim. I'll take it off right now for you. Upon donning the new design crafted by Chunyao, even Aunt Li could not help but express her admiration. The dress, which had initially appeared somewhat mature, transformed under Chunyao's skilled hands into a piece that radiated both charm and elegance. The fit was impeccable. Chunyao, you are truly remarkable. I've never seen such a beautiful dress. Ziang xin pai xin soli. As long as the young lady is pleased, Chen humbly responded. Though the confidence in her eyes was unmistakable, her dream was to become a renowned designer. Well done this time, Chen Aunt Li said with a hint of seriousness, ensuring that someone did not forget her own identity amidst the praise. Yes, Aunt Li. From now on, all my dresses will be made by Chen Jiang Xian declared, unaware that her offhand comment would alter Chen Yao's life profoundly. Aunt Li's spirits lifted at this news. Really, miss? That is truly wonderful. She thought to herself, believing that having Chen Yao work with Miss Yun was far better than having her stay with Aunt Li. After all, she was not only the young master's fiancée, but also a promising young lady from the Yun family. Chen Yao gazed at Jiang Exan, feeling both gratitude and emotion. She was determined to cherish this opportunity. When Jiang Exan appeared at the gathering alongside Xiao Mushang, the venue was already bustling with guests. As she caressed the platinum necklace around her neck with her right hand, a smile spread across her face, recalling the moment earlier when Xiao Mushang had seen her, staring for a full 2 seconds before producing a necklace from seemingly nowhere and saying, "This suits you perfectly," as he adorned her neck with it. The memory of his expression was simply delightful. Seeing Jiang Exan lost in a dazed smile, Xiao Mushang approached her and whispered in her ear, "Do not speak out of turn later, understood?" The authoritative tone of command resonated differently in Jiang Exan's ears. "Understood," she replied earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Mushang's eyes. As they approached the banquet, Jiang Exan found herself in an unfamiliar realm. However, her innate adaptability soon drew her towards the dazzling ambience. Following closely behind Shang Shang, she indulged in the delicacies he offered, her large, dark eyes swirling with wonder. Indeed, this world was splendid, especially as it allowed her to be in the presence of Shang Shang. Observing him engage in conversation with others was truly captivating. "Xiao, your companion tonight is exceptionally beautiful." Mr. Wu, who had been jesting with Xiao Mushang, suddenly turned his attention to Yun Jiang Exan, his expression laced with intrigue. "Oh, her?" Xiao Mushang replied nonchalantly. "She was arranged by my grandfather." "What, Mr. Wu, are you interested?" His disdainful gaze suggested that, were it not for their business ties, he would have grown weary of the encounter long ago. No, Mr. Wu chuckled, "So she's someone favored by old Master Xiao. Truly, he possesses an excellent eye for talent." Chapter 9. The Gathering Unbeknownst to him. Xiao Mushang had effortlessly shed his troubles, observing the fool who lingered incessantly around the food. Just as he contemplated moving to another area, he suddenly noticed Jin Yiming approaching Yun Jiangxin, prompting him to halt in his tracks. "Hello, beautiful," Jin Yiming greeted Yun Jiangxin, casually extending the cake he held towards her. "Is it delicious?" Without hesitation, Jiangxin accepted the cake. "Thank you, it's delightful. It's my first time trying it," she exclaimed, realizing her profound fondness for the cake's flavor, which was utterly irresistible, especially since she hadn't dined yet. "Wait, you've never had cake before?" Jin Yiming expressed his surprise. It made sense, he mused. Girls often feared gaining weight. Eating a bit of cake shouldn't be a problem. "And you don't need to thank me." Jiangxin scrutinized Jin Yiming. In contemporary terms, he was quite handsome. His sparkling eyes, prominent nose, and neatly trimmed hair spoke volumes. His attire was undeniably elegant. However, she harbored an aversion to those who sought to flatter her. Hence she said, "Excuse me, I need to grab a drink." Thus, she maneuvered past Jin Yiming. Jin Yiming had anticipated that Yun Jiangxin would appreciate his chivalrous demeanor. Yet, not far away, Xiao Mushang observed the scene, unable to suppress a smirk. The foolish Jiangxin was not as dim-witted as he had presumed. With this realization, he decided to step away, for his purpose for attending this gathering had yet to be fulfilled. After all, this was his domain. He would allow the fool to wander for a while longer. No one noticed the gentleness that had settled upon Xiao Mushang's face. Perhaps he himself was oblivious to it. With cake in her left hand and a drink in her right, Jiangxin sought a place to sit and await Xiao Mushang's return. As she scanned for a suitable spot, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Assuming it was the earlier gentleman returning, she was about to stride away and disregard him when a distinctly different voice interrupted her. "Hi there." Liu Tianxin had been captivated by Jiangxin's attire, which perfectly embodied the character traits of the role she was about to portray in a drama. Your outfit is stunning. Turning to face the speaker, Jiang Xin was met with a beautiful woman complimenting her dress. Despite her own elegant appearance, she couldn't help but feel flattered by the praise from such an exquisite lady. A smile blossomed on her face. Thank you, Liu Tianxin continued. Especially the design on your left shoulder. It's adorable and quite creative. What are you laughing at? Liu Tianxin was taken aback by the girl's giggles. Was it really that amusing? She intended to imply that such a garment could only be worn by a girl so youthful and inexperienced. Oh, it is nothing. I mean, you are absolutely correct. In essence, Jiang Xian possesses a heart that is merely that of a 14-year-old. To her, the design of this attire is undoubtedly appealing. However, the floral motif on the left shoulder extends down to the waist because this is where the gown had been torn. Thus, Chun Yao had skillfully cut fabric from the lower part of the gown to conceal the damaged area around the zipper, which is also the reason for Jiang Xian's smile. After witnessing this, Liu Tianxin lost interest and was about to move on when she noticed Xiao Mushang approaching her direction. She immediately halted, her demeanor becoming increasingly composed, while internally she was exclaiming, Xiao Mushang is coming toward me. Yet, before Liu Tianxin could greet him, the little girl beside her naturally thrust her belongings into Liu Tianxin's hands and dashed straight toward Xiao Mushang without waiting for her to refuse. To Liu Tianxin's astonishment, as Jiang Xian lunged toward Xiao Mushang, she thought he would surely push her away, as that would seem the most appropriate response. Nevertheless, after a few moments of struggling in his embrace, Xiao Mushang finally reacted, albeit not in response to her. He set Yun Jiangxin aside, casting a glance at the somewhat bewildered Liu Tianxin. Mushang. Liu Tianxin finally found her voice and, with a calm tone, inquired, Mushang, who is she? Why is she allowed to act so freely before you without incurring your ire? Liu Tianxin truly desired to voice all her inner questions, yet she could not bring herself to do so, uncertain of what identity she should assume. Chapter 10. The Banquet. Seeing that Xiao Mushang had yet to respond, Yun Jiangxin turned to Liu Tianxin and remarked, You mentioned Shang. Oh, he is my elder brother. Shang? Brother? Then what is your name? Liu Tianxin inquired. As far as I know, Mushang has only one sister, named Xiao Muxue. Liu Tianxin observed how the little girl became somewhat coy upon the appearance of Xiao Mushang, her demeanor shifting to one of endearment. Was she merely putting on an act? It was clear that her previous conversation with Liu Tianxin had been entirely different. Is that so? My name is Yun Jiangxin, and I currently live with Mushang, Jiangxin replied innocently, suddenly feeling as if this woman named Liu Tianxin was becoming quite confrontational. As Liu Tianxin contemplated whether the rumors of Xiao Mushang's new mistress were true, she was taken aback to hear Jiangxin mention their cohabitation. Mushang? She questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Mushang. Did you not prohibit any woman from residing in your house? Why is that? My affairs are none of your concern. Xiao Mushang retorted coldly. What did he ever say about barring women from his home? Moreover, Jiangxin's presence was at the behest of his grandfather. Come on, Xiao Mushang said to Jiangxin. All right. After Xiao Mushang and Jiangxin departed, Liu Tianxin remained rooted in place, still holding her cake and drink. She felt a pang of jealousy toward Jiangxin. How could such a little girl capture Xiao Mushang's attention? She vowed to ensure that the girl would know the taste of humiliation today. Xiao Mushang led Jiangxin into the inner chamber, opening the door to reveal her father, Yun Minghai, and her stepmother, Fang Enai, seated on the sofa, along with an elderly gentleman occupying a separate chair. Yun Minghai's eyes gleamed as he spotted Yun Jiangxin, and he pulled her to his side, introducing her to the previously stern-looking old man. Chairman, this is my daughter, Yun Jiangxin. Oh, little Jiangxin has grown so much. The old man chuckled, smiling at Jiangxin. He seemed as if he would stroke his beard if he had one. Dad, Jiangxin shyly called out to Yun Minghai, still feeling uncomfortable. Who is this grandfather? Little girl, quite polite, aren't you? The old man responded. I am Mushang's grandfather. However, that child has never been one to heed my advice. The old man thought to himself that the engagement between Mushang and this little girl had been arranged by Mushang's grandmother. Now, seeing that the girl appeared quite agreeable, he chose not to dwell on her family's background. Otherwise, he would not have consented to a daughter raised under the tutelage of a shrewd businessman like Yunming Hai. Fortunately, the girl did not disappoint him. Jiangxin regarded Mushang's grandfather, sensing that he was not as amiable as he seemed. His scrutinizing gaze felt as though he harbored ulterior motives, prompting her to glance at Mushang. After a prolonged silence, as neither Yunming Hai nor Feng and I dared to speak, the old man broke the quiet. Mushang, why not take the little girl out for a stroll? Mushang promptly opened the door and exited, with Jiangxin following closely behind, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. As she took a few steps forward, Jiang Xian, lost in thought about recent events, unexpectedly collided with someone. Little Jiang Xian, a curious voice reached her ears. Jiang Xian felt a wave of frustration. Why did she keep encountering this person whom she did not recognize? Little Jiang Xian, it's nice to see you again, Jin Yiming said with a smile, seemingly amused by Jiang Xian's unfamiliar expression. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Yiming. You shall remember that name now, he added, as if reproaching her for having forgotten him previously. Jin E. Before Jiang Xian could complete his name, the figure ahead, Xiao Mushang, interjected, addressing Jin Yiming. If she can't even remember how to wear her undergarments, how can you expect her to remember your name? After this remark, he turned to Jiang Xian and added, You should return home now and focus on your studies. Upon hearing Xiao Mushang's words, Jiang Xian felt a rush of embarrassment, rendering her speechless. After all, she was merely unaccustomed to the undergarments here. Observing Jiang Xian trailing behind Xiao Mushang with her head bowed, Jin Yiming sipped his cocktail thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Chapter 11. School registration. Xiao Mushang indeed acted with decisiveness, fulfilling his promises. The following morning, Jiangxin was awakened by Auntie Li. Under Jiangxin's watchful gaze, Auntie Li swiftly opened the wardrobe doors, revealing a mesmerizing array of garments that dazzled Jiangxin. Wow, there were even more clothes than she had owned before. This wardrobe resembled a small room. How affluent. Auntie Li inquired, Miss, which outfit shall you wear to school today? School? Oh, right. Shang mentioned it yesterday. It should be quite similar to the academy in Liuyan country. Jiangxin approached the wardrobe and selected a knee-length light blue pleated dress, declaring, I shall wear this one. After breakfast, the butler respectfully informed Jiangxin, Miss, a vehicle has been arranged to take you to school, and your enrollment paperwork has been completed. Why isn't it you accompanying me? Jiangxin asked. The butler felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, thinking to himself that if he were to accompany her, it would be quite the ordeal. Some experiences linger long in the memory after just one attempt. Nevertheless, he managed an awkward smile, reasoning that since Miss Yun would be residing with the Xiao family from now on, it was only fitting that he personally oversee matters concerning her. The butler added, Miss, the driver who will be picking you up is one of the young master's proxy drivers. Oh, very well then. You may wait for my return at home. Jiangxin replied with a chuckle. Yes, Mississippi. The butler finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Miss Yun's Achilles heel was the young master. However, he couldn't help but wonder how the young master would react if he found out he was being used as a shield. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat began to bead on the butler's brow again. Jiangxin politely bid farewell to Auntie Li and turned to the butler, saying something that left him speechless. Butler, I notice you often break into a cold sweat. Perhaps you should see a doctor. Without waiting for the butler's response, Jiangxin skipped out the door, huffing to herself. She was well aware of who treated her kindly and who harbored ulterior motives, despite her youth. The driver, named Xiao Long, appeared to be quite young and took good care of Jiangxin, which put her at ease about his future responsibilities. Upon arriving at Binhuang University, Xiao Long parked the car and escorted Jiangxin to the principal's office. Jiangxin replayed the school's majestic architecture in her mind. It was impressive and unfamiliar, as she had never seen it before. It seemed her upcoming campus life would not be dull. At that moment, Xiao Long spoke, Principal Yin, this is Miss Yun Jiangxin. Please look after her during her time at Binhuang University. After delivering his message, he cast Jiangxin a reassuring glance, indicating that he would manage everything. After all, every student at Binhuang University had some form of backing. Without it, survival was nearly impossible, unless one boasted exceptional academic prowess, supported by the faculty, a rare occurrence. Principal Yin nodded amiably, stating, Indeed, Our institution relies on the Yunxiao Group. We shall arrange for our miss to take second-year courses, and she will not be boarding. I will be here daily to escort her. Indeed, here at our esteemed institution, freedom reigns, Principal Yin continued. Jiang Xin sat quietly to the side, observing the principal's office, which exuded an air of grandeur. The principal's own demeanor spoke volumes. Unexpectedly, the seemingly taciturn Xiao Long revealed an impressive presence once he began to speak, truly deserving of his role by Shang Shang's side. Soon, Xiao Long escorted Yun Jiang Xin out of the principal's office, leaving Principal Yin without a word exchanged with Jiang Xin. Those with influential connections certainly possess a distinct advantage. However, Jiang Xin, being a princess, was not entirely oblivious to this truth. Her mother had often advised her against abusing one's power and urged her to treat everyone equally, a lesson she would remember. Chapter 12. The Annual School Celebration. Miss, do study hard. After escorting Jiang Xin to her classroom, Xiao Long greeted her and departed. As Jiang Xin entered the classroom, she couldn't help but survey her surroundings, feeling a vibrant air of youth. Approaching the blackboard, she picked up a piece of chalk, somewhat perplexed yet intrigued, and began to draw. To her surprise, the motions felt quite natural. However, it struck her as odd that she seemed to be the only one in class. After standing there for quite some time, she had not seen a single classmate. Setting the chalk down, Jiang Xin hurried to the window, glancing around but only spotting a few scattered individuals. Just as her confusion grew, someone called out to her. "Classmate, which club are you in? Why aren't you helping out?" Jiang Xin turned to see Jiang Xining, who was passing by. Mistaking her for a slacker, Xining's inquiry only deepened Jiang Xin's bewilderment. The principal, Yin, hadn't mentioned anything to her, nor had Xiao Long, leaving her to navigate everything on her own. I'm a new student," she replied. Jiang Xining was taken aback. As the class monitor, she had not received any notice about a transfer student today. "Do you have a student ID?" she asked. "ID? Xiao Long just gave me a piece of paper, but I put it in my bag. Let me take it out for you," Jiang Xin said, unsure if it was indeed the right document, as she couldn't comprehend the characters on it. This is truly troublesome, she thought, handing it over. Jiang Xining examined the paper and was astonished to confirm that Jiang Xin was indeed a newcomer. "Did you complete your enrollment procedures just last night? That's remarkably swift. Your name is Yun Jiang Xin, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Xining, the monitor of Class 201. She introduced herself, returning the document to Jiang Xin. "By the way, is everyone attending class today?" Jiang Xin asked, noticing Xining's amiable demeanor. "Oh, of course not. Today is the annual Bin Huang School celebration. Come on. The classroom will be empty soon," Jiang Xining said, taking Jiang Xin's arm and leading her outside. "I'll take you to the celebration venue. The festivities start in the afternoon, and you can lend a hand too." "Sure." Jiang Xin thought Jiang Xining was adorable, especially when she was chattering away, a thought that slipped out unbidden. "Heh, no. You were the cute one, Jiang Xin," Jiang Xining exclaimed joyfully. "I didn't expect our class 201 to gain another stunning beauty. Look, that's the building ahead. The celebration will be held in the square right in front." Indeed, as they approached, the number of students increased, all bustling about in the final preparations. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards them. "Xining, where have you been? Did you find anyone?" "Not yet. I have no idea where Lin Lijiong and Jun Jin went. They vanished the moment there's work to do," Xining replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Oh, by the way, Mengqi, our class has a new, beautiful transfer student," she added, winking at Jiang Xin. "So I asked Jiang Xin to come help out." Wang Mengqi listened to Jiang Xining's words and repeatedly exclaimed, "That cannot be. After all, she is a newcomer, and we ought to be considerate. Well, the school anniversary is about to commence, and more people are gathering, so let it be." "Hello, I am Wang Mengqi, also from Class 201, Wang Mengqi said amiably to Jiang Xin. To her surprise, she encountered two good friends at once, which filled her with joy. "Greetings, I am Yun Jiangxin. I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Ha, you are still so old-fashioned." Jiang Xining erupted into laughter from his side. In the midst of Jiang Xin's astonishment, Wang Mengqi grasped Jiang Xin's hand and made her way toward the center of the school anniversary celebration. saying, "Do not mind her. She simply loves to be mischievous. Let us proceed." "Hey, wait for me, Wang Mengqi. Jiang Xin is the one I brought along." Jiang Xining hurriedly chased after them, adding, "It was just a joke." Chapter 13. The annual school anniversary. Wang Mengqi led Yun Jiangxin to a small round platform at the venue and said, "Jiangxin, you can sit here for a while. We'll come back to find you when the anniversary begins." "What are you two doing?" Jiangxin asked. "I could help you." No, Jiang Xining interjected, "just sit tight. I was only joking earlier." She gently pressed down on Yun Jiangxin's shoulder. "It's not necessary for you to join us. There will be plenty of opportunities to help in the future. Why tire yourself out?" "Look," Wang Mengqi pointed to a long rectangular table not far away. "Refreshments, fruits, and cakes will be served shortly. Indulge yourself." Observing the playful banter between the two, Jiangxin finally relented. Shortly after they left, food was brought to the table. Feeling a bit bored, she decided to have a snack. Jiangxin first dipped her finger into her favorite cream cake and brought it to her mouth, savoring the pleasant taste. Unconsciously, she reached for more. "Is it delicious?" A soft voice floated to her ear. "Yes, it's quite good," Jiangxin replied honestly, taking a sip of the juice she had set aside. She was surprised to find herself hungry again so soon after breakfast. Who would have thought someone would be interested in the food at the anniversary? Came a boisterous laugh. Annoyed by the laughter, Jiangxin turned to appreciate the face of the person responsible, finding herself too preoccupied to care. Lin Lijiang continued to laugh, but upon seeing Jiangxin, he was momentarily taken aback. "What an adorable girl, oh, it seems there are two of you," he remarked, noticing one with a blank expression and the other visibly twitching from laughter. Jiangxin addressed the one clutching his stomach, presumably in pain from laughing too much. "Is it really that funny?" Lin Lijiang was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that a food lover could also be so charming. Thus he disregarded Jiangxin's question. "Hey, what is wrong?" Nothing. He quickly shifted the topic. "I didn't realize you were such a fan of the school cakes." He chuckled awkwardly, nudging his friend Junjin with his elbow. "What do you think?" Seeing the peculiar dynamic between the two, Jiangxin hesitated to comment. "Well then, why don't you both give it a try?" Without hesitation, Lin Lijiang approached the long table, smoothly picking up a fork and sampling a piece of cake. He savored it, licking his tongue in delight. "Delicious," he exclaimed. "Oh, which class are you from?" "I've never seen you before," he inquired, casting a wink at Junjin, who rolled his eyes at his friend's antics. "I'm a new student, Yun Jiangxin, from class 201, she replied succinctly. "Oh, really? I'm also from class 201. Lin Lijiang exclaimed joyfully. "Nice to meet you. Em Lin Lijiang. And this is my friend, also from the same class, Junjin." "Hello." They both greeted. The students of this school are incredibly enthusiastic. Just as that thought crossed Jiang Xin's mind, a boy named Junjin shattered it. "I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave," he stated flatly before departing. Observing Junjin's exit, Lin Lijiang had no choice but to bid farewell to Jiang Xin as well. "Well then, Jiang Xin, I shall see you next time. I am leaving now." "All right, goodbye." Xiao Mashang had just emerged from the conference room when he spotted Jin Yiming seated on the guest's sofa outside his office. The busy man finally finished his meeting, Jin Yiming exclaimed, approaching to pat Xiao Mashang on the shoulder. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Jin Yiming's elongated eyes, Xiao Mashang recalled their conversation at the banquet with Yun Jiangxin. Could it be that the illustrious Jin Pharmaceutical Group had so much time to spare? "Xiao Zong, you seem a bit irritable today," Jin Yiming teased, noticing Xiao Mushang's grim demeanor. He then boldly added, "I merely wanted to inquire whether your little sweetheart has indeed been delivered to that Bin Wang." Xiao Mashang cast a displeased glance at Jin Yiming. "Do you have any objections?" TSK, "I'm just concerned that your little darling is so charming that someone might whisk her away," Jin Yiming replied, playfully. "If there's nothing else, you may take your leave," Xiao Mashang retorted bluntly, turning to head toward his office. "Hold on, don't be so serious." Jin Yiming recalled the matter at hand and followed closely behind. "It's about that investment project." Chapter 14. The annual school celebration. As the afternoon celebration commenced, Jiang Xining and Wang Mengqi led Jiang Xin away to another location. The speeches from teachers were rather dull, Xining remarked, suggesting that the evening festivities would be far more enjoyable, and they would return at dusk. So, where shall we go now? Of course, we shall explore. Jiang Xian, you have just arrived at Bin Huang. And Mengqi and I shall be your guides. This school is immense, Wang Mengqi noted after spending the entire afternoon exploring. Jiang Xin, having seen much, was no longer astonished, reasoning that she would have ample time to wander the campus in the future. By the time they arrived at the celebration venue, twilight had already descended, but the neon lights in the square illuminated the surroundings beautifully. How lovely! Jiang Xian felt herself becoming entranced by the ambience. Come on, let's grab a bite to eat first, Xining said, popping a strawberry into her mouth. Then, we shall partake in the most popular activity at Bin Huang. Both Mengqi and Xining kept the nature of the activity a secret, fueling Jiang Xian's curiosity as they entered the indoor hall, which featured a small stage adorned with balloons and paintings, exuding a quirky charm and a faint, pleasant fragrance. Jiang Xian, here you go. What is this for? She asked, holding the mask Mengqi had given her, which was only half a mask, leaving her puzzled about its purpose. Silly, Xining exclaimed, donning a cat-shaped mask that instantly added an air of mystery. I truly wonder how you managed to enter Bin Huang without knowing anything. This mask is, of course, for maintaining an aura of enigma. All right, Jiang Xian conceded, feeling somewhat out of place in this extraordinary world. I knew you would look adorable in this powder blue bunny mask. It perfectly complements your outfit, Mengqi said with a smile. Now, let me explain the rules of this mask ball to you, so you won't be caught off guard later. Suddenly, all the lights in the venue went out, and a spotlight beamed down onto the stage. Dear students, the annual selection for the most charming boy and girl is about to begin, the host announced, his face flushed with excitement. Once the introductions concluded, the lights dimmed again. According to Wang Mengqi, anyone could participate in the selection as long as they had enough fans. And this was the time to partner up, with additional activities planned to garner popularity. Jiang Xian, I forgot to mention, our group centers around Jiang Xining. Wang Mengqi added, just before Jiang Xian ventured away. Understood. In the pitch-black room, where even the windows were draped in black cloth, it was nearly impossible to discern faces. Jiang Xian could only proceed cautiously, knowing that as soon as the lights illuminated, she needed to grasp someone's hand to form a partnership and contribute to their group's central figure. Jiang Xian felt her skirt inadvertently snagged. What is going on? Lin Lijiong teased, tugging at the girl's skirt. Jiang Xian initially believed that the other party was aware of her predicament, and gently remarked, my skirt has inadvertently been snagged by something. Lin Lijiong thought, the first person I encounter has a melodious voice. Surely she possesses commendable looks as well, though her voice strikes me as somewhat familiar. Thus, he promptly approached and grasped her hand, for time waits for no one. Meanwhile, Xiao Mushang, while dining at home, noticed the absence of Yun Jiang Xian. The words of Jin Yiming from that afternoon flashed through his mind. Butler, where is Yun Jiang Xian? He inquired, setting down his chopsticks. The butler replied candidly, young master, there is a school anniversary event at Bin Huang today. Miss Yun should still be at school. Xiao Mushang found this rather peculiar. Despite having a banquet today, he had returned home for a meal and still had not seen a certain someone, which left him feeling somewhat vexed as he picked up his chopsticks again. Young master, would you like to visit Bin Huang? The butler suggested, only to realize he had spoken out of turn. Indeed, Xiao Mushang coolly replied, no, I shall not go. It was not until the lights in the room illuminated that Jiang Xian's hand remained firmly grasped. Ah, so, it is you, Lin Lijiong chuckled indeed. I have managed to hold on to a beauty. Jiang Xian felt a wave of exasperation, glancing at her hand, recognizing that it was indeed characteristic of this individual. Hey, Jiang Xin. Jiang Xining urgently tugged at her. Jiang Xin, the principal just called and said you need to return home. Jiang Xining spoke, feeling rather bewildered herself. Just as Jiang Xian was about to inquire why, the voice of Xiao Long echoed from the doorway. Xining, I'll check it out first. With that, she shook off Lin Lijiong's hand and headed towards the door, disregarding his calls from behind. Hey, what is this? Jiang Xian, you can't leave me behind. Lin Lijiong lamented, his tone filled with despair. Chapter 15. soothing the child as Jiang Xin was enjoying herself. The driver abruptly ushered her into the car, leaving her feeling quite displeased. She was not ready to return home. Xiao Long, observing Jiang Xin's sulky expression reflected in the rearview mirror, felt compelled to explain. It is the young master's order. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Jiang Xin found the grand hall devoid of Xiao Muxiang's presence. Without a moment's hesitation, she ascended to the study on the second floor, entering without knocking. Xiao Muxiang, setting aside his documents, looked up to see who dared to enter unannounced, only to be met with the familiar visage of the girl he had just been thinking about. Xiang, he choked back a reprimand and inquired, "Why are you home so late?" His tone retained a hint of rigidity. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xin replied, Xiang, our school is currently celebrating its anniversary. Why did you have Xiao Long bring me back?" She felt more comfortable sharing her thoughts with Xiao Muxiang than anyone else. Taking a seat at the nearby coffee table, she continued, "Moreover, I was only halfway through the event, and now Xing and Meng Qi will surely blame me. Do you wish to return to school now?" Xiao Muxiang squinted, a flicker of irritation crossing his features at the thought of her daring to question his decision. "Since we are already home and night has fallen, let it be for today." However, next time he interrupted her before she could finish, asserting, "Next time, you must return home by 7 every evening, and should you have any engagements, I expect you to inform me in advance." "Huh? Do you have objections?" Jiang Xin asked. "No," she conceded, agreeing to return home before nightfall. "But how can I contact you? Should I send a pigeon?" She mused, struggling to think of alternatives. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Muxiang replied, "Tomorrow, I will have the butler procure a mobile phone for you, and I shall input my number." "Is mobile phone the means of communication here?" Jiang Xin suddenly struck with a thought. Propping her chin on her hand, she said, Xiang, we haven't shared a bed in ages." She reminisced about 4 years ago when her older brother would teach her martial arts during the day, and sometimes they would snuggle up together at night. She longed for the comfort of resting in his embrace. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Muxiang wondered if he had misheard. Jiang Xin continued to gaze at him earnestly. Xiang, shall we sleep together tonight? What do you think you are saying?" Xiao Muxiang thought, questioning whether this woman had been contemplating how to climb into his bed. "I know," she replied. "In the past, you would always accompany me to sleep. Though I realize you might have forgotten those times, I remember them fondly." Xiao Muxiang regarded her youthful countenance, which seemed to contrast starkly with his assumptions. Yet, he sensed something was amiss. How could he not recall ever sharing a bed with her? Had he begun to harbor disdain for Jiang Xin? She continued, "I have merely grown older, but inside, I am still the same Jiang Xin. It appears there is nothing amiss." Xiao Mushin contemplated. He understood that as long as he gazed into Jiang Xin's eyes, he would never harbor any feelings of disdain. However, he was reluctant to delve into such matters too early. After all, Jiang Xin was merely 18 years old, a fact that made him feel as though he were imposing upon a child. Yet, this was merely his personal sentiment. "Ahem, I still need to review some documents. It might be quite late. You should retire for the night," he urged, delaying his meeting with Jiang Xin while gazing at her with a hopeful expression. "Very well. We shall discuss it later." Jiang Xin, upon hearing Shangshang's suggestion to postpone the conversation, could only nod in acquiescence and said, "All right then. You should go rest now." As Xiao Mushin watched Jiang Xin close the door to the study, he realized how much he resembled someone attempting to lull a child to sleep. Huh, soothing a child? How peculiar. The following day, as she prepared to leave for school, the butler presented Jiang Xin with a mobile phone. "What is this?" she asked, turning the device in her hands, unsure of its operation. "Miss, this is the latest model, the Xion K51. It may not yet be available on the market. It is a gift from the young master." The butler explained. "How do I use it?" Jiang Xin inquired, looking towards the butler. "Well, I'm not quite adept at it myself. I suggest you explore it on your own, as it will be much more enjoyable," the butler replied with a cheerful smile. "A person as intelligent as you, miss, should grasp its functions at a glance." In truth, the butler had not mentioned that this phone was a new product launched by Xiao Mushin at Yunxiao, which required trial users among the youth, though its performance was indeed commendable. Chapter 16. Seeking connection upon arriving at school, Jiang Xin was still fiddling with the device in her hands, utterly perplexed. Just as she stood at the classroom door, Jiang Xin and Jiang Xining exchanged glances. "What model is your phone?" Xining inquired. "Oh, do you understand this?" Jiang Xin quickly handed her the phone. "If you know, please teach me." Xining, albeit curious, accepted the device. She was an expert after all, her father being a mobile phone vendor. Yet, she quipped, "Jiang Xin, is this phone a knockoff?" Despite her words, the feel of the phone in her hand was enticing, and its performance was undeniably top-notch. "Jiang Xin, I've never seen a phone like yours. It's incredibly user-friendly," Xining remarked. "Really? Then I can add contacts?" "Jiang Xin deeply, easily." "Of course," Xining said, pulling up the contacts list, only to find a single entry without any notes. My phone was just given to me by my manager this morning," Jiang Xin explained. "No wonder. Well, in light of this impressive phone, I'll teach you how to use it," Xining offered. "Let us find a place to sit first." "Sure." As Xining guided her, she realized that Jiang Xin seemed completely oblivious to all electronic devices, which left her puzzled about how this girl had grown up. "By the way, Jiang Xin, doesn't this phone seem like a new generation product that hasn't been released yet?" "I don't know either. Haha," Jiang Xin replied. Xining sighed, realizing she shouldn't have placed her hopes on Jiang Xin. Just as Jiang Xin and Xining were engrossed in conversation, the classroom erupted into commotion. "Wow, Lin Lijiang is quite thoughtful, haha. Is this for real this time?" I wouldn't have guessed. Before Jiang Xin could fully comprehend the situation, she was presented with a large bouquet of white flowers. "Huh, what is this?" Xining, unable to contain herself, interjected. "Lin Lijiang, what are you doing? This is in class. Be mindful." Having lost his chance to speak, Lin Lijiang felt displeased but managed to say, "Class monitor, could you please step aside?" He then sat down next to Jiang Xin and stated, "Jiang Xin, it really upset me when you walked away yesterday. It was quite embarrassing for me. Do you realize that?" Jiang Xin gazed at Lin Lijiang, flowers in hand, perplexed by his grievance. He continued, "And because I wasn't selected as the school hunk. Do you know how long I prepared for that?" Jiang Xin found herself at a loss for words. Lin Lijiang, noticing her reaction, felt a surge of triumph. "Therefore, you must take responsibility for me," he asserted, lifting the flowers toward Jiang Xin. At that moment, the whole class finally understood what was happening, and the realization spread through them. How clever of him! Lin Lijiang gave the entire class an expression of clarity. Jiang Xin felt somewhat helpless. Why had she been entrusted with this responsibility, especially while residing in someone else's home? After glancing at Lin Lijiang for a moment, as she anticipated Jiang Xin's response, she abruptly turned to the sideline Jiang Xining and inquired, "Xining, how did you manage to write on that phone just now?" The entire class erupted in laughter. It was truly difficult to concentrate. Although Lin Lijiang was known for his capricious nature, he hailed from a wealthy family, making it rather astonishing that there were girls who seemingly disregarded him. With swift dexterity, Lin Lijiang seized the phone from Jiang Xining's hand and began to tap on it casually. He then looked up at Jiang Xin and proclaimed, "I've saved my number. Here you go." He returned the phone to Jiang Xin, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "Yun Jiang Xin, from this day forth, I shall officially pursue you. I refuse to believe you will remain so indifferent." Observing his awkwardness, Jiang Xin replied, "In the past, it was no trouble for me to support you, but now it may prove a bit challenging." "Support me?" Lin Lijiang was about to retort when he noticed the teacher's arrival, deciding to let it go. "Very well, I shall show you how I will support you." Jiang Xin paid no mind to Lin Lijiang sitting beside her. Her thoughts were consumed by the desire to learn how to type, so she could easily write letters to Shang Shang. The longing grew stronger, and the more she pondered, the more she felt compelled to learn Pinyin and Chinese characters. Chapter 17. Provocation at home and in school. Jiang Xin led a tranquil life, adhering to a monotonous routine, a stark contrast to the presence of Lin Lijiang. Ever since Lin Lijiang had declared his intentions, he had indeed been showing up daily, accompanying Jiang Xin to class. After much effort, Jiang Xin had finally managed to escape Lin Lijiang's clutches at the remote activity center, grappling with the dilemma of whether to call Shang Shang. The last time she had attempted to make a call, she had reached out to Xiao Mushang, who was unfortunately occupied in a meeting and abruptly hung up, leaving Jiang Xian believing she had dialed incorrectly. In a flurry, she redialed repeatedly, only for Xiao Mushang to subsequently turn off his phone. Despondent, Jiang Xian returned home, only to find that she had not seen Xiao Mushang for several days. She pondered whether he was upset with her. Should she call him now? Just as she was wrestling with her thoughts, the door to the activity center swung open. "Are you the new Yun Jiang Xian?" A group of girls barged in, led by one whose face was contorted in anger, her round eyes fixated on Yun Jiang Xian as if she intended to bore holes through her. Irritated by the unexpected intrusion, Yun Jiang Xian replied impatiently, "What do you want?" One girl in a short skirt sneered, "Humph, quite the temper you have." The gathering of onlookers, their eyes glinting with malice, made the atmosphere uncomfortable. "If there's nothing important, please step aside." Acknowledging their numbers, Jiang Xian conceded. For a wise person avoids unnecessary conflict. "Huh, you think you can leave? We're all here for you," the leading girl retorted, emboldened by her companion's presence. "Well, good dogs don't block the way," Jiang Xian shot back coldly, her disdain for those who intruded upon her peace palpable. Lin Xia abruptly stepped forward, blocking Jiang Xian's path. "Don't you know who I am? Today, I'll make sure you remember me." Upon hearing the headstrong girl finally speak, Jiang Xian could hardly contain her irritation. As Lin Lijiong entered the classroom, he scanned the sparse attendance, yet did not spot the person he sought. Thoughts of where Jiang Xian might be occupied his mind. "Brother, brother," a boy with bleached hair called out as he dashed toward Lin Lijiong. "What is it?" Lin Lijiong asked impatiently, his focus solely on Yun Jiang Xian, rendering everything else insignificant. Perhaps he had never before encountered rejection from someone like her. "Brother." The boy eagerly positioned himself behind Lin Lijiong. "Let us talk properly. I just saw Lin Xia leading a large group to the student activity center. It's so isolated there. Normally, it's quite deserted. I thought something must be happening, perhaps." Lin Lijiong suddenly realized. Yun Jiang Xian had been avoiding him lately, and Lin Xia. He had not considered that Lin Xia must be searching for Jiang Xian. How could the vulnerable Jiang Xian possibly contend with the domineering Lin Xia? A sense of urgency washed over Lin Lijiong. He longed to rush to Jiang Xian's side and protect her. "Bleached hair, come with me," Lin Lijiong commanded loudly. In the student activity center, Yun Jiangxin rolled her eyes, utterly unimpressed. Although she had switched bodies, it must be said that her 3 years of training had rendered her even more adept. She flexed her arms, glanced at Lin Xia, who lay kicked aside, and then surveyed the onlookers who had yet to intervene. "Remember not to provoke me. I am in a foul mood," she declared. The girls who followed Lin Xia, astonished by the seemingly delicate Yun Jiangxin, were taken aback when she ruthlessly dispatched Lin Xia with a single kick. They were all daughters of affluent families, accustomed only to intimidation. Witnessing Lin Xia's bloodied lip was beyond their experience, leaving them frozen in shock as they watched Yun Jiangxin stride past. When Lin Lijiong arrived at the activity center, he was greeted by the aftermath of Yun Jiangxin's departure, which startled him. Who did this? He wondered. Spotting no sign of Yun Jiangxin, he quickly slipped outside. He could not allow Lin Xia to see her, lest it lead to endless complications. His earlier concern for Yun Jiangxin had overshadowed everything else. But since Jiangxin had avoided Lin Xia, he deemed all would be well. Chapter 18. Homeward bound, after departing from the activity center, Jiang Xian grew increasingly anxious and yearned to see Xiao Mushang immediately. "Hello, Xiao Long," she said as she dialed the driver. "Come pick me up from school." Without waiting for a response, she abruptly hung up. "Hello, miss." "Hello?" The line went dead. Xiao Long, bewildered, stared at his phone, feeling exasperated. Is this really necessary? Why must I endure such misfortune? Jiang Xian did not wait long at the school gate before spotting Xiao Long's vehicle. With a resolute demeanor, he exited the car and approached her, bowing his head to inquire, "Miss?" Ignoring him, Jiang Xian swiftly entered the car. "Xiao Long, let's go." "Where to, miss?" he asked. "I'm going to find Shang. A wave of frustration washed over Xiao Long. Jiang Xian made this request daily, insisting on meeting the young master. Yet, He was acutely aware that the company was exceedingly busy, and the young master had no time to entertain her whims. Moreover, he had been instructed to ensure Jiang Xian's well-being. Xiaolong, do you have anything else to say? I absolutely must see Shang Shang, Jiang Xian insisted, slamming the car door shut. Sighing inwardly, Xiaolong lamented her growing determination. No wonder the butler entrusted this task to him. He felt utterly unappreciated. As he settled into the driver's seat, he pondered how to divert her attention. Miss, it's not appropriate for you to leave school like this. It's fine. I have no classes this afternoon. Let us go, Jiang Xian replied, delivering a weighty ultimatum. Xiaolong, if you don't wish to drive me, I could find someone else. But don't expect to reach out to me afterward. Biting his lip, Xiaolong acknowledged the harsh reality. He needed this job. With a deep breath, he pressed the accelerator and sped off. Jiang Xian reclined comfortably against the seat, a bemused smile playing on her lips as she observed Xiaolong's back. Do you think my presence cannot sway you? As he drove, Xiaolong felt an unsettling chill creeping down his spine, prompting him to shiver as he continued onward. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Yunxiao Group. When the car came to a halt, Jiang Xian inquired, Xiaolong, where are we? What? You don't know this is the young master's company? Xiaolong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Oh, now I see, Jiang Xian remarked, opening the car door and stepping out. Xiaolong stood in disbelief, grappling with the realization that he had unwittingly brought Jiang Xian to Yunxiao. Had she truly been unaware of her destination? Shaking his head, he resolved to dismiss the conversation as a dream. How could anyone be oblivious to Yunxiao Group? Miss, he called out, but when he turned to discuss the earlier matter, he found Jiang Xian had already vanished. Hastily, he exited the vehicle. At the front desk of Yunxiao, he spotted Jiang Xian and, eager to gain her favor, trailed closely behind her. Miss, he said, attempting to catch her attention. Jiang Xian scanned her surroundings, noting the absence of Xiao Mushang. It seemed she would have to rely on Xiaolong for assistance. What is it? Miss, were you truly unaware that the young master is at Yunxiao Group? Xiaolong pressed, squinting his eyes in disbelief. Jiang Xian blinked earnestly and nodded, inquiring, so, Xiaolong, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Xiaolong, well aware of Jiang Xian's intelligence and her subtly cunning nature, closed his eyes and posed a question. My lady, how do you intend to forget the recent events? Xiaolong observed her, who appeared even more formidable than the young master himself. How could you resort to bribery and threats against a lady? Jiang Xian replied, feeling aggrieved. How can this be? Such a charming visage coupled with such devious intent. No, I mustn't say that, my lady. I assure you, I have not threatened you. There was indeed bribery, but alas, I cannot bear the weight of any of this. Now, I find myself with no leverage at all. Xiang Xin Zito. Do not be afraid. I shall keep your secret. Before Xiaolong could catch his breath, she added, unless you take me to find Shang Shang, is that agreeable? A dark line of realization crossed his mind. He had anticipated such a turn. Nonetheless, having come this far, he recognized that with the lady's presence, he was now under her protection. You must look after me, my lady. Certainly, she assured him. Chapter 19. Returning home together, miss. This way, Xiaolong beckoned. Leading the way, under his guidance, Jiang Xian swiftly arrived at the sofa outside Xiao Mushang's office. Miss, please rest here for a moment while I locate the secretary. Only then can we meet with the young master, Xiaolong said before making his way to the opposite side. Jiang Xian waited patiently on the sofa, but Xiaolong's absence began to wear on her. Just as her patience seemed nearly exhausted, a woman unexpectedly appeared and entered Xiao Mushang's office. Why is this flamboyantly dressed woman allowed in? Jiang Xian wondered. Isn't she the one from the first gathering? I heard she's a celebrity. Noticing the lack of people around, with the only employee nearby, still conversing with Xiaolong, she cautiously approached the door of Xiao Mushang's office. However, she did not enter. Instead, she pressed her ear against the door, a habit she had cultivated since childhood while eavesdropping on her parents' quiet conversations. Finding a comfortable position, Jiang Xian focused intently on listening, but it seemed the soundproofing was excellent, rendering her efforts fruitless. Thus, she slightly opened the door, creating a narrow gap. This should work, she thought, grinning. Yet, There was still no sound emanating from within. Gathering her courage, she considered leaning her head further inside. Xiao Mashang had just exited a meeting, while Jin Yiming, oblivious to the circumstances, retreated to his office post-meeting, idly wasting time, which was quite exasperating. "Hey, where are you off to?" Xiao Mashang inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "Huh, surely Xiao Mashang isn't being stingy? I've merely enjoyed a few days of your tea." Jin Yiming replied with a playful grin. "If that's the case, then I—" Suddenly he paused. "Oh, Xiao Mashang, what?" Xiao Mashang awaited Jin Yiming's response, only for Jin Yiming to mysteriously pull him aside. "Look there," he chuckled, finally recognizing who was peeking in curiously at the office door. Xiao Mushang's expression darkened. "Isn't she supposed to be at school? What's she doing here, spying on something?" It was curious that there was not a single employee in sight. President Xiao, a secretary nearby, was the first to notice him, hastily standing up. Xiao Long, upon realizing the young master had arrived, also straightened up. However, something seemed amiss. Was the young master upset from a meeting? His eyes were ablaze with fury. Xiao Long cautiously followed the young master's gaze and gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The secretary initially felt bewildered but soon understood the cause of Xiao Mushang's ire as Jin Yiming approached Jiang Xin's direction. "Xiao, President Xiao," the secretary stammered, trembling as she stepped closer to Xiao Mashang, bowing her head in anticipation of punishment. Yet, Xiao Mashang remained still, his gaze fixed on Jin Yiming, who was now reaching for Jiang Xin. Jin Yiming nudged her shoulder gently, but Jiang Xin, seemingly oblivious, did not react. Unfazed, Jin Yiming persisted, pulling at the hem of her garment with increasing force. "Do not pull me," Jiang Xin whispered softly, mistaking it for Xiao Long. "What are you so engrossed in?" Frustrated, Jiang Xin turned around. What? Ignoring him, she noticed Xiao Long's companion, Xiao Mushang, wearing a displeased expression. However, her spirits lifted immediately. It turns out Shang isn't inside. That's a relief. "Shang, you're here," Jiang Xin exclaimed joyfully, bouncing over to Xiao Mushang. Xiao Long observed his lady with a sense of exasperation. She truly lacked a sense of occasion. The most helpless of all was Jin Yiming, utterly disregarded. Before Jiang Xin could reach Xiao Mushang, she heard his stern voice. "Is anyone here even willing to work?" "Xiao, Mr. Xiao," the secretary lamented. "It's lunchtime. Everyone has gone to eat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushang turned his questioning gaze towards the secretary. "I brought my own lunch today, so all the employees who weren't here just now need to write a report. This month's bonuses are undecided," Xiao Mushang said bluntly before turning to Jiang Xin. His tone unchanged. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" Jiang Xin rolled her eyes. "Is it necessary to be so fierce? What are you still doing here? Do you really have to spy on others?" After saying this, Xiao Mushang felt he had been a bit too harsh, but he loathed those who schemed behind others' backs. He merely hoped Jiang Xin was not one of those people. Yet words once spoken cannot be taken back. Jiang Xin was taken aback by his merciless characterization of her as a spy. Xiao Long, still reflecting on the employees, since the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. "Did Miss Yin seem upset?" "What's the matter?" Jiang Xin replied. "I wanted to go home with you, but I suppose I shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be spying." She glanced back at the office. "You will have your own woman. I can't even look at her." "Xiao Mushang, are you being too biased?" Chapter 20. Divergence. Jin Yiming placed his hand on the doorknob and addressed Xiao Mashang. "Mashang, you wouldn't happen to be hiding someone in your office, would you?" Upon hearing Jin Yiming's words, Jiang Xin recalled the scene she had just witnessed in the office. Was it truly as she feared? With tears pooling in her eyes, she gazed at the stern-faced Xiao Mashang. "Lost for words? What gives you the right to question me?" Xiao Mashang retorted coldly, his disdain for self-righteous individuals palpable. He loathed the notion that his slightest kindness toward her, Yun Jiangxin, granted her authority over his affairs. Jiang Xin bit her lower lip tightly. Although Jin Yiming relished witnessing Xiao Mashang's discomfort, the tension of the moment made him uneasy. He suggested, "Let me open the door." Before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open from within. "Lu Tianxin?" Jin Yiming exclaimed in surprise. Fiming, Lu Tianxin Blinka. Having already shed her outer coat, adorned only in a form-fitting purple one-shoulder dress. What is going on? Lu Tianxin finally sensed the unusual atmosphere. Mushang, you should leave immediately, Xiao Mushang commanded loudly, startling Lu Tianxin. Mushang, I had an appointment. Lu Tianxin refrained from escalating the situation further, uncertain of his intentions. He wasn't referring to you. Jiang Xian interjected, turning to Xiao Long. Xiao Long, let us go. With that, she stepped towards the elevator first. Xiao Long, momentarily paralyzed by the awkwardness, glanced at the young master, realizing that Miss Yun had bitten off more than she could chew by challenging him. Haha, Mushang, since you have guessed, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Jin Yiming decided it was best to exit, fearing an impending eruption from Xiao Mushang. Besides, he could leave with Jiang Xian. What could be more delightful? Young master, all year-end bonuses for employees absent today will be forfeited. Xiao Mushang strode toward the office, completely ignoring Jiang Xian, who stood at the elevator door, hesitating to enter. Seeing that Jiang Xian had not followed into the elevator, Jin Yiming urged, Jiang Xian, hurry in. Jiang Xian turned back to see Xiao Mushang already half inside the office, with Lu Tianxin trailing behind. She stepped into the elevator, heartbroken over the unfolding events. As the elevator doors closed, Xiao Long snapped back to reality, but was a moment too late. The doors had already sealed shut. What had just transpired? The Emperor's wrath had indeed struck, resulting in countless casualties and rivers of blood. The monthly bonus that had been in limbo transformed into a forfeited year-end bonus, all due to a mere lunch. A year's hard work extinguished in an instant. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Long resolved to follow. For who could blame him when Miss Yun had a knack for inciting concern? Lu Tianxin felt a twinge of relief as she followed behind Xiao Mushang, grateful that Jiang Xian had the foresight to leave, sparing her the burden and allowing her the chance to console Mushang. What are you following me for? Xiao Mushang, seeking an outlet for his frustration, noticed the woman still lingering there. Did she not grasp that he had just instructed her to leave? Suddenly called upon, Lu Tianxin found herself at a loss, stammering, I won't leave yet. Her complexion turned pale, as if she had encountered the gaze of a heartless lover. And with a hint of disappointment, she remarked, Mushang, do you intend to continue treating me this way? With a sharp thud, the documents on the table fell to the ground. Is that enough? You may leave now. In the face of Xiao Mushang's furious rebuke, Lu Tianxin summoned an unexpected courage, stating, I had made an appointment long ago, had I not? Why must you insist that I depart? You made an appointment with me. Whether I choose to meet you is entirely at my discretion. At that moment, Xiao Mushang recalled Yun Jiangxin, who had left alongside Jin Yiming. Mushang, do you still wish to avoid seeing me? I do not wish to hear any more from you, Xiao Mushang replied, slowly closing his eyes. If you dare to intrude upon my space again, you will not be as fortunate as you are today. Chapter 21. You like him? Lu Tianxin took the coat from the hanger, glanced at Xiao Mushang, and exited the office. She was taken aback by how furious he seemed. Could it really be because she ventured into an area she should not have? In the elevator, you like him, don't you? Jiang Xin, who had been silently waiting for the elevator to descend, was suddenly jolted by Jin Yiming's words. What did he just say? As if intuitively aware of Jiang Xian's thoughts, Jin Yiming continued, you like Xiao Mushang. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reacted so angrily upon seeing him with another woman. His tone was assertive. Jiang Xian met Jin Yiming's bright gaze reflected on the elevator doors and replied, Yes, he is Shang Shang. How could I dislike him? Xiao Mushang is the most caring elder brother to me. Jin Yiming, unaware that Jiang Xian merely harbored feelings of familial affection for Xiao Mushang, pressed on with his inquiry. So what do you plan to do? Wait, what was I thinking? I acted like a spoiled princess in front of Shang Shang. He must be quite upset, and I came here today specifically to apologize to him. As Jiang Xian regained her composure, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. I need to apologize to Shang Shang. She hurriedly pressed the elevator button. Wait, why is it still going down? She exclaimed. Jin Yiming sighed, exasperated. Just moments ago, she had seemed so resolute. Now she was reversing her decision to apologize. If she left now, he would miss the chance to witness Xiao Mushang's flustered demeanor. His instincts told him that if he could just take Jiang Xian away, he would surely be able to witness Xiao Mashang in a state of disarray. Hey! Jiang Xian waved her hand in front of Jin Yiming's face. Why isn't this elevator going up? Jin Yiming rolled his eyes. Do you really not remember my name? And how could the elevator go up when you just wrote it down? Yes, this is only my second time using it. By the way, you? Jiang Xian hesitated to continue, realizing that her casual remarks had incited Jin Yiming's irritation. What's the matter? You not only forget my name, but you also frequently ignore me. You claim you've never ridden an elevator before, and yet you ask me what's wrong? I am quite the handsome guy, deserving of some respect. Fine. Jiang Xian resigned herself to the situation. The elevator was nearing the ground floor, but Jin Yiming remained silent. Despite knowing his name, she still insisted on calling him Hey. Jin Yiming, I'm going to apologize to Shang now. I'll be on my way, Jiang Xian declared as she stepped out of the elevator. Wait. Jin Yiming hastily grabbed Jiang Xian's hand. Now, Mushang is in a foul mood and won't pay you any heed. It would be better to wait a few days before approaching him. Is that so? Jiang Xian hesitated, clearly swayed by his reasoning. Of course. I have been friends with Mushang for many years, Jin Yiming asserted. Let me escort you home for now, but I want to go home with Shang. In her heart, she had completely forgotten the events that had just transpired. Jin Yiming took a deep breath, yet Mu Shang was currently in a fit of rage. Miss, Jiang Xian exclaimed as she saw Little Long rush out of the elevator from the other side. Miss, I finally caught up with you. Panting heavily, Jiang Xian glanced at Jin Yiming, who was still only halfway through his words, and then at the breathless Little Long, saying, Well, Little Long, please take me home. Without hesitation, she waved goodbye to Jin Yiming. So, farewell. Jin Yiming, no longer insistent, understood that as long as Jiang Xian did not seek an apology from Xiao Mashang, all be well. For what he gathered, Xiao Mashang held some regard for Yun Jiangxin. Otherwise, he would not have reacted so angrily. It was also unlikely that he would return to the Xiao residence to see Yun Jiangxin, fearing he could not control his temper. As the saying goes, a bystander sees clearly. Jin Yiming aimed to comprehend all matters at hand to better attend to his own affairs. Chapter 22. Apology in the car, Xiao Long. Do you think Shang will come home today? Jiang Xian pondered, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of her impending apology. Alas, it was her impulsive temper that led to such reckless actions. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She grasped Xiao Long, who was driving, and inquired, Who is that woman? What is her relationship with Shang? All of this is that wretched Liu Tianxin's fault for undressing in Shang's room and engaging in such distasteful actions, even at his desk. But I haven't had the chance to see it yet. Xiao Long's back broke into a cold sweat as he contemplated what he should say and what he should not. Oh, never mind. Jiang Xian shook her head. I should focus on how to apologize to Shang. Apologize? Xiao Long thought he misheard her. What? Miss, whom do you intend to apologize to? Drive safely. Jiang Xian adjusted her clothes. Of course, it's to Shang. I shouldn't have said those things earlier. Xiao Long, what should I do if Shang ignores me because of it? Well, I can't say for certain how the young master will react. After all, he was quite upset earlier, Xiao Long remarked. However, I believe if you wish to apologize, it wouldn't be a mistake. He reflected on how the young master treated Miss Yin differently, even going so far as to escort her to school, and no one had ever dared to defy him. It was no wonder he was so furious. All right, Xiao Long, let's find Shang. Well, miss, we have already arrived at the doorstep. Ultimately, persuaded by Xiao Long, Jiang Xian decided against visiting Yunxiao to see Xiao Mashang, believing it might be best for Shang to cool off on his own. In truth, Jiang Xian's greatest fear was not being able to see Xiao Mashang at all. However, by 8 o'clock that evening, she received a call from Aunt Li in her room, announcing that the young master had returned. He back. Oh, wonderful, Jiang Xian exclaimed, having prepared all afternoon. She could finally explain herself. Jiang Xian washed her face thoroughly and tiptoed to the study door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Shang. Jiang Xian gripped the door, trying to sound cheerful. You're back. Xiao Mashang looked up at the door. Initially brooding, upon seeing Jiang Xian's face, he felt a sense of relief. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Under normal circumstances, he would not have returned home today. But out of respect for his grandfather and due to a lack of pressing matters at the company, he found himself back here after wandering around. The more Xiao Mushang observed Jiang Xian's awkward demeanor, the less anger he felt. What do you wish to say? Jiang Xian stammered. Well, I wanted to say. Xiao Mushang leisurely extracted a document from the desk and began to read. If there's nothing important, you may leave. I'm sorry, Jiang Xian blurted out. Shang, I apologize for this afternoon. Xiao Mushang paused momentarily, and Jiang Xian continued. Please don't be angry with me, all right? I didn't mean to, and besides, I have no classes this afternoon. I just wanted to see you because. Jiang Xian lowered her head, crossing her arms over her chest like a child who had erred. A few days ago, I called you, but you didn't answer. I thought you were ignoring me. After saying so much, why was Shang still silent? Shang, are you there? I understand now. Xiao Mushang thought it was unexpected that Jiang Xian had come to apologize. Given her personality, she should have been too proud to humble herself. Yet despite their brief acquaintance, her bold demeanor and her treatment of the household staff revealed a nuanced character. If she could bow her head, perhaps it meant that she valued him. Oh, are you still angry? Xiang Xin In Guit. Let us consider this matter settled for now. What about next time? She quickly asked. Next time? I thought one time would suffice. Do you wish to be scolded again? Xiao Mushang replied. Jiang Xian pouted. But what if I want to see you? Don't I come home every day? Without a moment's thought, Xiao Mushang responded, but you haven't been home for several nights recently. With a hint of resignation, Xiao Mushang explained, I only returned while you were asleep and left early in the morning. The company has been quite busy. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Mushang had divulged her recent troubles. All right then, I shall wait until you are less busy to visit, Jiang Xian conceded. You focus on your work for now. I'll head to bed. Goodbye. Fearing that Xiao Mushang might refuse her again, she quickly exited and returned to her room. Chapter 23. Receiving the script returning to her room, Jiang Xian sat quietly on the edge of her bed. Having clarified matters with Shang, she should have felt at ease. However, a sense of unease lingered. Why was she so troubled? Never mind, she thought to herself, for Shang would never harm her. Jiang Xian attempted to self-soothe, especially considering the immense tolerance Shang had already shown her. The following day, Jiang Xian obediently arrived at school for class. Hi, Xin Jing. You're here so early today. She greeted Jiang Xian, who was engrossed in her reading. When did you become so diligent? Jiang Xian flipped the cover of her book to show Jiang Xian. This is a script, she announced. Is it a good script? Xiang Xin In Guit. Jiang Xian knew it would be futile to show Jiang Xian, who would never appreciate her efforts. It's not particularly interesting, she replied. Not interesting? Yet you're so absorbent early in the morning, Jiang Xian teased. Haha, Xian, you've mastered idioms now. Indeed, she laughed lightly. It's all thanks to the teacher. They always say, if everyone studied with the same fervor as they play games, I wouldn't have to repeat myself so often, right? Jiang Xian felt utterly helpless, but thankfully, Wang Mengqi arrived for class like a lifeline. Mengqi, you're finally here. I could barely endure Jiang Xian. Wang Mengqi glanced at the shrugging Jiang Xian and turned to Xian, asking, what is going on, Xian? It's a rare opportunity to see Jiang Xian. We should converse properly. Yes, Jiang Xian nodded fervently. I've been avoiding Lin Li Jiang these past few days, and consequently, I haven't seen either of you. Hey, Mengqi, you still talk to her? Xian Xin Jing Zima. We have work to do this time. Let's take a look at the script. Taking the script from Jiang Xian, Wang Mengqi began to flip through it, perplexed. What is this script? Why does it only contain character backgrounds? Noticing Jiang Xin's silence, Jiang Xin, still bewildered, asked, are we supposed to fill this out, or what? Once most of their classmates had arrived, Jiang Xin approached the podium, turned on the computer and speakers, and announced to the class, I have an announcement to make, but this matter does not concern me. So I won't pressure anyone. She wanted to clarify the situation, ensuring that no blame would fall upon her. Class monitor, what dreadful news do you have this time? A classmate interjected, eliciting an eye roll from Jiang Xian. What do you mean? Have my previous activities not met your approval? Oh, just announce it already. Another student urged. Jiang Xianing assumed a serious demeanor and stated, in simple terms, we need to write a script. Gesturing for silence, she continued, we also need to perform the script. Everyone has a role to play. Otherwise, we won't complete this within 2 months. Jiang Xian recognized her lack of understanding. Choosing to remain quiet, she realized that to keep pace with others in this world, she must continuously strive to improve, silently cheering herself on. Upon hearing a male classmate inquire, how can this be a scripted performance? We are, after all, majoring in finance. I responded, this event is not organized by me. Jiang Xining interjected, this initiative is sanctioned by the school, and it is said that after evaluations at our institution, we will also participate in a competition at the university level. The school places great importance on this endeavor, and should circumstances allow, it may continue into the next academic year, potentially becoming a hallmark of our institution. Jiang Xining harbored aspirations for this opportunity. After all, as she approached her junior year, it was time to engage in meaningful pursuits, unlike the previous events she had orchestrated, which lacked such influence. Taking the microphone, Jiang Xining announced, I would like to remind everyone that this will undoubtedly benefit our future development. In a few days, I believe our homeroom teacher will provide further details. As she descended from the podium, she quickly summoned Meng Qi and Jiang Xin to a corner of the classroom, saying, you both must stand by my side and lend your full support. Jiang Xin, fidgeting with her palms and about to speak, was interrupted by Jiang Xining, who grasped her hands and said, Jiang Xin, if you agree to take on this script, I shall forgive you for your abrupt departure during the last school celebration. Aware of her previous misstep, Jiang Xin, under the watchful eyes of Xining and Meng Qi, replied, I never said I would decline. I will certainly be with you both. Chapter 24. Class meeting. This is splendid. Let us 3 prepare ourselves, so as not to be caught off guard, exclaimed Jiang Xining. Wang Mengqi nodded in agreement. Could you first enlighten me about the direction of this script? Inquit Jiang Xin. Of course, replied Jiang Xining, patting her chest. However, at this moment, Wang Mengqi shook her head and pointed toward the door, saying, but we must first change our location. Jiang Xian noticed Lin Lijiong and Jun Jin entering the classroom. It appeared Lin Lijiong had already spotted them and was approaching their corner. Indeed, Meng Qi was correct. As Lin Lijiong saw Jiang Xian attempting to leave, he called out, wait a moment, class leader Jiang, Jun Jin and I also wish to join you. What do you say? Jiang Xining pondered and asked, is Jun Jin in agreement as well? Of course. My brother and I are inseparable. Whatever I do, Jun Jin will follow suit. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Suppressing the urge to scoff, Jiang Xining, with Jiang Xian's tacit approval, noticed Jun Jin nodding in agreement as well. She tossed the script onto Lin Lijiong, declaring, I certainly welcome you both. However, she shot a glance at her 2 sisters during our collaboration. Members are strictly prohibited from developing romantic entanglements. Ha ha ha. It's settled then. Initially, Lin Lijiong was listening attentively, but as the conversation progressed, his comfort waned. You? I knew they had conditions, yet knowing his intentions, why propose such a stipulation? Jiang Xining avoided looking at Lin Lijiong, while Wang Mengqi stepped forward, stating, Lin Lijiong, you are the ones who wish to join us. Now that you want to withdraw, be wary of being looked down upon. I was just lamenting the difficulty of finding wealthy investors. With 2 handsome gentlemen on board, who could possibly resist joining us? Wang Mengqi could already feel the exhilaration of a successful performance. All right. I have already stated my commitment. There will be no turning back. Besides, I can showcase my talents to Jiang Xian, Lin Lijiong said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian was quite pleased with this novel idea. In that case, you 2 must contribute diligently. I distinctly recall that during the initial school anniversary event, Lin Lijiong and Jun Jin were quite absent until it was time to indulge in festivities. Lin Lijiong rubbed his nose, sensing that the once naive Jiang Xian had grown cunning. Come afternoon, the homeroom teacher convened a class meeting, focusing on the script content that Jiang Xining had mentioned earlier. However, there was another crucial topic, personal credits and bonuses. For those with acting talent, there was even a possibility of direct allocation under celebrity management after the school secured victory. This, of course, would only occur post-triumph at this institution. The homeroom teacher appeared quite animated, as it seemed that student accolades would ultimately benefit the teachers most. In summary, as your homeroom teacher, I wholeheartedly encourage everyone. Although we are the inaugural cohort, we are still refining our procedures. Therefore, I invite all to discuss any issues collectively. There are many hidden rewards awaiting you in this script activity. The homeroom teacher, brimming with enthusiasm, clapped her hands and spoke fervently. This encouragement instantly invigorated the entire class, igniting a collective eagerness to participate. Jiang Exun initially felt a surge of confidence. However, as she observed the fervor of her classmates, her self-assurance began to wane. She found herself questioning whether the task could truly be as straightforward as it appeared, especially considering the alluring prizes at stake. She understood well that with a larger number of participants, the competition would intensify. The homeroom teacher gestured for silence, awkwardly stating that since this was merely a class project, the financial responsibility would fall upon the students. Aware that many of them came from affluent backgrounds, she added, I realize that you all are accustomed to a life of privilege. Jiang Xining, seated beside Jiang Exun, remarked that it was no wonder the entire class was eager to participate. After all, the school bore no financial burden. Consequently, each student was required to contribute 500 yuan to the class leader for purchasing sound equipment and backstage materials, as they all knew that their finance program lacked such resources. After the homeroom teacher had elaborated extensively and delegated the responsibility to the class leader, Jiang Xining announced that a contribution of merely 200 yuan would suffice. As the class prepared to leave, they all praised their class leader, expressing their gratitude for having such an admirable figure to guide them. Chapter 25, Extortion with a Cheerful Demeanor. Jiang Xining bid farewell to the entire class, assuring them that she would manage the remaining funds. Left in the room were Wang Mengqi, whose expression was as clear as day, the indifferent Yun Jiangxin, and Lin Lijiang, who sensed an air of threat, along with his companion, Jun Jin. Xining, have you calculated if the funds are sufficient? Jiang Xin inquired. Not all. I merely hoped that everyone would spend less, Jiang Xining replied. Even if it falls short, we need not fret. Master Lin's family is particularly affluent. What? Jiang Xining, are you actually attempting to extort me? Lin Lijiang's foreboding feelings had finally materialized. Wang Mengqi interjected, extort? Given your wealth, you ought to contribute more to the class. Amidst their back-and-forth banter, Lin Lijiang conceded that he would cover any financial shortfall. With the economic concerns resolved, Jiang Xining decided to release the two brothers, allowing them to recuperate for the time being. Jiang Xin remarked that since returning home would be lonely, she might as well linger in the school dormitory. The trio then made their way to the convenience store to procure snacks before heading to the dormitory. However, it was somewhat awkward that Jiang Xin had yet to spend any money, as she had no funds to buy anything. Nonetheless, Xining and Mengqi thought nothing of it, assuming she had simply forgotten her money. Jiang Xining chuckled, haha, I bet this time Lin Lijiang won't hesitate to bring forth his new year's money. By the way, what is Jun Jin's background? He seems rather enigmatic, Jiang Xin queried. On the surface, Jun Jin appears quite cool and undeniably talented, possessing the confidence to be aloof, but in truth, his family is rather impoverished, Jiang Xining disclosed. Impoverished? Could it be? Well, we aren't entirely sure. We only know he entered Bin Huang with the highest score, yet never pays tuition, Wang Mengqi chimed in. I find Jun Jin intriguing as well, she continued, noticing the glances exchanged by the two girls due to her remark. But he certainly gives off the vibe of being unapproachable, and my curiosity is merely that. Haha, Mengqi, don't be shy, Jiang Xin teased with a sly grin. Hey, Jiang Xin, you're too mischievous, Xining exclaimed with a sense of camaraderie. Now that Mengqi has spoken, we ought to lend our support. Wang Mengqi blushed. Please, Xining, don't laugh like that. You're the one who has led Jiang Xin astray. Shaking off her goosebumps, Wang Mengqi hurried ahead to evade any further teasing from Jiang Xining. Once they reached the dormitory, Yun Jiangxin marveled at how they managed to organize all their daily affairs within such a confined space. They then began to deliberate on the type of script they should write. After what felt like an eternity, at least to Jiangxin, As she found the topics of discussion beyond her experience, she timidly suggested, "How about I return home to brush up on my knowledge? After all, tomorrow is the weekend." All right, I suppose we cannot rely on you," Mengqi remarked. "What do you think?" Jiang Xining said, biting into an apple. Jiang Xin gazed at the two with eager anticipation. "Perhaps you should return for now. I shall inform you once there are results," Wang Mengqi remarked. A sense of disappointment enveloped Jiang Xin as she made her way back to the Shao residence. However, she soon received a call from Lian Lijiang, inviting her to a gathering at a certain location, where both Xin and Mengqi would also be present. Regrettably, it was nearly evening, and she felt embarrassed to decline the invitation, stating, "I am unable to go out at this hour." After ending the call, Jiang Xin inquired of the butler, Shang, about when he would return home. The butler hesitated, caught off guard by her inquiry regarding the young master, especially as he was aware of the young master's itinerary for the day. "Miss, perhaps you should have your meal first," he suggested gently. Jiang Xin assumed that Xiao Mushang would once again return late, so she decided to wait and see just how late it would be. As the clock struck 10, her eyelids grew heavy with fatigue, yet she still had not seen any sign of Xiao Mushang's return. Would he come back at all? Hesitantly, she took out her phone, and before long, it began to vibrate unexpectedly. "Hello," Jiang Xin answered, her voice tinged with curiosity. Chapter 26, Narrow Paths of Enmity. Jiang Xin, don't hesitate. On the other end of the line, Jiang Xining exclaimed, "Are you certain you want to come to Fenglin Bar? All right, I'll go." Jiang Xin felt she had waited long enough. Why could Shang return home at her whim, while she felt constrained? It was utterly unfair. "All right, it's settled then. You know the way, right? It's south that bar very close to the school. I'm about to sing Gotta Go. Hurry up, bye." Jiang Xining ended the call before Jiang Xin could change her mind. Meng Qi handed Jiang Xining a glass of juice. "How is it going?" "All set." Jiang Xining glanced at Lin Lijiang, who was preoccupied, and deliberately remarked, "Wonderful. Jiang Xin is on her way, hee. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin was still shouting into the phone, "Xining, I don't know the way." Though fatigued and yearning for slumber, Jiang Xin rallied her spirits. After all, it was time for a rebellious act. Surely, Xiaolong knew the way. Upon her arrival at Fenglin Bar, Jiang Xin found approximately 10 people seated in the private room, 5 of whom she recognized. To her surprise, the aggressive Lin Xia was also present. However, something felt amiss. All eyes seemed to be fixated on her. Jiang Xin, you've finally arrived." Meng Qi was the first to spot her. With a smile, Jiang Xin joined them, but upon entering, she realized the place was ill-suited for her. The deafening music engulfed the space, and the dim lighting made navigation nearly impossible. Thankfully, Xiaolong was there, having been assigned to wait at the entrance until the gathering concluded. "Zun, Jiang, Xin." Lin Xia's grating voice pierced the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Xin had no choice but to turn around, meeting Lin Xia's furious gaze. "What is up?" Jiang Xin inquired with a puzzled expression, remaining silent otherwise. Though Lin Xia was seething, she retained some composure, considering that Lin Lijiang was present. She decided to bide her time, thinking, "Just wait, you'll have your moment." To Jiang Xin's astonishment, Lin Xia was indeed able to restrain herself. Not wanting to escalate matters, Jiang Xin also opted for a peaceful resolution, pondering how she might excuse herself. Although she had sought a moment of rebellion, she still feared worrying her family. Seeing Jiang Xining exuberantly dragging people into singing was not promising. Meng Qi, Jiang Xin observed that everyone was engrossed in their own activities, and her absence would not be missed. "I think I'll take my leave." Jiang Xin Suden Li Zikogin Lin Li Diong. Realizing he would not pass up the opportunity to approach her. "Why are you sneaking up on me?" "I'm not." Lin Lijiang feigned innocence. "I just came to say hello." Before Jiang Xin could respond, Lin Xia on the other side grabbed the microphone and declared, "Let us play a game of master and slave. The master can command the slave to do anything." Jiang Xin couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Xia was harboring ill intentions aimed at her. Dazed, she thought it best to make her exit. "Dream Chi, please have a word with Xining. I shall take my leave. Jiang Exine said as she closed her phone, slinging her bag over her shoulder in preparation to depart. Whatever they were engaged in was of no concern to her. Lin Xia had been fixated on Yun Jiang Exine, and upon noticing her movement, instinctively called out. Zun Ziang Xin. Jiang Exine, momentarily halted with her foot raised, was surprised to hear two voices in unison calling her name. Judging by the audio, it was undoubtedly Lin Li Jiang and Lin Xia. Indeed, these two had become one with their sword. Seeing that Lin Li Jiang was also attentively watching Yun Jiang Exine, Lin Xia felt compelled to intervene. Even if Lin Li Jiang was willing, this was intolerable. Moreover, the game was tailored specifically for Yun Jiang Exine. You cannot leave. Yun Jiang Exine. The game has just begun, and you wish to withdraw already? Liuyan Li Jiang remarca. Yes, Jiang Exine, please do not rush off, Lin Li Jiang added. Being called out by a microphone and then being retained by a universally acknowledged handsome figure, the already adorable Jiang Exine instantly became the center of attention. Oh dear! Jiang Exine, do not depart. Jiang Exine, slightly tipsy, staggered forward and clung to Jiang Exine, her face nuzzling against Jiang Exine's arm in a playful manner. Reluctantly, Jiang Exine, not wanting to dampen the mood, decided to sit back down. Must you wear that silly grin? Jiang Exine remarked, casting a glance at Lin Li Jiang, bewildered at how he had suddenly transformed into a fool. Chapter 27. Intoxication. The game appeared deceptively simple. The host could command their slaves to perform any task, and while drinking could be employed as a means of compensation, it was deemed rather precarious given that everyone was merely indulging for the evening, especially at such a late hour. Thus, juice could be substituted for alcohol. However, in the spirit of amplifying the thrill of the game, it was likely that no one would opt for juice. As the gathering settled around a diminutive round table, Lin Xia suddenly produced a large spinning wheel, placing it prominently atop the table. Wherever the pointer of this wheel came to rest would determine who among them would become the designated slave. Ah, Lin Xia, you truly came prepared, a classmate remarked, draping an arm over her shoulder. All right, I shall commence the spinning, she declared, after the chosen slave endured their penalty. The next turn would proceed clockwise from my right. With that, she secured the base of the wheel with her left hand and spun energetically with her right. A palpable tension filled the air as everyone anxiously hoped the pointer would not land on them, some shouting encouragement while others blew at the pointer, urging it to spin. The entire room was abuzz with excitement. Fortunately, Jiang Xining sat 2 places away from Jiang Exine, watching the pointer glide past her with relief, patting her chest in celebration. Oh dear, Jiang Exine, it's your turn. Jiang Exine, already somewhat apprehensive, was disheartened to see the wheel seemingly conspire against her. With a deep breath, she exhaled forcefully, attempting to influence fate. Dinging, the pointer halted just below her brow. Lin Xia laughed, unabashedly. I want you to go, and I'll stick to juice. Jiang Exine announced, raising her cup to drink, relieved that the game retained a modicum of humanity. A collective sound of agreement echoed around the room. Lin Li Jiang sat dumbfounded beside Jiang Exine, watching her finish her drink. Hey! Lin Xia exclaimed, exasperated, pointing directly at Jiang Exine. I haven't even told you what to do yet. Whatever you have in store can't be good, Jiang Exine retorted without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia retrieved a bottle from behind her. If you're going to play, you must drink a concoction prepared by the host. After blending a kaleidoscope of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, into the cup, Lin Xia presented it to Jiang Exine. Wait, let me sample it first. Upon witnessing the transparent glass noticeably diminished in volume, Jiang Exine took the cup from her. Was she concocting? Though this liquid should be harmless, it may just taste unpleasant, Jiang Exine. I've already tasted it for you. Now, are you still hesitant to accept your punishment? Lin Xia smirked, shaking the murky liquid. Jiang Exine closed her eyes and downed the cup in one go. Jiang Exine, how does it taste? Jiang Xining inquired with an amused grin. Not much to note, but I could let you try it later, Jiang Exine replied, her tongue slightly parched. She hoped for a stroke of luck, wishing Lin Xia would also have the chance to sample her own secret brew. However, she would not be so foolish as to engage in idle self-talk for too long. and thus she spun the wheel again. Lin Xia awkwardly sat down, her disdain for Yun Jiangxin intensifying. After expressing herself so fervently, she found herself devoid of any acknowledgement, while everyone else seemed captivated by Yun Jiangxin. The most infuriating part was the realization that no matter how much one tries to belittle another, that individual remains indifferent to the taunts. However, Yun Jiangxin, you're destined for trouble tonight. Lin Xia cast a glance at the base of her spinning wheel. After a mere 3 spins, Yun Jiangxin could no longer endure the situation. Why did it always land on her? Some people are indeed fortunate today, huh? It was evident that Lin Xia was the one speaking again, and Jiangxin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Each time those people, under Lin Xia's threat, compelled her to drink that red, orange, yellow, green. I demand a change of position, Jiangxin declared, for even a fool could discern the problem with her current spot. All right, let's switch, Lin Xia responded, feigning generosity, yet secretly thinking, unless you refuse to play, there's no way you're going home. Chapter 28. Intoxication cough. I shall not indulge any longer, thought Jiang Exin as she felt her footing falter. How had she and Lin Xia exchanged positions, yet still found themselves in this predicament? Lin Li Jiang lowered his head, seemingly deep in contemplation. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Exin almost staggered along the wall as she exited the private room. No one attempting to detain her this time. Regret washed over her. Why had she ventured out today? Not only would she face Shuang's reprimand, but her body also felt wretched, a nauseating urge to vomit that remained unfulfilled. Where am I? I've completely lost my way. As she wandered, Jiang Xin found herself leaning against the door for a moment's respite. Upon her departure from the room, Lin Li Jiang cast a warning glance at Lin Xia. The previously vibrant atmosphere had turned sour. Lin Xia tucked away her spinning wheel, questioning, "What are you staring at?" Lin Li Jiang, taken aback by his own anger, noted that although half the attendees were Lin Xia's friends aiding in the charade, her subtle antics had not escaped his notice. He had chosen to turn a blind eye to Jiang Xin's outright rejection of him, intending to teach her a lesson. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of distress, particularly as Jiang Xin had left the room without sparing him a glance, despite her evident suffering as she consumed those excessively alcoholic beverages. Lin Xia, are you oblivious to your own actions? Elena Li Jiang inquired. Initially inclined to deny it, Lin Xia realized such a pretense could not evade Lin Li Jiang's keen observation. They had once reveled in teasing others together, so she conceded with grace, I am aware, but you two are cognizant of the situation. Why do you remain silent? You're right, he acknowledged, recognizing he had no standing to reproach her, for he had tacitly accepted the circumstances. Wang Mengqi was attending to the utterly inebriated Jiang Xining when she overheard their perplexing exchange. Recalling Jiang Xin's pale complexion from earlier, she comprehended that Jiang Xin had been thoroughly humiliated. Lin Xia had never been easy to provoke. What had compelled Jiang Xin to offend her? In this moment, she was the only one concerned for Jiang Xin. Lin Li Jiang, familiar with Wang Mengqi as Jiang Xining's support, gestured toward the unconscious Jiang Xining. Would you watch over her for me? I'll check on Jiang Xin. I shall find Jiang Xin, Lin Li Jiang replied, somewhat vexed. It has been too long. Jiang Xin must be lost. In a daze, Jiang Xin was assisted upright. Shuang, I was wrong. Miss, you are intoxicated. Allow me to escort you home. Who are you? Jiang Xin abhorred those who intruded upon her personal space, and this individual had clearly overstepped. Step away, your hands are greasy. She forcefully pushed him away, wiping her hands on the fabric of her clothing. Hey, you find me filthy? Jiang Xin was unable to comprehend his words, feeling him draw closer again, her temper flaring. How audacious! Get away from me! Such a fiery temper, he mused, increasingly captivated by her visage. Observing her struggle to keep her eyes open, he chuckled to himself. I never anticipated such fortune today. This could prove to be quite lucrative. In a moment of unsettling absurdity, Jiang Xin managed to retain a modicum of rationality, despite the peculiar circumstances that led her to encounter a perverse individual in a crowded venue. with a swift jab to the acupoint of his elbow. She deftly turned and entered the private room behind her, content in the knowledge that as long as there were others present, she would be safe. The lecherous man, taken aback by her unexpected escape, rushed into the room without hesitation, only to mutter an apology for his apparent mistake. Peering through a narrow slit of her eyes, Jiang Xan recognized a familiar figure and instinctively lunged forward, arms outstretched. Was it possible that this room belonged to someone she knew? Yet, the man had observed her for a considerable time, seemingly emboldened by her apparent disorientation before daring to approach her. Perhaps it was all a ruse. However, the distinguished clientele within the room suggested that he was not someone to be trifled with. It seemed prudent to retreat, and he hastily excused himself. As Jiang Xian fell into the embrace of Xiao Mushang, she inhaled the familiar scent that brought her solace, finally able to relax and find peace. Indeed, Xiao Mushang was there engaged in discussions regarding a contract. Chapter 29. Dear incoming call. From the moment Jiang Xian embraced Xiao Mushang, she refused to let go. Mr. Xiao, what is this? The others were intrigued. They had originally intended to discuss the contract amid some light-hearted entertainment. Yet, Xiao Mushang seemed utterly unfazed by their presence. How could the sudden intrusion of a woman disrupt the status quo? What was the situation? Coughing awkwardly, Xiao Mushang found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel anger or joy. Despite having explicitly forbidden Jiang Xian from going out at night, she had ventured to such a place and even attracted the attention of unsavory individuals. The one who had mistakenly walked through the wrong door should not presume that Xiao Mushang could be easily deceived. Fortunately, despite her inebriation, she had managed to find him. Xiao Mushang tenderly stroked Jiang Xian's hair as one would child. This gesture startled everyone present, prompting them to crane their necks to catch a glimpse of the girl's appearance for future recognition. However, Xiao Mushang was not inclined to grant them that satisfaction. I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, he stated. This group had some acquaintance with his grandfather, which was why he had dined with them. Yet managing them was indeed a source of irritation. Mr. Xiao, about our matter? Let us discuss it another time. I have more pressing concerns today. With that, Xiao Mushang enveloped Jiang Xian securely and opened the door to exit. Upon stepping out of Maple Grove, he quickly spotted Xiaolong's parking spot. How audacious, he mused, observing Jiang Xian, who was blissfully unconscious in his arms. Jiang Xian murmured, continuing her slumber. Xiao Mushang gently placed her inside his car before driving off into the night. Upon arriving home, the butler awaited him at the door. Young master, you have returned. He was taken aback as he witnessed the young master extracting someone from the vehicle. The initial calmness had transformed into a semblance of unease. Miss, Xiao Mushang cradled Jiang Xian and instructed the butler, have sisterly prepare a bowl of hangover soup. Now is not the time to assign blame. Suddenly, a notification sound emerged from Jiang Xian's pocket. It was her phone ringing. He carefully laid her down on the elongated sofa, then picked up the device. Dear, the word flashed before Xiao Mushang's eyes. And upon glancing at Jiang Xian's pained expression, it was evident she had overindulged. His grip on the phone tightened, veins protruding as he pressed the answer button. Hello, Jiang Xian. Lin Lijiang frantically called from outside Maple Grove, finally managing to connect after searching the entire corridor and restroom in vain for her. Desperation had set in, and he had almost resorted to reporting her missing, his voice trembling with anxiety. Where are you, Jiang Xian? He implored, but the other end remained silent. The surroundings on her side did not seem particularly loud. Where could she possibly be? The butler soon returned with the hangover soup. Young master, shall we administer it to the miss now? Xiao Mushang nodded, a chill running through him. The butler pondered. This time, the miss has truly landed herself in a predicament. And what is Xiaolong? Why have I not seen him? Lin Lijiang seemed to have heard the words young master. Could it be that Jiang Xian has returned home? Yet, it is imperative to ascertain the truth. Hello, may I ask? Silence. Do not call again. With a decisive bang, Xiao Mushang ended the call, only to be met with the sight of over a dozen missed calls from Darling on his phone. He was taken aback that this woman had swiftly found herself a boyfriend. If Yin Jiangxin were privy to Xiao Mushang's thoughts, she would surely cry out in protest. For this was indeed the first time Lin Lijiang had called her, and she had no inkling that her phone had been bestowed with such an affectionate designation. However, at that moment, Jiang Xian remained in a state of unconsciousness, showing no signs of awakening despite the butler's persistent attempts to rouse her. After hanging up, Xiao Mushang headed upstairs for a shower, and upon descending, he found Yun Jiangxin's cheeks flushed and her forehead glistening with sweat. Butler, has she not yet been given some soup? Young master, I fear that Mrs. Condition is quite dire. She shows no signs of awakening. Chapter 30. Emergency. Xiao Mushang, initially engulfed in anger, hurried over upon hearing such words, propping up Yun Jiangxin's back, only to find her drenched in cold sweat. How could this happen? Compared to moments prior, the housekeeper noted that the young master's fury had intensified. Quickly, summon Dr. Lin to the house at once. Xiao Mushang exclaimed, his heart racing, desperate to alleviate Yun Jiangxin's evident distress. The housekeeper promptly dialed the phone, the sound of beeping filling the air. Moments later, he informed Xiao Mushang that Dr. Lin had just left for a seminar in South Korea and would not return for a week. How troublesome, Xiao Mushang muttered. Prepare the car immediately. We are heading to the hospital. Yes, young master, the housekeeper replied, equally anxious, observing the grave condition of Miss Yun. Yun Jiangxin was swiftly taken to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with acute gastroenteritis. Is her condition serious? Xiao Mushang inquired of the doctor. The doctor, appearing to be in his 40s, glanced at Xiao Mushang and replied, the situation is not critical, but the young lady has a mild alcohol allergy. Why would her family allow her to consume such irritants? This is a most unhealthy habit. Xiao Mushang nodded, realizing that Yun Jiangxin had likely overindulged in alcohol earlier. Did she not know of her allergy, or was it a deliberate choice? The doctor continued, I recommend a hospital stay for further observation. The young lady will not awaken immediately. Please proceed to settle the fees. He handed Xiao Mushang a bill. As the family member exited, the doctor shook his head and sighed, lamenting the brother who only showed concern once his sister was in distress. Outside, Xiao Mushang presented the payment receipt to the housekeeper, stating, I will go check on her. Entering Yun Jiangxin's hospital room, he found her peacefully asleep, having settled into a quiet slumber. Cautiously, he took a seat on the chair beside her. Her once rosy cheeks had turned somewhat pale, and her usually bright eyes were now closed. Could it be that she truly had a boyfriend? She had not sought his approval. Xiao Mushang, who also had a younger sister, reflected on how Yun Jiangxin was a stark contrast to his own sibling, Xiao Muxiue, who was spoiled and impudent. Thus, when their grandfather had unilaterally brought Yun Jiangxin into the Xiao household, he had gained a compliant and well-behaved sister, allowing him to experience the joys of brotherhood. Resting his chin on his hand, Xiao Mushang pondered how to address the situation. She appeared so defenseless. Indeed, she had always been obedient in his presence. Was it that boy's call that had swayed her? Did he take her seriously? Was he to respect her choices? Shang, I was wrong. Jiangxin's murmured apologies broke the tranquility, waking Xiao Mushang from his reverie. Startled, he approached to tuck her in more securely, only to hear Yun Jiangxin repeatedly expressing her regrets. I should not have disobeyed, venturing to the bar at night. I feel so distressed. It seems she has realized her mistake. For only through experience can one truly comprehend what is beneficial for oneself. Xiao Mushang curved his lips into a faint smile. If that is the case, then let her navigate some experiences on her own. Though she clings to him like a child, she cannot remain in a state of perpetual dependency. Gently, Xiao Mushang pressed a kiss upon Jiang Xian's forehead, his gaze fixed intently upon her. If your decision is to depart, then when you turn back, we shall see if I will still welcome you. After a moment of contemplation, he found his actions somewhat inexplicable. What am I doing? A faint sound drew his attention. It was subtle yet caught Xiao Mushang's ear. Ah, how long have you been standing outside, steward? The steward, having reluctantly silenced his phone, was still discovered. Young master. He entered the room with a tremor. If I didn't summon you, did you intend to remain outside indefinitely? Well, the steward had long wished to enter, but upon witnessing the poignant scene through the crack of the door, he hesitated to intrude. Alas, if the young master were to learn that he had overheard everything, one could only imagine the consequences. How unfortunate for him! yet he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Chapter 31. Visiting the sick young master. After settling the expenses, I proceeded to consult the attending physician regarding Miss Yun's condition. Upon my arrival, the dimmed lighting cast a soft glow, causing Xiao Mashang to overlook the butler's evident discomfort, thus allowing the butler to indulge in a moment of misplaced hope. As the night wore on, Xiao Mashang returned home, entrusting the butler with supervision. Consequently, when Jiang Xin awoke the following day, she found herself alone on the hospital bed. Indeed, her disobedience in venturing out the previous night had seemingly earned her the disdain of Shang Shang, leaving her feeling abandoned. At that moment, a nurse entered to conduct her rounds, and seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xin inquired, "Where am I?" As she spoke, she realized her throat was parched, and articulating her words fell as though it was tearing at her throat. "Ah, you are at Baijiang General Hospital," the nurse replied, measuring Jiang Xin's temperature. "Your fever has subsided. Please rest well, and remember to drink plenty of water." Jiang Xin nodded and turned her gaze to the bedside cabinet, where her mobile phone lay. Who could possibly be calling her? Suddenly, the phone buzzed with incoming calls, igniting her anticipation. Unable to answer due to the fore in her arm and her lack of strength, Jiang Xin requested the nurse's assistance in answering the call. It was Wang Mengqi on the line. The nurse answered, "Hello. Is this Jiang Xin?" Wang Mengqi asked, puzzled. "Yesterday, I heard from Lin Lijiang that Jiang Xin had returned home, and I didn't want to disturb her so late. However, she seems to have forgotten her handbag." Understanding Jiang Xin's situation, the nurse responded, "Oh, Miss Jiang Xin is currently in the VIP ward of Baijiang General Hospital." "A ward?" Wang Mengqi exclaimed in surprise. "How'd she end up in the hospital? Wasn't she fine yesterday? Could it be from that bizarre drink she had?" As the nurse listened to the ongoing speculation, she interjected, "I apologize, but I must continue my rounds. Is there anything you would like me to convey?" "Oh, understood. Please tell Yun Jiangxin that we will visit her shortly," Wang Mengqi replied. The nurse returned the phone to its place and informed Jiang Xin. "Your friends said they would come to see you soon." Shortly after the nurse departed, Jiang Xin noticed the butler entering with breakfast. "Butler?" Jiang Xin's voice was tinged with excitement. "Miss, it is I," the butler replied, first pouring a cup of water for her. After last night, he had learned how to care for Yun Jiangxin properly. After all, attentive care could never go amiss. "You seem quite excited to see me, Mississippi. Are you hungry? I have ordered the best breakfast in Baijiang for you." A smile brightened Jiang Xin's mood. The butler's personal attention was a testament to Shang Shang's concern for her. "And Shang Shang, the young master has instructed me to look after you. Please, enjoy your meal first." Given that she had been the cause of her own troubles, Jiang Xin felt hesitant to speak up, contenting herself with the meal. After she finished a bag of saline, the hospital room door swung open unexpectedly. "Hi, Ziang Xin," Jiang Xingying exclaimed as she bounded in. "You were actually hospitalized." Following her were Wang Mengqi, Lin Lijiang, and the perpetually stoic Jun Jin. "You all, what brings you here?" Jiang Xin asked, astonished. "Of course, we are the best of friends," Wang Mengqi jested. Xianing slept like the dead. I had to drag her from the covers. She then pointed at Lin Lijiang and the other gentleman. "They are our drivers." Lin Lijiang offered a somewhat awkward smile, the undertone of apology in his expression known only to himself. "Jiang Xin, these flowers are for you. Do you like them?" Lin Lijiang gently took the lilies from Jun Jin's hands and placed them on Jiang Xin's bedside. "I adore them. They are truly beautiful," Jiang Xin responded, inviting everyone to feel at ease. At that moment, the butler discreetly exited, leaving just a few of them to converse. "Oh, I'll be discharged this afternoon. It's nothing serious. I'm so pleased that you all care for me." Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin reflected on her initial self-pity upon waking, now feeling a sense of relief. "Jiang Xin, do you know how you ended up in the hospital?" Lin Lijiang inquired. "Well, I would rather not discuss it. It was my own lack of cleverness that led to offending someone, and naturally they sought revenge," she replied, not wishing to delve into the matter further, as she valued her friendships. However, she resolved that should a similar situation arise, she would not allow herself to be bullied again. Chapter 32. The meeting. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat dull, Jiang Xining took out the script hidden in her bag and suggested, "Since we have some spare time, let's discuss this." Lin Lijiang cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Xining, thinking, really? Jiang Xin is still a patient. Jiang Xin, however, merely listened, as she understood little of the matter at hand. Noting that everyone continued to disregard her, Jiang Xining pressed on, "Time is of the essence. In just a week, we will have a rehearsal at school, and we have yet to finalize the plot. Can you not feel the urgency? Is it really that rushed?" Wang Mengqi exclaimed. Yes, I'm just here to listen," Jiang Xin replied. "Xining, if there is anything you need my assistance with, please do not hesitate to let me know." Xining nodded appreciatively. Reluctantly, Lin Lijiang and the others also nodded in agreement. At Yunxiao Group, Xiao Mashang was in the top-floor conference room, attentively listening to his subordinate's project report. Soon, they would launch the newly designed smartphone, the Xion K51, marking not only an opportunity for Yunxiao to reach new heights, but also the culmination of over a year of his dedicated efforts. Thus, today's meeting held great significance. What does the planning department think regarding the launch of the Xion K51? Xiao Mashang inquired, twirling his pen and gazing intently at those present. The planning department manager immediately stood up, stating, "Mr. Xiao, I believe we should interpret the phone's brand performance through a narrative backdrop. This will create a unique realm for the Xion K51 and serve as an effective means of resonating with the public." And what about the design department? How do the design and background results align with the planning department's discussions? Xiao Mashang pressed, emphasizing the necessity of reaching a conclusion today. "Mr. Xiao, we are very confident in the appearance of the Xion K51, replied a female manager from the design department, known for her decisive approach, which earned her Xiao Mashang's admiration. The design resonates with contemporary aesthetics, and the varied colors offer a refreshing appeal suitable for different age groups. Of course, the phone's performance is paramount. I am convinced that once we launch this device, it will undoubtedly create a significant buzz. The narrative surrounding the phone will only enhance its allure, spreading widely among the populace." Indeed, Xiao Mashang acknowledged, already aware of these factors. The functionalities of the Xion K51 are cutting edge. As long as we execute the marketing effectively, subsequent issues will not pose a challenge. "Mr. Xiao, what we currently require is a celebrity with sufficient charisma to captivate the public's attention and propel the Xion K51's development," suggested Li Xian from the advertising department. "What are your thoughts?" Li Xian pondered for a moment and remarked, "The simplest approach would be to seek out recently popular stars, such as Liu Tianxin. However, enlisting her for a short video would undoubtedly entail significant financial expenditure, not to mention the subsequent activities in which she would need to participate. Unless we could secure an exclusive contract with her, which seems implausible upon reflection. Of course, our company could also nurture new talent, but that would require considerable effort and resources. Nevertheless, given our company's plans for expansion post-New Year, aiming to dominate the domestic electronics market, it is imperative that we cultivate self-sufficiency." Li Xian continued to articulate her thoughts passionately. This strategy not only invigorates our advertising department, but also represents a significant step for Yunxiao in its pursuit of international markets. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed necessary. Under the leadership of Xiao Mushang, Yunxiao has reached unprecedented heights and should not rely on merely one or two stars. Instead, it requires a cohesive team to better promote the conglomerate. The enigmatic allure of Yunxiao deserves a dazzling debut on television, and this Xion K51 presents an excellent opportunity. "Mr. Xiao, we could also consider signing one or two trending female artists to establish a presence at Yunxiao," someone suggested. Indeed, it is essential for Yunxiao to assemble a team. Those with foresight will surely join us. How could Liu Tianxin's signing agency possibly compare to Yunxiao? However, it is rumored that Liu Tianxin's contract has yet to expire, and she is currently at the peak of her career. If she wishes to switch agencies, the penalty for breach of contract would be exorbitant. Chapter 33. The meeting in a lively exchange of opinions, Xiao Mushin observed the collective concern surrounding Liu Tianxin. Was she truly the sole reliance of Yunxiao? Xiaozong, what is your perspective? An astute individual quickly noticed Xiaomushin's somber demeanor and inquired. At that moment, the entire conference room fell into silence, as the ultimate decision rested in Xiaomushin's hands. Indeed, the importance of promotion should not be overlooked. The advertising department ought to expand its scope. Therefore, the film and television project will fall under the purview of the advertising department, with Liuyan assuming full responsibility for the recruitment of newcomers. The design department will also be involved in this matter, and I expect the newcomer information to be ready by next Monday, within 2 weeks. As for signing popular artists, the planning department will first conduct a survey report. There is no rush on this. Let us begin by thoroughly summarizing the content of the Xion K51 story. By evening, Xiaomushin concluded the meeting and, upon exiting the company, received a call from the housekeeper, informing him that the young lady had been safely returned home. After taking a few steps, he found himself back at his office. At the Xia family residence. "Miss, these are your classmates." Li Sa joyfully greeted them, having been quite worried since the young lady's fainting incident yesterday. "Yes, Li Sa, please bring out my favorite sweet soup." Jiang Xin et Golim, Jiang Xining, and the others were astonished by the imposing structure before them. "Jiang Xian, you are quite wealthy. Who would have thought there would be such a grand building in this secluded area?" They had not anticipated this when driving in. "Indeed, Jiang Xian, doesn't that mean your school is quite far? Why don't you stay in the dorms with us?" Wang Mengqi added. Lin Lijiong appeared puzzled, as he too was unaware of this place. Yin Jiangxin was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Only Jun Jin remained silent, reflecting on how extraordinary Yun Jiangxin truly was. Yet, each time Jiang Xian inadvertently revealed a hint of her true self, he had assumed they were of the same ilk. However, for him now, these matters bore no significance, nor did they pertain to him. What he desired, he would strive to obtain through his own efforts. Yin Jiangxin summoned everyone to her room, where a small sofa awaited in her bedroom. As they sipped the sweet soup that Li Sa had prepared, they engaged in discussions. "Hai, Jiang Xin Sudeli Zigang, Xin Ning." What was the script content discussed at the hospital? Can you elaborate? Now, Lin Lijiong and the rest can organize the text accordingly. But Jun Jin types the fastest, so we'll rely on him. Lin Lijiong chuckled. Jun Jin nodded, turning to Jiang Xian and asking, "Jiang Xian, where is your computer? Bring it here." "Oh, understood. I'll have a housekeeper fetch it," Jiang Xian replied, hurrying to the phone to call the housekeeper and explain the situation. Turning back, she announced, "All set." Jiang Xining giggled. "You're impressive. Just one phone call to the trick. But you've assigned us tasks. What will you be doing?" "All right. I was just thinking about the costumes. We need outfits for our performance. What shall we do?" Jiang Xian pondered, her eyes darting. "Fortunately, I happen to know a costume designer. Indeed, I nearly forgot. However, it suffices to rent the costumes. Although they may not fit perfectly, the cost of purchasing them is exorbitant," Wang Mengqi remarked. Though Lin Lijiong's family is affluent, such productions are indeed costly. Yet, our primary aim is to participate in the inter-school competition, which will undoubtedly serve us in the future. Jiang Xian gazed at them innocently, wishing to provide Chun Yao with an opportunity. She cannot remain perpetually shadowing Li Sa, as that would stifle her talent. Nonetheless, it is evident that Jiang Xian possesses little understanding of financial matters. In a moment of silence, Jun Jin interjected, stating that the issue of costumes is secondary. Our immediate focus should be on printing the script and ensuring that the students are well prepared for rehearsals. Addressing Jiang Xian, he added, "If the film we produce is to rival the quality seen on television, it will necessitate a considerable financial investment. We are merely students embarking on our inaugural production, unless we secure investors for this unprofitable venture." Lin Lijiong concurred, saying, "Indeed, we are akin to children playing house. Such endeavors are only feasible within the confines of our school. If it were akin to the entertainment industry, I'd have an Oscar at home, but alas, it is not so." Jiang Xining turned to Lin Lijiong and inquired, "Is your father agreeable to this?" Lin Lijiong rolled his eyes, silently questioning, "What do you think?" His father is quite shrewd. Observing Jiang Xian's demeanor deflating under their discourse, Jun Jin offered reassurance. "Unless we find an investor, who knows? We might even have the opportunity to engage with the true brilliance of the silver screen. Chapter 34. Discussion upon hearing Junjin's words. The once despondent Jiang Xin found renewed vigor within herself. How wonderful! This was the first event she had participated in since her arrival, and she was determined to devote herself wholeheartedly. The butler brought in a computer, while the innovative storytelling unfolded, with Meng Qi and Lin Li adding their contributions, and Junjin handling the writing solo. As dusk settled, Jiang Xin instructed the butler to escort everyone home, and then she called for Sister Li. Sister Li? Where's Chunyao? Miss, do you need her for something? Sister Li inquired, noticing Jiang Xin nodding. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Chunyao found a job a few days ago, and she may have to work late today. Oh, that's fine. Please let Chunyao know that I have something to discuss with her, and she can call me when she is free. Understood, Mississippi. With a moment of leisure, Jiang Xin took out the substantial script that Junjin had just completed. The title was Su Xiao Xiao Sues for Love. Due to financial constraints, they could not innovate in costumes and makeup, so they focused their efforts on the script content. Life is unpredictable. Gatherings and partings are dictated by fate. Fate is ordained by heaven, while bonds are forged by humanity. How will the new version of Su Xiao Xiao fight for her love? In her struggle for affection, will she ultimately achieve her heart's desire, or will they part ways? Wow, this is quite captivating. Jiang Xin thought the premise had great promotional potential. She had researched Su Xiao Xiao's life story. Heartbroken due to love, she succumbed to illness and passed away at 19. How tragic. The script narrated, during the Southern Qi period, the renowned courtesan Su Xiao Xiao, gifted in poetry and painting, met the son of the prime minister, Wan Yu. They shared an intensely romantic period, pledging their love beneath the pines of Xiling. Yet the Ruan family would not acknowledge their union, forcing Ruan Yu to break his promise. Meng Long, the inspector of the upper river, had long admired her reputation and summoned her 3 times. Undeterred by power, Su Xiao Xiao stood her ground against him. Later, while wandering in the Shuishan Mountains, she encountered a destitute scholar, Bao Run, and generously offered him silver, enabling him to achieve academic success. Years later, Su Xiao Xiao was invited to meet Ruan Yu at the Broken Bridge, where he expressed his willingness to take her as a concubine. Betrayed by his affections, Su Xiao Xiao could not forget this profound love. Perhaps this was the prime minister's intent. Su Xiao Xiao resolved to sue, determined to reclaim her beloved. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Xin was filled with curiosity, yet the story seemed to have no further developments. What will be the outcome of the lawsuit? However, with someone as inventive as Xin Yang, the conclusion would likely be unexpected. Jiang Xin sat alone on the plush carpet, contemplating the script's intricate details, completely unaware that someone behind her was also perusing its contents. Did you write this? Jiang Xin turned around, huh? She saw Xiao Mushang's enlarged face calmly observing her computer. Xiao Mushang shrugged, looking at Jiang Xin with intrigue. He had initially planned to finish his work early and return home, but Jiang Xion's surprise at seeing him caught him off guard. Jiang Xion shook her head. It's not me. This is a plot designed by Xin Yang for a film competition at school. I am merely assisting. A film competition? Yes. If we succeed, we could compete with other schools. Jiang Xion, with a sense of offering a treasure, addressed Xiao Mushang. By the way, Shang, what do you think of this script? I am eagerly anticipating your thoughts. Her eyes sparkled with expectation. But it's not even finished yet, Xiao Mushang replied, straightening up and disregarding her inquiry. Besides, it's not your work, so why the urgency? Though it is not my writing, I am still a part of it. Jiang Xian replied hastily, of course. I must show concern. Shang, why don't you come to watch on the day of the competition? Would you? Seeing that Xiao Mushang had already ascended the stairs without declining her invitation, she felt elated. However, this also meant she would become even more enslaved to the process. What could she possibly do to enhance the quality of the work? As the phone buzzed incessantly, Jean Yiming dried his dripping hair and picked up the long ringing call. The caller ID read, "Sweetheart." "Hello," Jean Yiming answered. A familiar voice echoed on the other end, though it lacked warmth. "What are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer?" Chapter 35. The best of what cannot be obtained. It has been quite some time since you last called me. Jean Yiming's voice was low and somber, lacking the usual playful tone. Yiming, given your elevated status, what could I possibly do for you? Upon hearing his tone, the other party was visibly taken aback. Please do not say such things. I have always regarded you as my friend. Lu Tianxin gritted her teeth, unable to endure any longer. She had chosen another and cast him aside. To her, his feelings were utterly worthless, yet he foolishly awaited her return. What was he still hoping for? After years, he received a call from her, yet he wished not to harbor any expectations. What do you wish to discuss with me? His cold voice traversed the telephone line. Lu Tianxin was aware that she had caused Yiming pain, yet who knew the depths of her own suffering? She had chosen Zia Shang, only to find herself unable to be with him. Now, all she desired was to return. Yiming, will you help me? Zia Shang, you wish to return to his side, do you not? Has your heart truly not changed? Jean Yiming scoffed. You have seen his glamorous departure once more, have you not? You should have known he was a rising star. Lu Tianxin was left speechless. Who could blame her for leaving when he needed her most? Now, even her call went unanswered. Yiming, I know you still care about me. Is my concern merely something for you to trample upon? Lu Tianxin clutched her phone, at a loss for words. Indeed, she owed Yiming the most, yet she was unwilling to relinquish Zia Shang. She had never truly possessed him. What one cannot obtain is eternally the best. Lu Tianxin wiped away her tears. Very well, I shall hang up for now and call you later. Beep, beep, beep. As she gazed at the disconnected call, Jean Yiming pondered, did she cry? On the set, Lu Tianxin handed her phone to her assistant and approached the director. Director, let's begin. I am ready. Seeing Lu Tianxin with tearful eyes, the director remarked, truly, a talented star can evoke emotions so swiftly. Just moments ago, she was laughing. All right, prepare for the next scene. Action, let us shoot. After a scene, the director approached Lu Tianxin, praising her. You have improved. Your performance was quite on point. Lu Tianxin smiled through her reddened eyes. With no NGs, the filming wrapped up early, allowing everyone to head home. The following day, when Jiang Xian awoke, she discovered that Zia Shang had yet to leave for the office. Oh, Shang, are you not going to work today? Jiang Xian felt as though she had heard the most delightful sound in the world. Though his tone was somewhat peculiar, it was easily overlooked. What mattered was that Shang could finally spend the day with her. Wow, that is wonderful. Are you truly happy? Indeed, Jiang Xian replied. Today I wish to visit my grandmother. Will you accompany me? Seeing the eager look in Jiang Xian's eyes, Zia Shang resolutely stated, No, I shall not go. Huh? What a bore. Since you have nothing to do today, why not go out? By the way, Jiang Xian suddenly remembered something and inquired. It has been ages since I last saw Xiao Shang. Do you know where he has gone? Who says he has nothing to do? He still has client meetings today. As for Xiao, having disregarded his words, he took Jiang Xian out for leisure, and naturally, he was assigned to do the arduous tasks. However, it is unnecessary to mention this, as she has already been quite bothersome on her own. Xiao, indeed. Where has he gone? Xiao Mushang set down the newspaper and asked Jiang Xian, when was the last time you saw him? Jiang Xin Bunde, thinking she shouldn't implicate Xiao, and scratched her head, desperately trying to recall. I forgot. It is hardly surprising that you cannot remember, thought Xiao Mushang. So, will you take me to visit Grandma or not? Jiang Xian asked wearily. Noticing his indifference, she had no choice but to reveal her trump card. Chapter 36. A visit to grandmother. Is it all right? Is it all right? Is it all right? Could you perhaps express your wishes differently? Xia Mushang remarked, finding her pouting charming, yet somewhat exasperating. No, it must be once Shang has agreed, she insisted. With a sigh, Xia Mushang relented. Very well. Let the butler take you. No, Jiang Xian shook her head, uttering a single word. Before long, Jiang Xian found herself seated in Xia Mushang's car, humming a tune. As the driver, Xia Mushang agreed only to ensure Jiang Xian reached the Yun family safely, after which he could conveniently attend to a contract discussion. Since taking over Yunxiao, he had yet to enjoy such a leisurely drive. His days were consumed with managing the company, striving for performance, and dedicating sleepless nights to various projects. Rarely did he find spare time, and when he did, It was often spent reviewing the profiles of lower-level employees to better understand Yunxiao, which in turn helped him cultivate an excellent team to support such a vast enterprise. However, gazing at Jiang Xian in the passenger seat, her smile radiating joy, he thought it might be time to relax for a moment. What's wrong? Jiang Xian continued to hum her melody until she noticed Xiamu Shang's car had suddenly stalled by the roadside. Wait a moment, Xiamu Shang said as he stepped out to dash into a nearby store. A short while later, he emerged carrying several bags, prompting a bemused expression from Jiang Xian. Xiamu Shang opened the car engine and declared, "Let us go." Hee hee, Shang, you are so considerate. Jiang Xian's home was nestled in an affluent neighborhood, a modest villa surrounded by elegant scenery. Xiamu Shang dropped her off at the entrance before maneuvering the car to turn around. Goodbye, Shang. Remember to pick me up tonight. Jiang Xian greeted the security guard while clutching the bags of gifts and made her way into the villa. Passing through a small garden, she inhaled deeply only to spot her grandmother watering plants with a watering can. Grandmother. Inside, Yun Mengshi, who had initially planned to enjoy a cup of tea in her room, overheard Jiang Xian's voice while passing the reception area and curiously stepped out. Jiang Xin, what brings you here? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I'm here to visit grandmother, Jiang Xian replied, handing the gifts she carried to Yun Mengshi. Since you're free, could you help me take these inside? I'll assist grandmother. With a playful pat, Jiang Xian headed toward her grandmother. Grandmother, I'm here to help. Oh, Xian heir is back. Yun Mengshi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of her favorite granddaughter. Yun Mengshi dismissively tossed aside what she had in her hands and approached Jiang Xian, insisting, No, you shouldn't water the plants. Why not? You're the one being unreasonable. Could you please step aside? Jiang Xian wondered why her step-aunt always seemed to pick fights with her. Observing the unreasonable behavior of Meng Shi, the grandmother interjected gently. Meng Shi, that's not right. Step aside and let Xian heir water the saplings. Why are you siding with Jiang Xian? Yun Mengshi retorted, unwilling to concede. She is also your granddaughter, even if not by blood. She has lived here for so long. Grandmother merely wishes for the two of you to coexist harmoniously, you know, she said earnestly. Upon witnessing this situation, Yun Mengshi felt it futile to persist and decided to step aside. However, seeing Yun Jiangxin's smug expression stirred discontent within her. I heard, Jiangxin, that you are also participating in the school-organized film competition, Yun Mengshi remarked playfully, fully aware of Jiangxin's lack of talent in acting since childhood. I hope you won't be eliminated before the inter-school competition. I am genuinely looking forward to seeing you on screen. Oh, that's fine, Jiangxin replied nonchalantly. But it's not easy to be seen. Our work will soon be uploaded to the Binhuang School's website. You can search for it yourself then. Jiangxin, do you truly not understand? Yun Mengshi leaned closer to Jiangxin's ear and whispered, to consider you my rival is quite an elevation. Haha, but I have never regarded you as a rival, Mengshi. Jiangxin retorted. Chapter 37. Halfway through a seemingly innocuous remark from Jiang Xian left Yun Mengshi feeling a knot of frustration in her heart, prompting her to turn and depart. Observing Jiang Xian tending to the flowers with a serious demeanor, Grandma inquired, Xian, how have you been during your stay at the Shao residence? Quite well. Jiang Xin Zipli, giving Grandma a sense of relief. It appeared that Xian had not suffered any indignities. Grandma mused that it would indeed be pleasant if the two could be together. Her previous concerns about Xian's timid nature adapting to the environment seemed unfounded, as she had noticeably grown more cheerful. Xian, Grandma said, taking her hand, if you ever face any troubles out there, do not hesitate to inform me. I stand firmly by your side. Jiang Xian felt a surge of emotion from her grandmother's words. With Yun Minghai and his wife absent, lunch consisted solely of Grandma, Yun Mengshi, and Jiang Xian. During the meal, Yun Mengshi remained silent, only joining them out of respect for Grandma, as she held the utmost authority in their household. After dining, everyone retreated to their respective pursuits. Grandma went for her afternoon nap, while Jiang Xian returned to her room to play on her phone. A message chimed in the WeChat group. Jiang Xining. Haha, I finally completed the script. Oh, ha. Wang Mingqi. Are you serious? Lin Li Jiang quickly followed up. What is the ending like? Jiang Xian nodded in agreement, feeling a swell of curiosity. Jiang Xian, Xining, how is it? I'm eager to know. Yun. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xian saw Xining excitedly send a voice message. Hey, Junjin, can't you muster a little curiosity? What kind of expression is that? Once Xining finished speaking, a few seconds passed before Junjin finally replied. All right, go on. A flurry of crows flew past, adding a whimsical touch to the moment. Strangely, Xining did not seem angered. She typed, Tomorrow, we'll gather in the classroom. I'll hand out scripts for rehearsal. Jiang Xining, feeling a mix of irritation and determination, pressed the enter key, reminding herself to endure, as Junjin's naturally captivating visage was too fitting for the role of Ruan Yu, embodying the essence of cold-heartedness and indifference. Now is not the time for grievances. And she consoled herself. Given their shared sisterhood, Jiang Xian embraced her phone, savoring the conclusion of the script crafted by Jiang Xining. In the narrative, Su Xiaoxiao, buoyed by the support of Jiang Shijun and Gao Ren from high school, expressed her heartfelt grievances to the reigning emperor. Moved by her talent, he resolved to publicly adjudicate the matter, summoning the prime minister and his son. The prime minister vehemently denied any allegations, and Ruan Yu, who had previously wavered between love and ambition, swiftly severed ties with Su Xiaoxiao. Once brimming with confidence, Xiaoxiao was now heartbroken upon hearing such harsh words. Nevertheless, she resolutely appealed to the emperor, insisting on summoning all ministers, vowing to fight for her romance until the very last moment. But how could the conclusion be only halfway through? Amidst the intricate twists and turns, Jiang Xian found herself in a state of great perplexity. What was most infuriating was that she had only managed to read half of the content, and there was no continuation in sight. To her dismay, she stumbled upon a comment from Jiang Xining stating, If you wish to continue reading, come find me in person, accompanied by a broad, smiley face. Stepping out of the villa, Jiang Xian observed the entire estate enveloped in silence, save for the diligent housekeeper who was still occupied with her tasks. Thus, she discreetly informed her grandmother of her departure, noting that she would return later in the evening regardless, rendering the timing of her exit inconsequential, especially given the monotony of her surroundings. No sooner had her heels departed from the threshold of the Yun family villa than a car approached to escort her. Is this from Shang? How curious that the driver was not the same. Mr. Xiao has instructed me to take you home first and will be picked up subsequently. Understood. Very well. However, you must first take me to another location. Chapter 38. The fiancé, on the way to Binhuang. Jiang Xian was still pondering how to delve into Jiang Xining's story when the driver received a phone call, stating they could not go to the school. Why? She inquired. The boss said to go to Wanting. Are you referring to Xiao Mushang? Indeed, the driver replied, slightly embarrassed for directly naming the boss. It seemed this young lady was quite exceptional. Upon a closer look through the rearview mirror, Jiang Xian was struck by how strikingly beautiful she was. Given that, should they still proceed to Binhuang to find Xining? Jiang Xin Hestita. But the driver had already turned the car around. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wanting Hotel, Jiang Xian gazed at the driver in silence. Well, who could blame her hesitation? Yet, she was still curious about what Xiao Mushang could be doing there. Just as the timing seemed perfect, Xiao Mushang emerged from the door, accompanied by 3 or 4 others, engaged in cheerful conversation. Hey, Mississippi. Before the driver could open the door, the young lady had already exited the vehicle, prompting the driver to swiftly follow suit. Xiao Zong is truly talented and youthful. You've convinced me in an instant, exclaimed a Mediterranean gentleman, grasping Xiao Mushang's hand. Daddy, a girl in a white dress chimed in, linking her arm with the Mediterranean man's. Yes. The Mediterranean man seemed to awaken, adding, Xiao Zong, look, this is my daughter, just graduated from university. She came along today specifically to seek your guidance. After all those words, he merely wanted Xiao Mushang to utter a few sentences, yet Xiao Mushang appeared disinclined to speak. At that moment, the girl bashfully asked, Xiao Zong, may I work at Yunxiao? Shang. Jiang Xian's untimely call interrupted them. The Mediterranean man glared at Jiang Xian, who had rushed to Xiao Mushang's side. How dare this person interrupt his daughter's speech at such a crucial moment of congeniality? However, Xiao Mushang seemed unperturbed, as the negotiations had already been settled. He gently tidied Jiang Xian's tousled hair and inadvertently caught sight of the seemingly neglected daughter of a certain magnate. Nonetheless, Jiang Xian's arrival was indeed timely. "This is my fiancée," Xiao Mushang introduced Jiang Xian. "These are indispensable leaders in the business realm. This young lady is the daughter of Mr. Jin, the city's foremost banker." Xiao Mushang donned a businesslike smile, stating, "Miss Jin, if you wish to join Yunxiao for training, you may register with the HR department. Should you pass the interview, it will reflect your capabilities." "Shang, have you completed your work today?" Jiang Xian interjected, noticing the conversation had dwindled. The Mediterranean Mr. Jin, upon hearing that Xiao Mushang had a fiancée, found himself at a loss for words. Seeing Xiao Mushang and his fiancée preparing to leave, he refrained from obstructing them. Observing his daughter's reluctant gaze, he resolved to swiftly dissuade Xiao Mushang from any further thoughts. As a distinguished banker, he would not subject his daughter to such indignities. In the car, Jiang Xian gazed at Xiao Mushang with admiration. Shang, you're so impressive." Xiao Mushang raised an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed. "Indeed," Jiang Xian remarked, "are those individuals truly affluent?" With a thoughtful hum, she pondered whether they might be persuaded to part with a fraction of their wealth. Suddenly, she recalled Jun Jin's words, "With investment, success is assured." Thus, when Xiao Mushang made introductions, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Mushang, perplexed, observed her fervor directed toward someone he deemed less financially impressive than himself. "What is it that you wish to pursue?" he inquired. "I want to... Oh dear, I can't divulge that to Mushang, for it would spoil the surprise." "You needn't concern yourself with it," Jiang Xian replied, stepping away from Xiao Mushang's side while murmuring to herself, "But how can I convince those individuals? Today marks our first encounter." In truth, Xiao Mushang found little interest in Jiang Xian's youthful whims, and both retreated into their own thoughts as they journeyed homeward. Jiang Xian completely forgot her intention to seek out Jiang Xining, and by the time evening arrived and she remembered, it was too late to venture out. Curse this confounded curfew. Chapter 39. The protagonist early the next morning, Yun Jiangxin departed from the Xiao household and made her way to school. Upon entering the classroom, she found a throng of students huddled together, but her gaze was immediately drawn to Jiang Xining. "Hey, Xining, I'm here," Jiang Xin called out. Jiang Xining mechanically turned her head. "You've only just arrived? What?" Jiang Xin was perplexed. "Is something the matter?" Of course, Lin Lijiang interjected, breaking away from the crowd to speak before Jiang Xining could respond. "Your ending is so ridiculous that it has utterly diminished my interest." At that moment, Jiang Xin noticed that everyone held a manuscript in hand, engrossed in reading. "Is it really that unappealing? Xining, have you finished it?" At the entrance, Wang Mingqi attempted to sneak into the classroom, but was swiftly apprehended by the watchful Jiang Xining. "Hey, Xining," Mingqi greeted with a smile, but sensing Xining's demeanor, she realized it was futile to feign ignorance and confessed. "But Xining, your writing is rather kitsch. You only sent me half of the ending, come on." Even that half was a struggle to get through. Mengqi's commentary continued unabated, her words causing Jiang Xining's expression to darken. I just finished reading it." Wang Mingqi added. "See, I told you," Lin Lijiang said unabashedly. "Finally, someone has spoken the truth." Nevertheless, Jiang Xin expressed her curiosity about what transpired next. "Xining, I wish to read the continuation of your story." "Seriously?" Both Mingqi and Lin Lijiang exhibited incredulous expressions. "Haven't we all grown tired of such narratives?" At last, Xining regained some composure. "Really?" Jiang Xin nodded affirmatively, as she had never encountered a story quite like it. She found it uniquely compelling and admired Su Xiaoxiao as bravery, a quality she questioned if she herself could embody. Upon sharing her thoughts with Xining, the latter, in a moment of excitement, entrusted the role of the protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, to Yun Jiangxin. "Are you serious? But I know nothing about acting." "That's all right. What I seek is your trust and agreement," Jiang Xining stated earnestly. Thus, Yun Jiangxin effortlessly assumed the identity of the protagonist. When the roles were announced, Lin Lijiong became frantic. Why am I not the male lead? Jiang Xining replied nonchalantly. Didn't you say you weren't fond of the story? Before Lin Lijiong could retort, she continued reading the arranged list. What can I say to her? Lin Lijiong thought, knowing full well that Jiang Xining bore a grudge against him, and perhaps he should bribe her instead. Having secured her role, Jiang Xin settled contentedly in her seat to read the latter half of the ending. After Su Xiaoxiao uttered her lines, she departed the palace with Meng Lang and others. As they walked, Ruan Yu attempted to pull Su Xiaoxiao aside, urging her to leave the capital. Having lost love due to her affections, this time she sought to reclaim her dignity in love. Although she might not receive a response from Ruan Yu, she wished for everyone to acknowledge that her love had once existed, marking the end of her sacrifices and putting an end to the rumors and slanders associated with the prime minister. 3 days later, Su Xiaoxiao and Ruan Yu stood together in the courtroom, where the presence of the emperor rendered the prime minister and others hesitant to act recklessly. Su Xiaoxiao retrieved all the items that Ruan Yu had once eaten, used, or gifted to her. Although Ruan Yu had betrayed her, these redundant possessions now served merely as tokens of love. In the end, Su Xiaoxiao ultimately gained Ruan Yu's acknowledgement, disregarding the opposition from the prime minister, and sought to reclaim Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao simply uttered, "I'm sorry." When Jiang Xian yearned to continue reading, the narrative abruptly ceased. Xianing sought out Jiang Xining and inquired why the story had come to an end, what would happen to Su Xiaoxiao, and why she did not agree to Ruan Yu's advances. "Oh dear, Jiang Xian, your dramatic flair surpasses even mine. Indeed, one cannot trust your judgment." Jiang Xining began to doubt whether her script was truly as dismal as it seemed. However, this might be a blessing in disguise, as it would allow Jiang Xian to more fully embody her character. Noticing that time was drawing near, Jiang Xining addressed the microphone, announcing, "Classmates, we are about to commence rehearsals, so we must quickly memorize our lines." Chapter 40. Dinner invitation. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Lijiong suddenly emerged from an unknown corner, pulling Jiang Xining off the podium before hastily exiting the classroom. Jiang Xining barely managed to utter her final remark, inviting everyone to reflect on their own. Once they reached the bottom of the teaching building, Jiang Xining shook off Lin Lijiong's grasp and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Lijiong covered his ears. "Could you be a bit gentler? I merely wish to take you out for a meal." "A meal?" Jiang Xining was taken aback. "Are you treating me?" "Indeed. Let us hurry. I might change my mind soon." Observing Lin Lijiong confidently striding ahead, Jiang Xining felt a twinge of frustration. Had this fellow suffered a blow to the head, prompting him to treat her to dinner? Well, if he dared to play tricks on her, she would ensure he never invited her again. Lin Lijiong sensed Jiang Xining had caught up and felt a surge of delight. His first step was a success. Wang Mengqi noticed Jiang Xian sitting alone in the classroom and approached her, calling out, "Jiang Xian, aren't you going to eat?" Everyone else has left. With most classmates having departed, Jiang Xian pondered for a moment. If she had no classes in the afternoon, she would attend to more pressing matters. "Mengqi, I have something to do this afternoon. You go ahead without me." "What is it? Aren't you rehearsing the script?" Jiang Xian squinted and smiled. "I'm off to seek someone willing to invest in us." "Hey, Mengqi, come with me." Jiang Xian thought that having an extra person might increase their chances of success. Mengqi was speechless. How could they find someone like that? It wasn't as if everyone was making money. "Oh dear, Mengqi, I must leave now or I will be late." Jiang Xian gathered her belongings. "All right, I'll head to lunch then. Goodbye." Xiao Mashang, having finished the last report, glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. The girl should be arriving soon. Jiang Xian waited by the roadside, glancing left and right, yet her car was nowhere in sight. It was her first time taking a cab. She had even requested change from Aunt Lee that morning and confirmed the route. Now, all she needed was for the car to arrive. At times, she truly found the world fascinating. The inventors of such things were remarkable. If she ever met someone like that, she would surely follow them and admire them wholeheartedly. Thus, by the time Jiang Xian arrived at the entrance of Yunxiao, an hour had already passed. Picking up her phone, she dialed, saying, "Hello, Shang, I have arrived." After cheerfully hanging up, Jiang Xian quickly located the restaurant that Xiao Mushang had mentioned. Xiao Mushang also experienced the anticipation of waiting for someone to share a meal with. It had been over half an hour by the time that individual finally appeared. "Hey, I'm here. I couldn't wait for the car," Jiang Xian complained as she settled into her seat. Xiao Mushang pushed a glass of juice toward Jiang Xian, inquiring, "Did you take the bus here?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Xian took a large sip of juice and nodded. She hadn't mentioned that she had run a short distance before entering the restaurant, and now she felt quite parched. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Mushang ordered a large array of dishes and then turned to Jiang Xian, asking, "What would you like to discuss with me? Let us first indulge in a meal, for I am quite famished." Jiang Xian thought of the words she wished to utter before dining, pondering the consequences if Shang were to refuse her food. Thus, she decided to eat first, believing that conversation would flow more easily thereafter. After a brief while, having savored even the dessert, Jiang Xian finally gathered her thoughts and said, "Shang, yesterday you mentioned knowing many affluent individuals, correct?" Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Xiao Mushang realized that her invitation to dine was indeed centered around this matter, revealing that she was no different from others. With a hint of mockery, Xiao Mushang replied, "Do you wish to meet them?" "Yes, I am a bit concerned that you might refuse," Jiang Xian confessed. "Are you aware of my intention to seek investors? So you wish to leverage my connections to meet them?" Xiao Mushang inquired. "Precisely. Shang, you truly understand me." "Huh. So, will you agree to assist me?" Jiang Xian remained oblivious to the displeasure etched on Xiao Mushang's face. Perhaps she was simply too confident in his willingness to help her. Suddenly, Xiao Mushang rose from his seat and declared, "I believe we have finished. It is time to depart." Chapter 41. Conflict. What's wrong, Shang? Why are you suddenly unhappy? You think too highly of them. But I do not share your far-reaching aspirations, nor will I introduce you to them, for they lack the qualifications, just as you do, Xiao Mushang said, his patience wearing thin. He felt he had already shown considerable grace in his words. "What?" Jiang Xian thought she must have misheard. By the time she looked for Xiao Mushang again, he had already departed. He claimed she was unworthy, and Jiang Xian felt that perhaps she should have skipped the meal altogether. Now she felt nauseated. Once again, he had cast her aside, and she left the place with a heavy heart. Jiang Xian, unwilling to concede defeat, resolved that even without Shang, she could still forge her own path. She must not give up. Retracing her steps back to school, Jiang Xian spent the afternoon in class, memorizing her script. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Xiao Mushang commanded as he returned to his office after lunch, immediately instructing his secretary to prepare urgent materials for an afternoon meeting, which had originally been scheduled for the following day. Xiao Long entered the office, looking disheveled. "Young master, I just went to the restaurant you mentioned to find Miss Yin, but she has already left." "Left? So soon?" Xiao Mushang thought that an adult would not simply vanish. He instructed Xiao Long to continue being responsible for picking up Yin Jiang Xian from school and dismissed him. As Xiao Long exited the office, he patted his chest, relieved to escape from his unfortunate fate. He felt incredibly fortunate and silently vowed to prevent the young lady from causing any more trouble in the future. Due to Xiao Mushang's refusal, Yin Jiang Xian began to grasp the tumultuous emotions that plagued Su Xiao, the pain of unreciprocated affection, the heartache of giving one's all without a response from Wanyu. But must she surrender her dignity entirely in order to reclaim it? Even if she could not secure Shang's assistance, she would strive for her own success. Having become adept at navigating the internet, Yin Jiang Xian entered the names of the wealthy businessmen that Xiao Mushang had previously introduced to her into the search bar, quickly uncovering their addresses. The following day, seated in Xiao Long's car, a triumphant smile adorned her face. Xiao Long had arrived just in time. This way, she would not need to waste time finding directions and could instead focus on rehearsing her lines. Taking advantage of the morning's free time, Xiao Long drove under Jiang Xian's insistence to the headquarters of the city's largest gene conglomerate bank. If anyone were to be wealthy, it would undoubtedly be a bank, she thought, feeling rather clever. Her first target was Mr. Gene, with whom she had spoken just days prior. Initially planning to take the elevator directly to his office, She was met at the entrance by the receptionist, who blocked her way. "Excuse me, miss, may I ask whom you are looking for? Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired politely. I need to speak with your boss about something," Jiang Xian replied. "Perhaps you could ask him first?" Speechless, the receptionist wondered when their boss had ever allowed a meeting without an appointment. "I'm sorry, miss, but our president requires an appointment to arrange a meeting." Appointment? She was unaware of this. Xiao Long had gone to park the car and had not informed her beforehand. Wait, Jiang Xian suddenly conceived an ingenious idea. Little Long, in a dismal predicament, had parked his car only to find himself ensnared by the lady's grasp. Alas, fortunately, he had not made an appointment with her. If he were to avoid meeting General Jean, the young master might not hold it against him too severely. As for the lady, he would simply claim to have forgotten. However, when Little Long arrived at the company's entrance, he discovered that Yun Jiangxin was nowhere to be found. He hurried to the reception desk and inquired, "Excuse me, where has the young lady who just arrived to see your president gone?" "Oh, you must be referring to Miss Yunxia, the sister of President Xia," replied the receptionist. "Secretary Liu just took her upstairs." She gestured towards the elevator. "By the way," she added, "if it weren't for Miss Yun presenting President Xia's exclusive credit card, I would hardly have believed it." Regret washed over Little Long. He realized he should have firmly declined her request initially to prevent such an occurrence. The young master had specifically instructed him not to let the lady meet anyone indiscriminately. If the young master were to find out, he pondered where he might be dispatched next. Chapter 42. Conflict. Jiang Xian was escorted to the president's secretary's lounge, where she took a cup of tea and awaited the passage of time. Unbeknownst to her, time had swiftly approached the lunch hour. It was only when Xiao Long called to say he was heading to school that she realized she had been stood up. How arrogant this President Jean was, making others wait for such an extended period just to meet him. She felt an urge to drag him out herself, considering her unusual patience. Yet, she understood that such an act was beyond her power in this place. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she settled into a car. It was indeed challenging, yet giving up felt too regrettable. Therefore, despite today's lack of success, Jiang Xian resolved to persevere. Upon arriving at the school, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to her experience at Jin's company. Jiang Xining immediately whisked Jiang Xian to the usual dance practice venue. "Jiang Xian, we just need you." Jiang Xining gasped. "All right, you should have memorized your lines by now, right?" "Yeah, more or less." "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Xian noticed that Jiang Xining was drenched in sweat. "Have you been searching for me the whole time?" "It's nothing, nothing." Jiang Xining waved her hand dismissively. "Just get ready. Don't mind me." Jiang Xian approached Wang Mengqi and pointed toward Jiang Xining, expressing her confusion. Mengqi shrugged and explained, "Most of the people here are those Jiang Xining just recruited from outside, and they happen to bring you back as well." Jiang Xian understood. Everyone faced their own struggles. Why should her endeavors be devoid of challenges? Only through effort could there be a possibility of reward. An idea began to form in her mind. If she were to hastily seek investors now, it would only lead to her own exhaustion and likely yield no results, as others would not comprehend her work. As Junjin had said, opportunities arise only when one's value is recognized. Thus, what they needed to do now was promote their work. With notable highlights and favorable reviews, approaching President Jean of the Jean Corporation would become significantly easier. Perhaps, at that time, more individuals would be inclined to join their cause. As Jiang Xian pondered this, the rehearsal for the play commenced. There were 4 acts. Act 1, Love at First Sight. Act 2, The Minister's Return to Marriage. Act 3, Meeting a Kindred Spirit. And Act 4, A Legal Battle. The male lead was Junjin, and somehow, Lin Li Jiang had replaced the original servant with the character Bao Ran, who was now half of the main role. The play began with a scene of love at first sight between Su Xiaoxiao and Ruan Yu, which momentarily deflated Jiang Xian's confidence, as Junjin maintained a stoic expression, making it difficult to envision a softer demeanor. Indeed, when Jiang Xian saw Junjin approach, she recognized that he exuded a completely different aura from Ruan Yu. "Junjin, are you ready?" "Xiang xin in guit pu dao." "Ready," he replied coolly. Feeling frustrated, Jiang Xian said. Are you sure? Could you perhaps adopt a gentler expression? Must you be so aloof and arrogant? How can I fall for you like this? Indeed, the boisterous Jiang Xining, serving as a temporary director, called out, Jun Jin, what are you doing? Jun Jin himself harbored little interest in this event. He had reluctantly agreed to participate solely due to Jiang Xining's earnest entreaties and Lin Lijiang's involvement. He found himself incapable of displaying the expressions they anticipated. Unlike them, he lacked the carefree spirit to frolic without a care in the world, unburdened by responsibilities, with promising futures tied to their respective family enterprises. He had exerted considerable effort to maintain his composure, yet no one could fathom his inner turmoil. At times, he struggled to comprehend their perspectives, though he acknowledged the difficulty others faced in discerning his true self, as this was his protective faade. Junjin, can you please stop daydreaming? Jiang Xining bellowed, her exhaustion palpable. She had already exerted herself enough and now had to guide everyone as performances. She was overwhelmed, to say the least. I'm sorry, but I cannot act, Junjin replied, finding the whole affair rather tedious. Moreover, Lin Lijiang was not particularly keen on taking the lead role. He could step aside and allow someone else to take his place. Chapter 43. Persuasion. Upon concluding her remarks, Junjin departed, leaving Jiang Xining in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Xian empathized with Xining, recognizing the immense effort she had exerted to gather everyone together for the sake of their class. Junjin's action struck even her as rather capricious. Before Xining could erupt in frustration, Jiang Xian hurriedly pursued Junjin, turning back to Xining to say, Xining, let the others rehearse for now. I will fetch him back. Rest assured, I will always stand by your side. The initially disheartened Jiang Xining felt a surge of warmth upon witnessing Jiang Xian's reassuring smile, realizing that her efforts had not gone unnoticed, which brought her immense joy. At that moment, Wang Mengqi approached Xining, gently patting her shoulder, fully aware of Xining's dedication and vowing to support her unwaveringly. Jiang Xian chased Junjin until they reached the exterior of the teaching building. Junjin, could you wait a moment? She called out, finally allowing herself to speak loudly without restraint. Hearing her voice, Junjin halted, maintaining his basic gentlemanly demeanor. Jiang Xian swiftly approached him and, after a moment's contemplation, suggested, Never mind. It seems you're not in the best of spirits today. Let's find a place to sit for a while. She muttered to herself, after all, I'm not feeling particularly well either. It would be better to wait for a day when I can present my best self. Jiang Xin, unwilling to take no for an answer, pulled Junjin along while calling Jiang Xining to inform her that they would not be returning today. Heading toward a nearby ice cream shop, she ordered her favorite creamy ice and handed a cup to Junjin. As he took a spoonful, he was immediately struck by the sweetness. Is there something you wish to discuss? He inquired. Jiang Xian, finding solace in the sweetness during moments of dissatisfaction, replied, I simply want you to return and play your role as the male lead. I'm sorry, but I already withdrew, Junjin stated. Oh dear, that is quite irresponsible, Jiang Xian thought. However, Xining did not accept your withdrawal. I don't require her approval, Junjin retorted. This is voluntary, and besides, I cannot deliver the performance they expect. She is the class leader. This is my freedom, he added curtly. Jiang Xian, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, You could have rejected when Xining first approached you. Now you wish to abandon your commitment? What about her feelings? Being let down is never pleasant, and I've just experienced it myself. Junjin preferred to refrain from further discussion, as he had his own matters to attend to. I apologize, but my schedule is quite packed, he insisted. Even if you're busy, you must fulfill your commitments. After all, you are merely a student. What could possibly keep you so occupied? Jiang Xin Gao De. Since you agreed to take on the role of male lead, why back out at the last minute? Who will take your place? The role of the male lead is not one everyone can master. Indeed, they were a group of carefree children, but he was not like them. Junjin fell into contemplation, not wishing to disappoint or break his promise. As Jiang Xian observed him, she began to wonder if her words had inadvertently hurt him. Junjin rose to my feet and addressed Jiang Xian, who stood there with her mouth agape. I am aware that my departure is rather inconsiderate. Please convey my sincerest apologies to Jiang Xining on my behalf. I must take my leave now. As I attempted to evade the situation, Jiang Xian's previously extinguished ire flared up once more. Must I require another to express my contrition? Just before Junjin departed, he turned back and added, "And thank you for the ice. It was delightful, yet not quite suited for me." Ah, wait a moment, Jiang Xian pondered. Perhaps I have been rather irritable. Why am I so capricious? However, upon hearing Junjin's words, her anger began to dissipate once more. Yet, why did it seem that Junjin bore a hint of sadness? Thus, before Junjin could leave, Jiang Xian grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Let's sit for a while longer." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xian felt an overwhelming urge to prevent Junjin from departing. This version of him required solace. Noticing the subtle sorrow reflected in Junjin's eyes, Jiang Xian's tone softened. "Junjin, let us have an earnest conversation. I was rather impulsive earlier," Jiang Xian confessed. "My mood was not particularly bright." She then recounted her morning visit to the Jin family, sharing her experiences with Junjin. As Jiang Xian spoke sincerely, Junjin listened intently, for he had always been a person of earnest dedication in all his endeavors. Chapter 44. Persuasion. Jiang Xian felt a pang of regret for her earlier words, perhaps a moment of impulsiveness. However, her resolve to convince Junjin remained steadfast. "I believe you cannot simply withdraw from this. It would not only disappoint Xining, but all of us would feel let down," she expressed. Noticing Junjin's demeanor beginning to soften, leading her to believe she might finally sway him. Indeed, Junjin appeared somewhat swayed, particularly as Jiang Xian mentioned their prior agreement. Yet, he lamented, "I still fear I might disappoint everyone." While he recognized the sincerity in Jiang Xian's words regarding her morning experiences, they struck him as commonplace. He had faced similar, if not more arduous, challenges in his own life. Why was it still this way? Jiang Xin Bunde. Upon reflection, perhaps Junjin had his own burdens to bear. Based on the previous conversation with Meng Qi and Xining, could it be that Junjin, due to financial constraints at home, was compelled to work multiple jobs, leaving him with no time for school activities? Jiang Xian had long been aware that many students at Bin Huang worked during their free time, not only for self-improvement, but also for amusement, as those who were financially stable would not let such endeavors interfere with school-organized events. Thus, it seemed that Junjin was working for financial reasons. Junjin felt increasingly uncomfortable under Jiang Xian's scrutiny and awkwardly inquired, "What do you wish to say?" "I am curious. Are you in dire need of money?" Jiang Xian candidly voiced her thoughts. Huh? Indeed, her observation was astute. Yet, it was true. He lived modestly, particularly in the context of this prestigious school. This was a topic he preferred to avoid. Jiang Xian's directness left him at a loss for words. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xian innocently asked, noticing his expression darken. Had she inadvertently said something amiss? "It's nothing. There really isn't much to discuss," Junjin replied, shaking his head. "However, I must take my leave." Was it her mention of his poverty that troubled him? Jiang Xian struggled to comprehend the hardships of those less fortunate, as her own life presented no such worries. Nevertheless, she held no disdain for them. She was perceptive, recognizing that financial matters were a sensitive subject for Junjin. Yet, do you not think this school event presents a promising opportunity for growth? Jiang Xian attempted a different approach, still unsure herself, but unwilling to let Junjin depart. Even if her current assertions proved misguided, she was unwilling to concede that her efforts might yield no hope. "I have received insider information that those who excel in this event, thereby securing the rights for Bin Huang Productions, could have the chance to enter the entertainment industry," Jiang Xian stated. "Junjin, what you need now is to seize this opportunity, rather than sacrificing a more promising career for minor gains. You do not understand the entertainment industry at all," Junjin retorted, perceiving her words as the naive musings of someone unacquainted with reality. He had once ventured into that realm and was acutely aware of the arduous path it entailed. "I know that every path is fraught with challenges, yet the more one traverses, the more it becomes their own," she countered. "Is that not so?" Jiang Xian continued. "Perhaps the entertainment industry is not your chosen path. Yet one cannot deny that it presents an opportunity especially when we find ourselves at a crossroads. If it were me, I would seize it with fervor. This morning, I exerted every effort within my capacity. Do you wish to enter that realm? Jiang Xin pondered silently, yet she responded affirmatively, yes, because I am willing to try. Junjin, you can too. We can embark on this journey together. Together? Junjin lowered his gaze. They need not worry about their livelihoods. But his situation was markedly different. Once a decision was made, he would have to invest everything. He needed to contemplate this. Jiang Xin was not mistaken. The temporary jobs he was currently undertaking were not a sustainable solution. His diligent pursuit of knowledge was aimed at securing stable employment. Yet despite his earnest efforts, he faced disdain. No prominent company would consider hiring a destitute student lacking connections. Though he appeared cold and aloof on the surface, he harbored a desire to experience the same joy as his peers, to relish in the simple pleasures of daily life. After a considerable pause, Jiang Xin finally heard Junjin's response. I will consider it. Chapter 45. The Art of Performance. Although Jiang Xin felt a flicker of hope upon hearing Junjin's intention to consider, she could not shake off the sense of frustration that enveloped her. Having faced 2 disappointments in a single day, she would have typically sought solace from Shang. However, their relationship had recently taken a peculiar turn, leaving Shang seemingly indifferent to her well-being. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, she found herself devoid of any sight of Xiao Mushang, compelling her to retreat to her own room. Perhaps it is best to review the script's lines. Jiang Xin mused to herself as she set down her bag. With her mind unencumbered, she swiftly immersed herself in her character, as if she were born to perform. Ruanyu? Su Xiao replied, her voice tinged with shyness. I am but a humble girl, Su Xiao. Hee, Ruan Gongzi. Allow me to show you the unique beauty of Westlake, she continued. Filtering out the lines of others, Jiang Xin focused solely on memorizing her own. As Xiao Mushang strolled past her door, he sensed an unusual presence within the confines of Jiang Xin's room. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself drawn closer to her door, where he could distinctly hear her voice tinged with reluctance. Ruanyu, you have chosen another. Returning to me now is not the same as before, Jiang Xin lamented, striving to convey a semblance of sorrow. You have broken our promise, yet you still wish for me to follow you. Does your family approve? Have you considered my feelings? Her voice, almost choking with emotion, led Xiao Mushang to believe that she had indeed fallen for another, igniting a flicker of anger within him. How could this situation have escalated to the point of parental disapproval? Knock, 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 disregarding all else. Xiao Mushang was driven by a need to confront the other individual he suspected was present in Jiang Xin's room, prompting him to rap insistently on the door. As Jiang Xin contemplated flipping to another page of her script, she was startled by the sound of knocking. Assuming it was the housekeeper Orly saw, she called out, I don't want any milk today. I had ice cream and milk tea this afternoon, and I simply cannot eat another bite. Oblivious to Jiang Xin's true thoughts, Xiao Mushang presumed she was anxious about someone being seen in her room, prompting him to knock again. It was only when Jiang Xin reluctantly approached the door that she discovered him standing there. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Xin's face upon seeing Xiao Mushang at her door, but she quickly regained her composure. Shang, you're back. Xiao Mushang nodded and inquired, Is there someone in your room? No, oh wait. Is there someone? He pressed, his teeth clenched. Not at all. Just a slight lack of company. Jiang Xin chirped, playfully pulling Xiao Mushang into her room. Just the right moment to practice lines with you. How clever of me. Realizing the ulterior motive behind Jiang Xin's invitation when she handed him the script, Xiao Mushang found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that he had knocked on the door under the assumption that another man was in her room, only to discover that she was alone. How embarrassing that would be. It was merely a consequence of Jiang Xin's profound emotional investment. Shang, you must read all the lines except for Su Xiao's. Jiang Xin instructed, her tone earnest. You must imbue them with feeling. Only then will I truly connect with the character. Xiao Mushang glanced at the script and was surprised to find that it had already reached its conclusion, indicating a commendable efficiency. It is indeed delightful that Jiang Xin has the opportunity to portray the lead character Su Xiaoxiao. Sharing the stage with such a vibrant young actress invigorates him, dispelling any prior reservations he harbored. To his astonishment, he found himself not only at ease, but rather relishing this seemingly unproductive use of time. Shang, what are you pondering? Let us begin, Jiang Xin exclaimed, noticing Shang lost in thought while gazing at the script. With a playful smile, she encouraged him to start. Shang began reading the lines of Ruan Yu, depicting the moment when Ruan Yu first encounters Su Xiaoxiao by the West Lake. Ruan Yu, captivated by the scenery, neglects his surroundings and collides with Su Xiaoxiao. Miss, be careful. Due to the absence of props in the room, Jiang Xin instructed Shang to imagine the coffee table as the lake's edge, deliberately orchestrating a collision as he pretended to stumble into her. Just as Jiang Xin appeared to be falling into the lake, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist to prevent her from toppling over. Jiang Xin, with her head lowered, struggled to contain her laughter, finding the scene utterly comical. Chapter 46. With the assistance of Xian Maoshang, Jiang Xin appeared significantly more confident when she faced Jiang Xining the following day. To her delight, Junjin arrived even earlier than she did, indicating that their conversation from the previous day had indeed borne fruit. This only intensified her fervent desire for success. However, within a minute, Xining expressed her dissatisfaction. Hey, Junjin, since you're here, could you please change your facial expression? She exclaimed. You. Is talking to Ruan Yu that terrifying? You look utterly frightened. Yet, when Junjin acted alongside Jiang Xin, her demeanor was markedly warmer than with others. Unconsciously, she portrayed Ruan Yu's character, a blend of passion and detachment, perfectly, which seemed to meet Xining's approval. Soon, the day of the school rehearsal arrived, and with the entire student body participating, the atmosphere felt considerably more formal. At this moment, Junjin appeared more composed compared to Jiang Xin. Are you all right? Junjin asked Jiang Xin, who stood by, seemingly entranced by the performances of her classmates on stage. I believe our rehearsal will pass the school's scrutiny. I know, Jiang Xin replied. I was just contemplating how everyone here has worked hard to confidently stand on this stage. I cannot imagine if we hadn't put in that effort, would we still be able to stand here now? Thus, she resolved to have faith in herself and her team. Despite having visited several companies and investing countless hours without results, she understood that it was not yet over. Giving up was not an option. Opportunities are not merely awaited, but must be pursued. The rehearsal did not require a complete rendition of the story, so they symbolically walked through their parts, leaving a sense of suspense for the other students present. After the rehearsal, feeling that there was little left to do, Jiang Xin bid farewell to her peers and took out a note to check which company she would approach today. Yunxiao Group, she muttered. Climbing into a taxi, she dismissed Xiao Long's admonitions about her reckless behavior with a wave of her hand. It was one thing for him to refuse to assist her. It was another to hold her back. After paying the fare, Jiang Xin used her phone for navigation and swiftly located the entrance of Yunxiao Group, not needing to ask anyone for directions. After a week of practice, she felt she would never be lost again. A sense of direction is not innate but cultivated through repeated practice. The more paths one traverses, the more naturally one finds their way. Indeed, it was Yunxiao Group. As Jiang Xin stepped inside, she was greeted by the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs. She pondered whether those involved in pharmaceuticals would ever agree to fund a movie project. Zunziang Xin, Jean Yiming, having just escorted a client and heading for the elevator, was taken aback to see her, someone he had not expected to find here. Did you skip class again? How amusing. But what brings you to this place? To his surprise, upon closer inspection, it was indeed her. Hi. Just as Jiang Xin was about to inquire further, she encountered a familiar face. Upon her first visit to the Jin's Bank, she realized that without a prior appointment, one must schedule online the evening before to gain entry to a certain company. Often, larger corporations are nearly impossible to secure appointments with. Either one manages to book but is subsequently stood up, or, as in today's case, one finds themselves unexpectedly amidst such a grand organization. How did you end up here? Jean Yiming inquired. I had no classes, so I decided to take a stroll, Jiang Xin replied, a smile gracing her lips. Is that so? Jean Yiming remarked. What a coincidence that you happened to wander into my family's company. Your family, yes? Ziang sin etglim astonits. Such a massive corporation? As she spun in disbelief in the foyer, it dawned on her that only the exceedingly wealthy could manage such a vast enterprise. Indeed, Jean Yiming chuckled, concerned that her continued twirling might make her dizzy. He gently grasped her shoulder and said, "Stop spinning. Let me take you to my office. Everyone around us is watching." "All right," Jiang Xian replied, undeterred by the gazes of others. Her hopes were on the cusp of realization. What could be more exhilarating than a dying person discovering the elixir of life? "Jean Yiming, since you were so affluent, I have a modest wish. Will you grant it?" Wow, this girl must have been unaware of my circumstances before, he thought, recalling how she would only respond to his calls based on her mood. Now, she was exceedingly attentive. Chapter 47. The smile of a beauty. How may I assist you? Do tell. Jean Yiming replied with generous enthusiasm. He. Jiang Xn mischievously glanced at him. For you, it's merely a simple matter. Come, let us retreat to your office for a more leisurely discussion. Still wrapped in mystery, Jean Yiming had originally thought his day was free after completing the tasks assigned by his father, and he welcomed the chance to pass the time with Yun Jiangxin. The elevator ascended directly to the manager's office. Once the door was shut, before Jean Yiming could settle into his chair, Jiang Xn had already begun to speak volubly. This was largely due to the fact that she had been rehearsing her words over the past few days, making her delivery more fluid and compensating for past inadequacies. Upon finishing her presentation, Jean Yiming nodded, interpreting her lengthy discourse as an indication that they were lacking funds and required his investment. However, he was taken aback by her eloquence. She had spun a narrative around something seemingly unprofitable with such flair, yet it bore no relevance to their pharmaceutical enterprise whatsoever. How can it lack relevance? I have taken into account our shared futures. It's a win-win. Although a hint of uncertainty lingered in her voice, Jiang Xian remained resolute in her assertion. Twiddling his pen, Jean Yiming feigned an air of mystery. I might have an idea. What is it? I could offer you a position at our group as a dedicated salesperson. Just think of the prospects. Are you dreaming? Jiang Xian thought that if she had a cushion at hand, she would have hurled it at him. Was this man truly so audacious as to target her for his business endeavors? What Yin Jiangxin failed to realize was that she had been harboring designs on Jean Yiming herself. Seeing the bemused expression on Jean Yiming's face, Jiang Xian said, I know you might not believe my words alone. So next weekend, there will be a theatrical event at Binhuang. If you are available, you must come and witness it. The conclusion of the story I just shared will be unveiled that day, and I assure you, you will be pleasantly surprised. In any case, I hope you will consider my proposal. Jiang Xian understood that the power of persuasion resided in others' hands, thus demanding it would yield no results. Jean Yiming pondered over Yun Jiangxin's sentiments. Activities in the film and television sector would undoubtedly yield no profit for Jean Yao. Yet spending a little to elicit a smile from a beauty, was it worth it? Very well. Since you have invited me, I shall certainly attend. Consider it my support for you, Jean Yiming replied, aware that he might find himself in an awkward situation later on. However, he knew he must endure it nonetheless. Since I have accepted your invitation, you shall accompany me to a place, Jean Yiming proposed. Simply accepting an invitation was insufficient. Jiang Xian insisted that he also consider the filming opportunity. She could not let slip the chance to engage a potential major investor. All right. You are as cunning as someone I know, Jean Yiming lamented. From this point on, your time will be at my disposal. He could hardly contain his anticipation to witness the comical expression on that certain someone's face. It is unclear when he and Xiao Mushin began to develop such a mode of interaction. However, he is grateful that they can continue in this manner. Should this pattern be disrupted, he fears he would not know how to confront the situation. The mistakes of the past weigh heavily on his conscience, and he has no desire to relive them. Let them live this way for a lifetime. He would express his gratitude to the heavens, despite his lack of superstition. Hey, what's wrong? I'm speaking to you, Jiang Xian exclaimed, her frustration evident as she noticed Jean Yiming lost in thought. This habit was concerning. He ought to consult a doctor. As Jean Yiming observed Jiang Xian's adorable face slightly flushed, he realized she was somewhat displeased. Nonetheless, he He felt compelled to tease her. It seems you've forgotten my name again. Jiang Xan, genuinely believing his distraction was due to this, replied, I haven't forgotten, Jean Yiming. Ah, well done. To his amusement, it turned out he was merely playing with her. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Xan stepped in ahead of Jean Yiming, huffing in mock indignation. Chapter 48. Lack of affection, where are we headed? Xiang Xin Yin Guit. As the vehicle traversed increasingly familiar terrain, an unsettling premonition enveloped her. Was this not the route to Yunxiao? Wouldn't it provoke Shang Shang's ire if she were seen with Jean Yiming? Observing Jean Yiming's profile, she sensed he was no paragon of virtue, likely seeking an opportunity to vex either Shang Shang or herself. Is there something on my face? Jean Yiming's initial excitement faltered under Jiang Xion's gaze. No, it's just that I suddenly remembered I have a final class to attend. Jiang Xian fabricated an excuse, convinced that she must not appear before Shang Shang in Jean Yiming's company. It was her sixth sense at work, perhaps. Oh, really? He executed a swift turn of the vehicle, bringing it to a halt with seamless grace. But we've already arrived. Are you sure you want to join me for tea? No, perhaps another time, Jiang Xian replied, just stepping out of the car when Jean Yiming sidled up beside her. Xiang Xin. Jean Yiming thought it shame to let his hard-won opportunity with Jiang Xian slip away. Just as he contemplated persuading her to stay, the car door beside them swung open abruptly. Then a voice, sweet as a rabbit-ass, emerged from the vehicle, piercing Jiang Xian's ears with its saccharine tone. Brother Ming, it's really you. I've heard that whenever you have free time, you go to my brother's company. Today, I've finally encountered you. Xian Mushui, the lady of refinement, naturally intertwined her arm with Jean Yiming's, effectively casting Jiang Xian aside. This woman must be doing this on purpose, Jiang Xian thought, feeling utterly disregarded. Pleased with herself, Xian Mushui gently addressed Jean Yiming. I just called my brother. He will be out shortly to meet me. Let us ascend together. All right. Jean Yiming replied with a feigned smile, though he felt a twinge of distaste for such pampered young ladies, particularly Xian Mushui, who often clung to him. However, given her status as Xian Mushang's younger sister, he tolerated her. Jiang Xan, on the other hand, was commendable, albeit occasionally too aloof. Yet, he must not forget my dear Jiang Xian. Seizing the opportunity, Jean Yiming pulled the unobtrusive Jiang Xian closer to him. Jiang Xian initially thought she could finally exhale, only to find Jean Yiming cunningly grasping her hand once more. What little Jiang Xian! How shameless of him! Still, having heard that Xian Mushang would soon be descending, retreating seemed the wisest course. I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation. Jiang Xan attempted to extricate herself, but could not evade Jean Yiming's firm grip. Xian Mushui, already displeased to find Jiang Xian in the car with her brother Ming, grew even more irked upon hearing her words. She believed she need not be prompted to converse with brother Ming, especially given that he seemed to care for her. It appeared that ignoring Jiang Xian would not deter Xian Mushui. With this realization, she resolved to alter her strategy, extending her hand towards Jiang Xian. Hello, I am Xian Mushui. Hello, Jiang Xian replied hastily, accustomed to responding to those she held no fondness for with unfiltered candor. To outsiders, the poised and polite Xiao Muxu starkly contrasts with the rude Yun Jiangxin, revealing who possesses greater refinement and grace. Xiao Muxu proudly lifted her head, thinking that brother Jean Ming would undoubtedly notice. Little did they know that both Jean Yiming and Yun Jiangxin were incapable of judging with a conventional mindset. Jean Yiming was solely focused on preventing Yun Jiangxin from leaving, while Yun Jiangxin was in a state of panic, desperately trying to avoid being seen by the approaching Zai Mishang. Jean Yiming was quite a handful. She resolved that next time, he would pay dearly, for negotiations regarding investments were non-negotiable. In her struggle, Jiangxin inadvertently caught sight of Zai Mishang entering her line of vision. Never mind, Jean Yiming. Please do not hold this against me. With a determined heart, Jiangxin gathered her energy and struck Jean Yiming's elbow joint with a swift blow, followed by a sweeping leg maneuver that sent him sprawling to the ground. In his moment of astonishment, Yun Jiangxin remarked, I apologized before sprinting away at her utmost speed. which to the normally composed Xiaomuxu seemed nothing short of miraculous, leaving her agape in disbelief. Chapter 49. The informant after running for quite some time. Jiang Xan finally dared to exhale a breath of relief. No one was pursuing her anymore. Why had she run so swiftly? Had Shang truly become so formidable? As she calmed down, Jiang Xan realized her heart had been racing uncontrollably. She simply did not want Shang to discover that she had skipped class again. The last time she had played truant, Xiamu Shang had worn a displeased expression that was etched deeply in her mind. Yes, she could not afford to take that risk, especially since she had been seen with Jin Yiming. With this thought, everything began to make sense to Jiang Xan. By the time Xiamu Shang strode toward the company entrance, Jiang Xan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Had she imagined it? It had been so clear that she was anxiously trying to break free from Jin Yiming's grasp. It was Xiamu Shui who first noticed something amiss with her brother. "Brother, what is wrong? Quickly, help me support Minggu. He seems to be injured." Only then did Xiamu Shang notice that Jin Yiming had fallen to the ground, his arms seemingly unable to bear any weight, while Xiamu Shui was frantically tugging at Jin Yiming's hand. Observing this scene, Xiamu Shang felt no irritation. Rather, he found a hint of satisfaction in Jin Yiming's predicament. The two of them continued to watch each other stumble, devoid of any feelings of sympathy. "Huh, Xiamu Shang, are you really reveling in my misfortune?" Jin Yiming grumbled, though he knew that had the roles been reversed, he might have behaved similarly. Xiamu Shang glanced over and reached out to lend a hand. Xiamu Shui, witnessing this, could not contain her displeasure, muttering under her breath, "Honestly, how can that girl possess such strength? She looks barely out of her teenage years. It is truly infuriating." "That girl?" Xiamu Shang was close enough to Xiamu Shui to catch every word. I don't know. Just a girl still wearing a student uniform." Jin Yiming barely had time to intervene before Xiamu Shui angrily described her. Originally, he thought that since Jiang Xan was unwilling and had fled, it was best to let it go. However, Xiamu Shang would undoubtedly recognize who had been there just moments before, as he had noted her puzzled expression upon his arrival. Xiamu Shui's anger only intensified as she spoke of the girl, feeling wrong that the name had not been shared with her and that Minggu had been hurt. "It is indeed Jiang Xan," Xiamu Shang confirmed to Jin Yiming with certainty. Jin Yiming suddenly raised his injured hand, exclaiming, it hurts. Please, hurry and take me to the hospital." "Yes, brother. Hurry. Look how much pain Minggu is in." Now, Xiamu Shui's attention was solely captured by Jin Yiming's cries. Jin Yiming nodded in agreement. Xiamu Shang thought, if he cannot endure such a minor injury, it must truly have been Jiang Xan. Afterward, Jiang Xan, feeling bored, attended the last class at school. Yet, she found little of interest, pondering why everyone chose to squander their precious time in school, having learned so little. Once classes officially ended, Jiang Xan obediently climbed into Xiaolong's car and returned home. "Aunt Li, I'm back," Jiang Xan exclaimed, washing her hands before dashing to the kitchen, knowing Aunt Li would be preparing something delicious. The young lady has returned, and with a warm demeanor, Aunt Li offered her an apple, saying, "Why not enjoy some fruit first?" With a crisp bite, she savored a generous piece of the apple, holding in her right hand as she leisurely nibbled. "Only, tonight's dinner is quite sumptuous," she exclaimed. Indeed, the young master returned home quite early today. "Rupia only." Shang. Jiang Xan suddenly felt a pang of guilt, but quickly steadied herself. After all, she had attended the last class without fail. Later, during dinner, it was a rare occasion for Jiang Xan and Xiaomu Shang to share a meal once more. Yet, Xiaomu Shang remained silent, which left Jiang Xan feeling somewhat disheartened. After finishing their meal, when Jiang Xan noticed Xiaomu Shang preparing to leave the table, she found herself at a loss for words and somehow managed to call out to him. "Shang Shangum?" Xiaomu Shang calmly turned back to her. "We should have a proper conversation." "Wait, weren't we just short of words?" In the study, Jiang Xan felt as though the room was a place of interrogation, questioning what wrong she might have committed. It seemed that all her misdeeds were conducted in secrecy. Unbeknownst even to Xiaolong, was there someone else who had betrayed her? Chapter 50. Embraced today in class, Xiaomu Shang inquired. "Yes, I've just finished the last lesson. Yun Jiangxin replied, pouting her lips. Noticing Xiao Mushang had fallen silent, Jiangxin began to feel a twinge of anxiety. However, she had indeed completed her final class. Is there anything else, Shang? After a moment of silence, Xiao Mushang spoke again. Did you come to Yunxiao today for any particular reason with Jin Yiming? Nothing much, Jiangxin covered her mouth. As Xiao Mushang lifted his gaze to Yun Jiangxin, it seemed as if he had discerned her hidden thoughts with clarity. I. Jiangxin struggled to find the right words. Xiao Mushang's abrupt question had caught her off guard, compelling her to speak candidly. Yet, she unconsciously omitted the part about needing Jin Yiming's assistance. Upon hearing Jiangxin's account, Xiao Mushang realized she was no longer lying, though he still felt discontent. He stated firmly, "Do not visit the Jin Pharmaceutical Group again. I do not wish for you to have any connections with the Jin family." His serious tone, coupled with the sudden oppressive atmosphere, left Jiangxin bewildered. Were Xiao Mushang and Jin Yiming not on good terms before? Seeing the evident confusion on Yun Jiangxin's face, Xiao Mushang refrained from responding further. Why? Jiangxin finally mustered the courage to ask. Had he said this earlier, she might have acquiesced. But now she required Jin Yiming's help and would certainly still meet him. If you insist on being with him, then you must leave the Xiao family. Stunned, she paused, unable to fathom that Xiao Mushang would voice such words so unreservedly and expressionlessly. Jiangxin bit her lower lip, trembling slightly. How could she leave the Xiao family? She had nowhere else to go. Yin family? Though her grandmother was there, it still felt foreign to her. I don't want to leave, Jiangxin nearly cried out. When Xiao Mushang said leave with such seriousness, tears began to stream uncontrollably from her eyes. Xiao Mushang was somewhat taken aback. She indeed had places to go. Could it be that she wished to remain with him? Feeling a stir of emotion, his tone softened. After all, she did not share a close relationship with Jin Yiming. Perhaps he was simply being overly concerned. I just don't want you to have too much involvement with Jin Yiming. Xiao Mushang articulated his stance towards Jin Yiming for the first time. Jiangxin, with tears in her eyes, looked at Xiao Mushang, her damp lashes fluttering, enhancing the allure of her dark, lively eyes. I know. Xiao Mushang encouraged Jiangxin to come closer. Without hesitation, she stepped right in front of him, taking a tissue from the side. Xiao Mushang gently wiped away the tears from Jiangxin's cheeks, saying, "Why cry? Quickly wipe your tears." Grasping the arm of Xiao Mushang, who was wiping her tears, Jiangxin leaned into his chest, feeling aggrieved. In a childlike manner, she sought his approval wholeheartedly. Xiao Mushang had not yet rejected Yun Jiangxin. He was simply lost in a myriad of thoughts. He gently patted Jiangxin's back, seeking to soothe her tears. When had he ever been this tender? Young master, the butler, who typically entered the study without requiring Xiao Mushang's permission, was taken aback upon opening the door to find the young master and young lady entwined in an embrace. He hesitated, contemplating whether he was intruding upon an intimate moment. Just as he thought to retreat, Xiao Mushang called out to him. "Butler, what is the matter?" he inquired, wishing to create some distance between Jiangxin and himself. Upon hearing the young master's question, the butler refrained from leaving. At that moment, Jiangxin was reluctant to part from Shang's embrace, unwilling to let go, especially since it was merely the butler. She felt little concern over his presence. "Yun Jiangxin." Xiao Mushang's deep voice resonated softly in her ear. "No," Jiangxin protested, struggling momentarily, but still refusing to relinquish her hold. However, she eventually offered a conditional concession. As long as Shang was not angry with her, she would heed his words. "As long as you obey," Xiao Mushang began, only to realize that their conversation had unwittingly circled back upon itself. Cough, cough. "Young lady, you have class tomorrow. It would be wise to retire early," the butler interjected, observing the young master's struggle and feeling compelled to assist. Aware that the butler had matters to discuss with Shang, Jiangxin felt it inappropriate to truly disturb them. Reluctantly, she disengaged from Xiao Mushang's embrace and cast a fleeting glance at the butler. Such fleeting passion arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. With merely a touch of comfort from Xiao Mushang, Jiangxin forgot her earlier sorrow and, after exchanging pleasantries with Shang, stepped out. Chapter 51. a smile that captivates the city despite having been cautioned by Shang Shang. Jiang Xin still pondered whether to discuss the prospect of making a film with Jin Yiming. With thoughts of Jun Jin in her mind, she realized that this matter affected many individuals. Even if their hopes were not exceedingly high, she felt compelled to consider the collective interests, especially since an opportunity for her own development had arisen. On the eve of the performance, under Jiang Xining's meticulous guidance, everyone expressed their satisfaction. Some classmates, who had previously felt timid or struggled to immerse themselves in their roles, had now fully embraced their characters. Consequently, anticipation grew for the chance to showcase their talents during the performance, seeking recognition from their peers. The desire to stand out at school for broader opportunities was palpable, with a few harboring aspirations toward the film industry, yearning to be chosen by esteemed producers and directors. Amidst the excitement and anxiety, Jiang Xin discreetly called Jin Yiming the night before the show, setting aside Shang Shang's earlier admonitions, confident that she could address them later. Once she confirmed that Jin Yiming would arrive before their performance, Jiang Xin felt at ease, allowing Jiang Xining to apply makeup on her face. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xin genuinely admired Xining's talents. She seemed capable of everything and excelled in all endeavors, which momentarily filled Jiang Xining with pride. "Are you nervous?" Jun Jin suddenly appeared behind Jiang Xin. She caught a glimpse of him in the mirror, dressed in a flowing long robe, complemented by a subtle touch of makeup. With his striking features and flawless complexion, he required little embellishment, already embodying the essence of a charming youth. Jiang Xin sincerely praised, "Indeed, Xining has an eye for talent. The male lead is exceptional. Jun Jin, you will undoubtedly attract a legion of fans." Having spent considerable time in this world, Jiang Xin adapted her speech to align with her peers and intentionally voiced her thoughts. Her comment elicited smiles from both Jiang Xining and Jun Jin, with Xining maintaining a nonchalant expression while Jun Jin smiled graciously. "It seems you're not nervous at all. I had intended to chat with you." Yun Jin remarks. Jiang Xin nodded in agreement. Jiang Xining interjected, "There's nothing to be nervous about." Jun Jin, could it be that you're the one feeling anxious? "Ha! You appear to be thoroughly immersed in your role and have great chemistry with Jiang Xin. If you both get the chance to work together again, you might even become a screen couple." "Screen couple?" Jiang Xin replied. "I feel quite at ease acting alongside Jun Jin. I just need to perform as usual." A mysterious smile crept across Jiang Xin's lips, hinting that she had a surprise in store for everyone, though she decided to keep it a secret for the time being. Jun Jin, initially seeking comfort, found himself reassured by Jiang Xin instead. He noted how other girls typically exhibited nerves during their first performances, yet Jiang Xin was distinctly different. After conversing for a while, Jun Jin wandered off to another part of the venue. At that moment, Lin Lijiang emerged from changing his attire, gracefully wielding a folding fan, exuding a certain charm. To be candid, it seemed that everyone was quite suited to traditional garb. Just as a handsome man had departed, another exquisite figure arrived. The ankle-length robe elegantly showcased Lin Lijiang's tall and slender frame. Yun Jiangxin, having adorned herself with delicate makeup, possessed a youthful visage that perfectly highlighted Su Xiaoxiao's initial innocence and purity. Lin Lijiang stood behind Yun Jiangxin, and upon witnessing her turn and smile, he was indeed captivated, momentarily entranced, and forgetting the teasing remarks he had intended to deliver. After a while, Yun Jiangxin's laughter rang out, prompting Lin Lijiang to, reminiscent of an ancient scholar, shake his head and recite, "Green is the collar of my robe, and my heart is ever so tranquil." Before he could finish, Jiang Xining, nearby, was already laughing uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Lin Lijiang, please spare us your sarcasm." The carefully cultivated atmosphere was disrupted by Jiang Xining's antics, causing a bead of sweat to form on Lin Lijiang's brow. Observing Jiang Xining's carefree demeanor and the innocent expression on Jiang Xin's face, whom he perceived as adorable and well-behaved, though reality was quite different, Lin Lijiang suddenly devised a cunning plan. Noticing a glint of mischief in his eye, Jiang Xining felt a flutter of apprehension. Was he concocting yet another mischievous scheme? Chapter 52. Before the performance, Jiang Xian followed Jiang Xining, laughing for a while. Indeed, Lin Lijiang, despite his breathtaking appearance, was still a source of amusement, effortlessly bringing joy to those around him. However, Jiang Xian couldn't shake off the feeling that she had just witnessed a different kind of glance exchange between Lin Lijiang and Xining's expression seemed somewhat awkward. Could it be that there was something more between them? But perhaps this was a good thing. Before long, Lin Lijiang expressed a desire to speak privately with Jiang Xining. Upon realizing the underlying dynamics, Jiang Xian suggested she check at the front desk to see how many audience members had arrived. Peering out from behind the curtain, her dark eyes widened in surprise. To her astonishment, she spotted Xiao Mushang seated in the front row of the audience. Setting that thought aside, she lamented the absence of Jin Yiming, muttering to herself, could he possibly not show up? Backstage, Jiang Xian intended to call Jin Yiming once more, but Jiang Xining hurriedly pulled her aside. Jiang Xian, I've just made some adjustments to your script. What? Jiang Xian's curiosity piqued as she learned that. Just moments ago, Jiang Xining had altered the ending of the script, where Su Xiaoxiao refuses Wan Yu's offer and ultimately walks off with a character Bao Run, portrayed by Lin Lijiang. After observing Xining's slightly embarrassed smile, Jiang Xian readily agreed. No problem. Jiang Xining, still somewhat anxious, sighed in relief upon hearing Jiang Xian's response. All right, I need to make a phone call first. Yes, hurry back. With the sixth act, Jiang Xining called out to Jiang Xian's retreating figure. Jin Yiming had arrived at his company early that morning. His schedule had been relayed to him the day prior, and as he opened his computer, it was only 6 o'clock. Excellent. He had ample time and should be able to make it. 3 hours later, Jin Yiming appeared at the entrance of Jinyao Building, feeling refreshed. Indeed, if he was determined to accomplish something, there was no need to delay until the following day. As he twirled his keychain around his long fingers, the car keys unexpectedly slipped from his grasp and fell out of sight. With a sigh, he noticed they had landed some distance away. Just like that girl, so unruly. Jin Yiming thought cheerfully as he bent down to retrieve the keychain. Just a step away, he was confronted by a pair of high heels that must have been at least 8 centimeters tall. He felt a slight headache coming on. Could it be a coincidence? Xiao Mushu eagerly picked up the keys and greeted him cheerfully. Brother Ming here. Thanks, he replied as he took the keys, silently hoping this young lady would be preoccupied with something else soon, as he had matters to attend to. Wait, Xiao Mushue had specifically come to find Jin Yiming, and after finally seeing him so quickly, there was no way she would leave so easily. Usually, her visits to Jinyao involved long waits or missed encounters, always looking for opportunities to be sent away. Are you heading out? Yes, he replied, making his way to his car, wishing he had parked it in the underground garage instead. Though Jin Yiming appeared aloof, he did not lose his allure. Xiao Mushue, stepping gracefully in her high heels, hurried to keep pace, anxious not to fall behind. Brother Ming, I have something to discuss with you. Let's talk tomorrow. I have matters to attend to today. Jin Yiming replied as he opened the car door and fastened his seatbelt, only to be surprised when Xiao Mushue joined him in the vehicle. I truly have something important to tell you, Brother Ming, Xiao Mushue said, a hint of unease in her voice. I have no time today, Jin Yiming responded, still displaying a vestige of patience. When will you have time? Xiao Mushue pressed. Brother Ming, just take me along. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Although Jin Yiming was reluctant to stir up further complications with the Xiao family over Xiao Mushue, he feared that he might miss the performance of Yun Jiangxin if he continued to delay. He was determined not to let that girl down. Observing the resolute expression in Xiao Mushue's eyes, it seemed unlikely she would relent today. Perhaps it was his own fault for being so dismissive of her in the past. Actually, I am heading to Bianhuan to watch a performance. Taking you along is not out of the question, but you must agree to one condition. Xiao Mushue eagerly nodded, and Jin Yiming anticipated her agreement. As for the condition, he knew that after today, he would enjoy a brief period of freedom. Chapter 53. A true performance. Yun Jiangxin made several phone calls, yet to her surprise, no one answered. It appeared that only Jiang Xining was missing from the gathering. It seemed that Jin Yiming had indeed been inconsiderate, leaving her in the lurch. Initially, she had contemplated the implications of what Shang Shang had mentioned, fearing it might provoke Shang Shang's ire, but now it seemed unnecessary. Xining, I have arrived, Jiangxin announced as she joined her team. Do you have a friend coming? Junjin inquired, having appeared behind Yuan Jiangxin, concern evident in her voice. Were you unable to reach them? Yes. Jiangxin nodded, her gaze turning slightly menacing. Indeed. All right, everyone, let's not chatter, Jiangxin directed the group. We are up next, and there is no need for anxiety. In my opinion, everyone has rehearsed splendidly. As the moment approached for Jiangxin to take the stage, she momentarily pondered whether Jin Yiming would show up, only to realize that Xiao Mushang was seated in the audience, watching her intently. Stay calm, stay calm. It's all fine, Jiangxin murmured softly to herself, placing a hand on her chest as a means of self-soothing. Junjin was next to step on stage after Yin Jiangxin. Noticing Jiangxin's muttering, she asked with concern, Are you all right? Though a hint of nervousness lingered, Jiangxin felt capable of handling it. She turned and smiled at Junjin before stepping onto the stage. Yuan Jiangxin cautiously stole a glance at the distinguished guest, Xiao Muxue, who maintained an air of composure, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. When Jin Yiming arrived at the venue, he happened to catch sight of Jiangxin performing on stage, feeling fortunate to have made it just in time. Initially intending to find a discreet spot, Xiao Muxue, trailing behind, called out loudly, Ouch, my foot got caught, wait for me. Xiao Muxue had intended to speak softly, but in her haste to keep up with Ming Ge, she twisted her ankle. Realizing the inappropriateness of her volume, she was met with a sharp glare from Jin Yiming, which nearly brought tears to her eyes. What a coincidence it was. The vice director of Bin Huang happened to pass by and, upon spotting the presence of two prominent figures, promptly arranged for a VIP seat for Jin Yiming and his companion, given that Xiao Muxue frequently attended socialite events and was well acquainted with such individuals. Wishing to avoid missing Yuan Jiangxin's performance, Jin Yiming fell silent, tacitly agreeing to the arrangement. Meanwhile, Xiao Muxue was assisted to the VIP area, where she unexpectedly found herself in the presence of Xiao Mushang. Fearful that encountering Xiao Mushang might incite anger, Xiao Muxue attempted to conceal herself behind Jin Yiming. However, for reasons unknown, Xiao Mushang's gaze swiftly locked onto her. Upon seeing Xiao Mushang, Jin Yiming experienced a fleeting moment of confusion but quickly regained his composure, aware that Xiao Mushang would likely be displeased at the sight of his sister alongside him. He feigned ignorance and directed his attention towards Su Xiaoxiao on stage, offering a casual greeting. Yuan Jiangxin was enacting a scene of instant attraction with Ruan Yu, a performance she had previously rehearsed with Shang Shang. Initially, she had merely wished to gauge Shang Shang's reaction, but she unexpectedly witnessed a visible change in his demeanor, culminating in Jin Yiming blowing her a kiss from the audience. In a rather theatrical twist, a sprained ankle occurred, nearly causing a fall, but fortunately, Junjin was there to support her. She returned a grateful smile to Junjin. Jiangxin observed the duo's performance from backstage with satisfaction, marveling at how their chemistry had blossomed in just one day. Unbeknownst to her, the two on stage were merely being their authentic selves. Jin Yiming's lips curled into a slight smile. He had indeed given the girl quite a scare moments ago. The finale took an unexpected turn when Su Xiaoxiao declined Ruan Yu's earnest plea, choosing instead to stride off with a spirited bow run. This portrayal of a modern woman seemed to resonate well with the audience, as the judges nodded in approval, foretelling higher scores. Jiangxin was gathering everyone for a post-event celebration when Jiang Xian received a text from Xiao Mushang, indicating he had to leave due to prior commitments. Feeling a bit disheartened that he hadn't said much, Jiang Xian was just about to accept Jiangxin's invitation when she spotted Jin Yiming at the entrance. With that, she waved to the group, promising to treat everyone to dinner next time, before departing with Jin Yiming. As for Xiao Muxue, she was undoubtedly escorted away by Xiao Mushang. Chapter 54. Benefits are you truly not attending the celebration banquet? Jin Yiming inquired. For the sake of ensuring that everyone enjoys a more prosperous future, I shall endure a little discomfort today, Yuan Jiangxin replied, winking at Jin Yiming. Jin Yiming understood the underlying intent of Yuan Jiangxin's words and merely smiled noncommittally. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Muxue was being ushered into a car by her brother, Xiao Muxiang. Why can't the Xiao family maintain relations with the Jin family? Xiao Muxue protested, recalling how Minggu would often visit their home during her childhood. Once seated in the car, Xiao Muxiang turned to regard Xiao Muxue with a serious expression, prompting her to lower her gaze. Muxue, he said, his tone softening, you're no longer a child. Do you intend to follow Jin Yiming around forever? Xiao Muxue opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Very well. I shall take you home, he concluded, adding coolly, let today, as events be forgotten. I hope not to see a repeat of this. The phone resting on the dashboard vibrated with a buzz. Xiao Muxiang glanced at it before allowing it to be. Brother, it's a call, Xiao Muxue noted curiously, her eyes widening as she recognized the name Tianxin. Brother, you. She hesitated to pursue the subject, lowering her head in contemplation. Jin Yiming, displaying a generous demeanor, escorted Yun Jiangxin to an impressive dining establishment, heading straight for a luxurious private room upon entering. As Jiangxin stepped inside, her eyes widened at the sight of the lavish spread before her. Turning back to Jin Yiming with a smile, she realized he had prepared this feast in anticipation of her arrival. His earlier inquiry about her attendance had been mere pretense. Not bad, Yun Jiangxin praised without reservation. Let us eat while we converse, she suggested. Jiangxin recalled seeing on television how business discussions often unfolded over meals. Since Jin Yiming was treating her, she felt optimistic about reaching a consensus. Jiangxin nodded enthusiastically. Jin Yiming recognized that he could not escape the girl's schemes today. While he could have avoided such situations, he found the prospect of sitting down to converse appealing. A little expenditure seemed trivial in comparison to the enjoyment of the moment. Jiangxin settled down and picked up her chopsticks, sampling the stir-fried eggplant closest to her. Delicious, she exclaimed, using the flavors to complement the atmosphere, hoping it would facilitate their conversation. Then indulge a bit more. This guiyu soup is also quite good, Jin Yiming offered, serving her a small bowl of the dish. All right, I shall give it a try, Jiangxin responded, her mind racing with strategies to ensure Jin Yiming would heed her words. She had heard somewhere that to get someone to comply, one must hold leverage over them. However, having only recently begun to engage with him, she knew little about his character. Suddenly, an idea struck her. By the way, have you had a falling out with Xiao Muxiang? How so? Jin Yiming countered, tossing the question back to Jiangxin with an air of feigned ignorance. He is unaware? Jiangxin pondered, wondering if it was solely Muxiang's doing. Perhaps it was best not to mention it, lest she add to Muxiang's troubles. It's nothing. I merely wish to inquire when you will fulfill your promise to invest in me. Jiang Xin began to delve into the matter at hand. Jin Yiming suppressed a smile, observing the girl as she commenced fabricating tales. When did I ever make such a promise to you? He retorted. You witnessed our performance today. Do you not perceive the promising prospects it holds? Jiang Xin pressed on. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Even the judges nodded in approval. It would be rather awkward for them to criticize it further, he conceded. You are indeed candid, Jiang Xin continued. Given its potential, it is imperative to seize the opportunity and incorporate such a remarkable team. Just yesterday, I learned the essence of signing a contract. Investment is merely a one-time affair. Once that is completed, one must seek the next opportunity. However, if a contract can be secured, the future would be free of worries. Only those with blurred vision fail to recognize the brilliance of precious jewels, Jiang Xin remarked, inquiring of Jin Yiming. Surely, you can see that. This girl seemed to be employing a tactic of provocation. Yet one could only wonder how Xiao Muxiang would feel if he discovered her desperate attempts to win his favor here. Although Jin Yiming had long since resolved to assist Yun Jiangxin, he was not inclined to make it too easy for her. What advantage is there in my ability to see? He questioned. Chapter 55, Celebration the Advantage. I have proven that you possess the discerning eye to recognize true talent, Jiang Xin remarked with cunning. Jin Yiming shook his head in disagreement. Jiang Xin thought to herself that he was indeed clever, though it was a mutually beneficial situation. He still played coy. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xin, she was unaware of Jin Yiming's thoughts and thus did not know how to respond appropriately. Jin Yiming then spoke in a measured manner. If you wish for my assistance, it is not impossible. However, state your conditions, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Xiang xin ziplit zenzu sun. Such grandiose words. I shall see how you intend to fulfill my requests. Jin Yiming replied with a smile. Jiang Xin found his words somewhat peculiar and urged him to speak up quickly. Jin Yiming shook his head once more, stating, "As for the conditions, I have yet to formulate them. I shall keep them in mind for now." Goodness, this fellow is exceedingly sly. He clearly intends to agree, but has extorted a condition from me instead. After a while, Jin Yiming excused himself with his phone, claiming he needed to take a call. Since their business had been settled, Jiang Xin felt free to indulge in lavish eating and drinking. The Bin Huang offered numerous upscale dining establishments, and Jiang Xin casually pointed to one as their chosen venue, feeling liberated to revel in the night as festivities. Although the students at Bin Huang were affluent second-generation heirs, the institution refrained from fostering dependency, striving to cultivate capable, independent individuals who could contribute to the future of the nation. Consequently, there were regulations in place limiting the monthly allowances parents could provide for their children. Thus, everyone could only afford to waste money during gatherings. Wang Mingqi had just removed her makeup and now realized that Jiang Xin had long departed from their group. Xin, where has Jiang Xin gone? Wang Mingqi inquired. That girl has always prioritized romance over friendship and has gone on a date. Does she have a boyfriend? Wang Mingqi was somewhat incredulous, yet Xin's expression suggested otherwise. Stealing a glance at Jun Jin, who was walking with Lin Li, Wang Mingqi felt a twinge of regret. It seemed that without Jiang Xin, the evening would lack its usual excitement. Jin Yiming had stepped outside to take the call from Lu Tianxin, only to find her hanging up just as he reached the door, about to return to the room. "Hi, Yiming," Lu Tianxin said, placing her hand on Jin Yiming's shoulder. I never expected to see Lu Tianxin here." He recalled that he had previously brought her to dine here, only for her to express her distaste for the cuisine and never return. Oddly enough, Lu Tianxin felt no sense of disquiet. "I have other guests to attend to," Jin Yiming said, intending to leave, indifferent to whatever Lu Tianxin might do. "Yiming," Lu Tianxin called after him, "as the host of this establishment, shouldn't you extend hospitality to me?" Jin Yiming hesitated for a moment, but then continued walking, calmly leaving her with a parting remark. "I sold my shares here long ago." Jin Yiming's words made it clear that he had no obligation to entertain her any longer. Lu Tianxin stood there, dazed. Did this mean she had failed once again? Would Jin Yiming always treat her in this manner in the future? The moment Jin Yiming entered the room, Lu Tianxin keenly noticed the so-called guest inside, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Jin Yiming swiftly closed the door behind him. Yin Jiangxin, free of worries now, focused solely on enjoying her meal, especially since she had barely eaten breakfast. She even felt that Jin Yiming had interrupted her too soon with his phone call. However, given that he was the one treating her, there was little to complain about. The table was laden with dishes, and nearly half had already been consumed by Jiangxin. Jin Yiming mused that one could not compare people. Some individuals simply relished every kind of food. Nevertheless, he poured more juice for Jiangxin, suddenly realizing that accompanying someone for a meal was not a waste of time at all. In fact, it greatly uplifted his spirits. Chapter 56. Complaints after much persuasion. Jiang Xin finally convinced Jin Yiming not to escort her home. Fortunately, he was also a person who valued his reputation, making it awkward to linger at the restaurant's entrance. As Jiang Xin settled into the taxi, she glanced at the time and realized it was already 8:40 in the evening, well past curfew. Upon arriving at the Shao residence, the entire house was brightly lit, instantly shattering her intention to sneak in under the cover of darkness. Nevertheless, caution was still advisable. The uncle at the entrance was quite amiable, and Jiang Xin, wary of entering through the main gate, opted for a longer route via a winding path to the side. This path was dimly lit at night, but it boasted lovely scenery during the day. Jiang Xin often strolled here when bored, so she was quite familiar with it. However, with a vigilant heart, she suddenly noticed someone slumped on a bench beside the path. Who would still be sitting here at such a late hour? She wondered. Curiosity compelled her to shine her phone's light on the figure. It was Chun Yao. Jiang Xin was puzzled as to why Chun Yao would be sitting in such a secluded place, and alone at that. Did she perhaps have company? Jiang Xian's mind wandered to less innocent thoughts. Before she could finish her musings, Chen Yao spotted her. "Miss." Chen Yao was startled. "What are you doing here?" "Me?" Jiang Xian pointed at herself, feeling a bit awkward. How could she explain that Xiao Mushan had decreed she must return home by 7? It was only after spending some time here that she realized how naive she had been upon her arrival. If only she had known better, she wouldn't have agreed to such a stipulation. "Miss, I should be going," Chen Yao said, clearly preoccupied with her own matters and eager to leave. Chen Yao stepped cautiously over the dew on the grass, her footsteps heavy. "Hey, Chen Yao, wait a moment. Could you help my brother?" Zian Xin, oblivious to Chen Yao's despondency, thought that Chen Yao would certainly avoid the main entrance but would have to enter the house. If she followed Chen Yao, her own entry into her room would be assured. Indeed, Chen Yao did not refuse Jiang Xian's request. She led Jiang Xian through the back kitchen and, without a sound, entered Jiang Xian's room. "Chen Yao, thank you so much today." Jiang Xian finally exhaled in relief. "No need for thanks. I should be going now," Chen Yao replied. "Don't leave, Chen Yao. Is something bothering you?" Jiang Xian finally sensed something was amiss. Although it was only their second meeting, the confident Chen Yao she had encountered previously seemed to have vanished. Chen Yao truly did not wish to divulge her troubles. Firstly, there was no one to confide in, and secondly, her heart was too troubled, leaving her at a loss for words. However, seeing Jiang Xian's earnest gaze offered her some comfort. In this city where she felt so alone, even Aunt Li could not provide assistance, and she could only endure her struggles in silence. "Please, share with me. Jiang Xian, will certainly help you in any way I can." "Mississippi. Just call me Jiang Xian," she interjected, shaking her head to correct Chen Yao's formality. "I consider you a friend from our very first meeting." At this moment, it seemed that Chen Yao had found someone to confide in, before she could articulate her thoughts. Tears streamed down her cheeks. We'll speak slowly, after all, it's just the two of us here." Jiang Xian gently patted Chen Yao's back. Having held her feelings in for far too long, Chen Yao immediately divulged the crux of her troubles. "I owe money outside, and now they are coming to collect." Owing money? Isn't that easily resolvable? Jiang Xian thought to herself, but chose to keep this observation silent. However, from Chen Yao's choice of words, it was evident that she was rather naive. Nodding in understanding, Chen Yao began to pour out her recent woes. Although her narrative was somewhat disjointed, Jiang Xian's formidable ability to organize thoughts soon illuminated the sequence of events. As a young girl, just stepping into society, lacking connections and power, yet possessing a pleasing appearance, Chen Yao quickly caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. The inexperienced girl was deceived, believing she had secured a good job, only to be dismissed after just 2 days. Chapter 57. Strike while the iron is hot. It was fortunate that she was merely expelled. Yet the critical matter remained that Chen Yao naively signed a 3-year unequal treaty. Although months had passed without incident, recently, individuals from that small company approached Chen Yao, insisting that she fulfill the terms of the agreement, or else face a breach of contract and pay a penalty, an amount far beyond what an ordinary person could bear. However, returning to work there was out of the question. After all, they were the ones who had cast her out. With tears in her eyes, Chen Yao nodded in response to their ultimatum: pay the money or resort to entertaining at a nightclub. A nightclub? It seemed she had never set foot in one, yet she was certain it was not a respectable place. "Chen Yao, listen to me," Jiang Xian interjected. "I find your designs exceptionally innovative, which is why I have entrusted you with the costumes for my theatrical production. It's a fantastic opportunity for you to gain exposure. Wouldn't you agree?" "Of course, I have no objections," Chen Yao replied, eager for such an opportunity. However, she lamented, "But, Jiang Xian, I am currently overwhelmed with my own troubles. How can I possibly think of anything else?" In truth, Jiang Xian had already devised a strategy. From Chen Yao's description, it was clear that the small company was merely a bully preying on the weak. As long as Shang intervened, everything would be resolved, even if there were disagreements. It was unlikely he would be so heartless as to refuse assistance. Thus, Jiang Xian assured Chen Yao, "Rest assured, since I have promised to help you, I will certainly resolve this issue. You need only to focus on the tasks I have assigned to you." Yao was aware that the penalty could amount to tens of thousands, and although Jiang Xin was wealthy, her willingness to assist indicated true friendship. Yao resolved to reciprocate her kindness genuinely. "All right," she finally said, feeling significantly more at ease. Words of gratitude seemed inadequate. She would have to demonstrate her appreciation through actions in the future. Jiang Xin successfully brought Yao into her fold. Feeling somewhat parched, she decided to venture downstairs for some juice. Just as she opened the door, she collided with a solid wall of flesh. Shang. Looking up, she found Xiao Mushang standing before her, his expression dark and brooding. "When did you return?" he inquired, having whimsically waited downstairs for someone to come home, only to find the lights in her room ablaze when he ascended. Fearing Shang might catch her in a lie, Jiang Xin blinked innocently and replied, "Oh, I've been back for quite some time, Shang." Xiao Mushang was not swayed by her fib. He was about to question her when Jiang Xin, eager to divert his attention, enthusiastically linked her arm with his. "Shang, I didn't expect you to come see my performance today. Hee. What did you think? I've worked really hard." "Indeed, but why did you leave so quickly? You didn't even come to watch from the audience," he remarked. Noticing Shang's intent to speak again, Jiang Xin hurriedly interjected, "Oh, right. I went out for dinner, and after eating, I returned home." In her mind, she acknowledged that her dinner was indeed with Jin Yiming, but what Shang thought was of no concern to her. As Xiao Mushang struggled to get a word in, he mused that it seemed this girl was aware of her misstep and was anxious to explain herself. It turns out that he returned late due to a dinner with the crew, and he bore her no ill will. "Well, I understand now, since he has returned." Xiao Mushang expressed his intention to leave. Yun Jiangxin, keenly attuned to the absence of anger in Shang's demeanor, sensed that his mood was rather pleasant. "Now, if not to seize the moment, then when?" Shang, I have something to discuss with you." Jiangxin recalled that Yao was still in her room and called out, Yao, perhaps you should head back to rest. I'll give you a call tomorrow." After speaking, Jiangxin linked her arm with Shang's and stepped outside. Xiao Mushang found this sensation quite agreeable, an involuntary smile creeping upon his lips. Shang, I am on the verge of embarking on a grand venture, and you must support me," Jiangxin declared as they walked, clearly outlining her ambitions to Xiao Mushang. "You certainly have something for me to assist with," Xiao Mushang remarked, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Jiangxin chuckled in a rather unrefined manner before Shang. How clever. Taking advantage of Shang's good spirits. Her first priority was to resolve matters concerning Yao, followed by keeping the situation with Jin Yiming under wraps, all in pursuit of her aspiration to break into the entertainment industry. This was her goal, to demonstrate to Shang that she, too, could carve out her own path. Chapter 58. News last night, Shang was surprisingly agreeable, even consenting to matters concerning Yao. Most notably, he refrained from inquiring about her future endeavors. The following day, as Yun Jiangxin arrived at school, she found her peers engrossed in discussions about the previous day's performance, particularly captivated by the segment Su Xiao Su's, which had garnered much attention. Naturally, the two protagonists, Yun Jiangxin and Jun Jin, became the subjects of fervent conversation, easily recognized wherever they went. "Look, isn't that Su Xiao?" exclaimed a bystander. "I never realized she could look so stunning in traditional attire, complete with ancient hair ornaments," remarked another. "Indeed, even without makeup, she is quite charming," replied a third. As Jiangxin strolled along the tree-lined path, she listened with a mixture of curiosity and excitement to the varied discussion surrounding her. She was taken aback by how quickly their work had gained such fame. Eagerly, Jiangxin rushed to the classroom to share the buzz she had overheard with Jiang, Xining, and the others. "Mengqi, Xining, you're all here. Perfect timing. I must tell you about the uproar from yesterday's performance." Jiangxin laughed heartily. "You won't believe how sensational it turned out." "Ah, Jiangxin, don't celebrate too soon," Wang Mengqi interjected, grasping Jiangxin's hand. "I have two pieces of news for you, one good, one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Noticing the unusually serious expressions on the usually optimistic Jiangxin asked, "Is there really bad news today?" "Well, let's hear it then," she urged. Wang Mengqi, aware that Jiangxin was oblivious to the news, decided it was best to inform her sooner rather than later. "Do you know Liuyan? She inquired. "Of course." She's a rising star in the entertainment industry, expected to remain prominent for years to come. Jiang Xin recalled having recently watched Liu Tianxin's newly released television series. That's good to know, Jiang Xin chimed in. I've heard she intends to join our group as the lead in our next script. The next script? Oh, by the way, there's also good news. Our production Su Xiaoxiao have been approved for adaptation into a microfilm and will represent our school in a citywide competition against other institutions. Jiang Xin exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she took pride in the group she had helped to form. However, a tinge of melancholy washed over her as she pondered whether there would be future opportunities. The involvement of Liu Tianxin would surely attract a professional director to guide them. Really? That's fantastic, Jiang Xin responded, her excitement clearly overshadowing the bad news. She nearly danced with joy. Wang Mingqi had to admit that it was remarkable to see someone so composed, even while facing the prospect of losing their lead role. You should listen carefully. Your position as the lead may be in jeopardy, she cautioned. The name Liu Tianxin seemed familiar to Jiang Xin. Suddenly, she recalled the woman she had seen outside Shang Shang's office. Could it be her? Jiang Xin was taken aback, wondering why she had intervened in such matters. Indeed, it dawned on her that even her own job was at risk. Jiang Xin remarked, but what about the male lead? Suddenly, Jiang Xin thought of Junjin. If he were to be eliminated, what would become of the promises she had fervently made to him? Wouldn't that render her words mere empty rhetoric? Meng Qi shook her head, indicating that such matters had not been mentioned. That's a relief, Jiang Xin mused. However, she intends to usurp my position, and I shall see whether I acquiesce. Even if I am not the female lead, it is still my choice to refuse. She cannot simply claim what is left of me. Impressive. Wang Mingqi and Jiang Xin both raised their thumbs in admiration. Having first encountered Liu Tianxin in an open-air setting, Jiang Xin had sensed that the two would not be friends. Now, it was even clearer that this was not the case. Surely, there would come a day when they would clash. Yet, she was not someone to be trifled with. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Xin clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. Now that this matter is settled, we must proceed to our appointment. Chapter 59. Social gathering, is it a date? Indeed, to foster amicable relations, Qingzhong Academy had arranged a social gathering with us early on, Jiang X New Yorking remarked. When is it? Someone inquired, having waited here for nearly half an hour. Let us wait a little longer, Jiang X New Yorking replied, glancing at her watch. Our leading gentleman, JNJN, has yet to arrive. A few minutes later, JNG en arrived à l'Occidel NLJNG. And the principal characters of the team boarded a small vehicle heading to the venue. Throughout the journey, conversation was sparse, with Jiang X New York animatedly speaking, while WMNGQ, usually in sync with her, remained silent, seemingly lost in thought as she observed YNGXN. Their boredom was short-lived as the car stopped before a building adorned with glass windows. The weather was delightful, sunlight streaming onto the white seats behind the glass, casting a gentle shimmer, especially with the delicate pink blossoms adorning the table, creating a pleasant and inviting atmosphere. Before Jiang X New York, Ing could utter a word. YNGNGX, and opened the door and stepped out, only to be met by a face that genuinely surprised her. YNGX, ENMNGX. A central figure at Qingzhong Academy and naturally aligned with Jiang X New Yorking, could not help but be astonished at YNGNGX in a sudden appearance before her. She had not actively sought information about YNGNGXN, assuming she would likely be eliminated along the way. Nevertheless, YNMNGX spoke sweetly. GNGXN, I'm thrilled to see you here. Yes, GNGXN nodded, responding, you must not have seen our work yet. I recommend visiting our website. I'm sure you'll find it captivating. Alternatively, I could bring copy for you. Hey, MNGX, look, I've brought along all the important people. Ignoring her sister, YNMNGX seemed oblivious to whether YNGNGX truly understood her words or not, as her remarks often dampened the mood. GNGX thought it surprising that such an elegant location was chosen by YNMNGX for their gathering. However, her inconsistency in demeanor was not unexpected. The social event was quite simple, involving Ji Ing ex New York Ing discussing matters with the Qingzhong representatives while conveying their goodwill, followed by a large group dining face-to-face at a sufficiently spacious rectangular table. Oh dear, it's rather dull without any activities, Ji Ing GX mused, realizing why someone like JNJN had remained so quiet throughout the journey. Perhaps he had anticipated the tedium of the occasion. It was rare for Ji Ing ex New York Ing to exhibit such enthusiasm. Ji Ing GX and noticed Ji Ing ex New York Ing sitting several seats away, fervently sharing her insights and a wealth of experiences regarding their filming endeavors. Ji Ing GX initially intended to take a few bites and slip away, but unexpectedly, a boy with a sideswept fringe offered her a piece of pumpkin dish. "Thank you," she replied. The boy's smile was warm and inviting, revealing that this lovely girl was not only adorable, but also remarkably approachable. Jiang Xian, Junjin tapped on Yun Jiang Xian's shoulder from behind, saying, "I need to speak with you for a moment. Step outside." Jiang Xian, who was troubled by the lack of an excuse to leave, politely greeted the boy across from her and requested to depart. The boy with the sideswept bangs felt quite dejected. However, seeing that the boy calling out to Yun Jiang Xian was far more handsome than he hesitated to detain Jiang Xian, silently fuming instead. "Junjin, what is it?" Jiang Xian inquired as she stepped outside, relishing the refreshing air. She then noticed Junjin seated on a leisure chair beneath a shaded pavilion. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, Junjin invited her to join him, and while gazing ahead, he handed her a glass vial. Inside the vial was a purple flower, not fresh, but presumably dried to retain its original hue, allowing for prolonged preservation. "What a lovely flower. It's quite creative," Jiang Xian exclaimed, voicing her admiration. "I just bought it and thought to give it to you." Junjin paused before adding, "Consider it a gift for the success of the show." Chapter 60, Disappointment. "Hey, Yin Jiangxin, I didn't expect you to be out here." Yun Mingxi had initially been focused on approaching Junjin, only to discover that Yun Jiangxin was seated nearby. To her surprise, Yun Jiangxin never anticipated that her sister would come over to speak with her. However, her gaze was not directed at her, but rather at Junjin. Indeed, seizing the opportunity, Yun Mingxi greeted Junjin. "Hi there." She appeared somewhat bashful, struggling to articulate her words fluently. Jiangxin, filled with excitement, noticed a faint blush on Yun Mingxi's cheeks. How amusing. It seemed that even Yun Mingxi was not immune to such moments. Junjin did not respond to Yun Mingxi, and Jiangxin was aware of his typically cool demeanor, particularly towards unfamiliar individuals. Thus, she decided to tease Yun Mingxi. "Yun Mingxi, don't just stand there. Come and sit with us." She observed Yun Mingxi's delight as she realized the seat Jiangxin indicated was right next to Junjin. Although they had only conversed today, she had envisioned countless scenarios of encountering Junjin in her mind. Jiangxin stifled a laugh, curious about how Junjin would react. She watched as Yun Mingxi took cautious, dainty steps, her face betraying a smile that she believed she was concealing quite well. Just as Yun Mingxi clutched her chest and prepared to sit beside Junjin, Jiangxin felt Junjin grasp her hand, pulling her in. "Oh!" Jiangxin was taken aback by Junjin's complete disregard for Yun Mingxi. Upon entering the room, Jiangxin noticed the boy with the side-swept bangs, who had been seated across from her during dinner, now smiling and raising his glass towards her. Out of politeness, Jiangxin returned his smile. "What's going on?" Junjin still lingered beside Yun Jiangxin. "Oh, it's nothing." Jiangxin hardly paid it any mind. "But, Junjin, I find this rather dull. It's nothing like I anticipated." Junjin wore an expression that seemed to say, "You've only just realized that? Well then, I suppose I shall head home. I could use a nap. Please tell Xining for me." Jiangxin winked at Junjin. "I'm off now, goodbye." Watching Jiangxin slip away, Junjin was left speechless, as if to express that he too found it tedious. Why was it only her who departed? Days later, as Yin Jiangxin pondered when they would rehearse the new script, she still had not received any updates. Jiangxin was particularly fixated on this matter. So when she encountered Jiang Xining, she inquired, "Xining, why haven't we heard anything about the script filming?" This. Jiang Xining hesitated to voice her thoughts. "What is wrong?" Jiang Xining understood that Jiang Xin would eventually learn about this at the next rehearsal, and after a moment's indecision, she finally spoke. Jiangxin, I'm sorry. Jiangxin remained puzzled, uncertain as to why Xining was apologizing. Had something happened? Jiang Xin, I am currently striving to secure your role, yet I find myself at a loss for words. It appears that the entrance of the illustrious star, Lu Tianxin, bolstered by a formidable backing, has swiftly displaced Yun Jiangxin from a lead position. Furthermore, the original director, Jiang Xining, is also set to be replaced by the professionals brought in by Lu Tianxin. Reluctantly, Jiang Xining attempted to voice her concerns, and, inexplicably, this swayed the higher-ups, who had previously held steadfast in their decisions, to acquiesce, albeit at the cost of her own authority. Is it merely the lead actress who is being replaced? Zian Xin Ingui? Indeed, Jiang Xining affirmed with a nod. Are the others in the team aware of this situation? Jiang Xining nodded once more, and it was clear that Jiang Xion's heart must be heavy with discontent. Thus, a silence enveloped Yun Jiangxin. It was enough that others were not being replaced. Yet the thought of her own circumstances was undeniably frustrating. Jiang Xian, are you all right? I am fine, Jiang Xian replied. I simply do not wish to attend class today. Farewell. After all, they were not her closest friends, she mused. How could they advocate for her when they, too, feared being dismissed? Nevertheless, she had longed to act in the next production, a desire that now felt like a double-edged sword. In that moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, not for her current home, but for a time long past when she was still a little princess. Chapter 61. A fever again rather than being in Shan Shan's company. Jiang Xin found herself drifting further away from him. For some inexplicable reason, her initial resolve began to wane. Shan Shan's presence always felt elusive. However, her initial intention of attracting Xiao Mushang's attention through her performance now seemed futile, as the opportunity to express herself had vanished. Strangely, Jiang Xin felt that perhaps it was unnecessary to pursue it any longer, and it might be best to let things unfold naturally. Without acting, no one would care. Thus, she resolved to treat herself with greater kindness. Where attention was lacking, she vowed to compensate for the absence herself. Suddenly, someone bumped into her, and she only heard a hasty warning, "Be careful," before the stranger swiftly departed. It was only then that she realized she had unknowingly wandered onto a strange street, a cold splash of water on her cheek. Had it rained? No, it hadn't. Xiao Mushang navigated his mouse. The image on the screen depicting Lu Tianxin in a cheerful photo with students at Binhuang School. Her smile was bright, yet one could only wonder what thoughts lay hidden behind that facade. With Lu Tianxin now occupying the female lead's role, he pondered the fate of the original actress. He could easily uncover her whereabouts through various means, yet he wished to grant her the freedom to grow. If she were to lower her guard and speak to him, he would be more than willing to listen. As for Lu Tianxin, he knew she would always find a way to achieve her desires. With a mere smile, he dismissed the entertainment news that had already been released. At that moment, Lu Tianxin sat in a retro and elegant restaurant booth, a triumphant expression gracing her face as she shared a table with Jin Yiming, the heir of the Yunxiao Group, who had long remained in the shadows. "Yiming, I toast to you," Lu Tianxin said, clinking her glass against his, her gratitude sincere. She appreciated his involvement, which had enabled her to secure the lead role in Binhuang. "Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit," Jin Yiming replied, devoid of nostalgia. "Once this toast is complete, I shall take my leave, and congratulations on your success." A fleeting moment of disappointment crossed Lu Tianxin's face, yet she smiled as she tightened her grip on her glass. "This is all thanks to you, Yiming. I have matters to attend to. I must depart." When Xiao Mushang returned to the Xiao residence, he was met with a poignant scene. Yun Jiangxin curled up in a corner of the spacious sofa, seemingly lost in slumber. Approaching her, he mused that it would be more comfortable for her to sleep in her room. He called out to her, but received no response. Extending his hand, he was alarmed to find her skin icy to the touch. In a panic, he placed his hand against her forehead, which burned with fever. This girl presented herself in such a state once again. It seemed as though nothing had transpired recently. Could it be related to the change of the leading actress? Surely, she was not the kind of person to succumb to such circumstances. Yet, Her current condition deeply concerned him. Prepare the car, he instructed the butler. In a haze, the elder brother Jiang Xian once again beheld a familiar figure. Why did he only encounter that gentle presence at times like this? Jiang Xian called out. Had this girl always perceived him as someone else? Xiao Mushang felt an odd sensation, as though the girl was not addressing him, but rather someone who bore a striking resemblance to him. At that moment, Yun Jiangxin's body radiated warmth like a furnace, leaving Xiao Mushang unable to think of anything else. The anxious steward drove onto the road, unable to suppress his curiosity. Young master, what has happened to miss? She seemed perfectly fine this morning. He continued, young master, the miss is your fiancée, yet you always treat her as if she were your sister. I have noticed that every time she returns to her room, she lingers outside your door for quite a while. I recall one instance when it seemed to last for 2 hours. Young master? The steward caught sight of the young master in the rearview mirror, who remained silent, his gaze fixed on the young lady in his arms. Uncertain if he had heard his words. Chapter 62. Not wanting to miss out, the steward perceived that the young master had indeed been somewhat neglectful towards the young lady. The activities she engaged in at home were not lost on those of them in service. Now that an opportunity presented itself, he felt compelled to speak earnestly to the young master. Fiancé? The phrase lingered in Xiao Mushang's mind, both foreign and familiar. Shortly after arriving at the hospital, amidst the flow of an foredrip, Yun Jiangxin awakened. Shangshang? Where am I? The usual impassiveness of Shangshang's face was replaced by a subtle rigidity. What had transpired? Wasn't she supposed to be waiting on the sofa for Shangshang's return? You, Xiao Mushang spoke. You're awake. Perhaps influenced by the steward's words, Xiao Mushang felt a surge of confusion. Indeed, Yun Jiangxin had entered the Xiao household as his fiancée, yet he was now at a loss regarding how he had perceived her during these past days. As they locked eyes in silence, a moment stretched between them. Eventually, it was Jiangxin who broke the stillness. What's wrong? Why do I sense a flicker of hesitation and conflict in your gaze? Ahem. Shangshang, do you enjoy acting? Xiao Mushang inquired. Yes, she replied, to ensure that Shangshang could see her at any time. She had entertained the notion that even if she could not frequently be in his presence, he might still catch glimpses of her on television. Yet, that opportunity now seemed elusive. Xiao Mushang noted a hint of disappointment on Yun Jiangxin's face. Compared to other pursuits, I prefer this one, as it infuses my life with hope and allows everyone to see me on the screen. It's just, realizing this dream now appears somewhat challenging. Jiangxin lowered her head, wondering if he understood how much she truly missed him. All right, do not be disheartened, Xiao Mushang said, seating himself at Jiangxin's bedside and gently patting her head with a tender affection. I am aware of your aspirations. If you genuinely wish to act, there's a place you can go. He recalled that his company, Yunxiao's advertising department, was seeking new talent, adding, however, you must first pass an interview. Really? As she listened to Xiao Mushang mention a potential opportunity, Jiangxin's eyes brightened with astonishment. Where is it? Her hands clutched at his clothing. I will tell you tomorrow. For today, you should rest. Observing Jiangxin, now nestled within her blankets, pouting with her cheeks puffed out, he chuckled softly. So adorable. He smoothed her furrowed brow. Sleep now. I'm so happy. Will you stay here with me? She asked. Of course. Xiao Mushang gestured towards the sofa beside him. Hee. Jiangxin remained blissfully unaware of any change in Xiao Mushang. In her heart, her Shangshang was simply meant to be this way. Once Jiangxin ceased speaking, Xiao Mushang reclined on the plush sofa, surprised by his own unexpected patience and the abundance of words he had shared that night. He merely wished to test the waters. Given that Yun Jiangxin had resided in the Xiao household for over 2 months, and with the butler's reminder, he had come to realize her true identity. Thus, he felt compelled to honor his previous words, and his intuition urged him not to let her slip away. Mushang, will you not invite me to your home for a cup of tea? Liu Tianxin smiled. At this moment, she was merely 18, having been a classmate of Xiao Mushang for 3 years. The outside world was rife with speculation regarding their relationship, yet Xiao Mushang never offered an explanation, and she certainly would not be foolish enough to clarify matters to others. Perhaps next time. It was always next time. Lu Tianxin murmured in displeasure. Was not their 3-year friendship sufficient? Nevertheless, Xiao Mushang heard her, and with a serious demeanor, he replied, I only take my girlfriend home. So, do you have a girlfriend? No. To Xiao Mushang, Lu Tianxin was merely a friend, marginally more favored than others, but still not someone he would bring home. Have you never brought a girl home? Lu Tianxin inquired, a hint of joy creeping into her voice. My mother has never been there. Then if one day a woman stays at your home for a month, wouldn't that imply she is destined to marry you? Perhaps. Chapter 63. The interview reflecting upon this. It becomes evident that the woman who might become Xiao Mushang's wife possesses the autonomy to pursue her desires. Xiao Mushang gazed at Yin Jiangxin, who was peacefully slumbering on the bed. Had she truly fallen into such a tranquil sleep? She was indeed like a child. The night had grown deep, and the soft moonlight filtered through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon the walls of the room. For others, even 2 such beams of moonlight would obscure the surrounding scenery. However, for Yun Jiangxin, it was a different experience altogether. Yun Jiangxin opened her eyes and, with a slight turn of her gaze, spotted Xiao Mushang sleeping on the sofa. She continued to watch him. The morning arrived with the sound of the butler knocking at the door, rousing Jiangxin from her dreams. Rubbing her eyes, she was surprised to find that dawn had already broken. Where was Shang? Jiangxin glanced toward the sofa where Xiao Mushang had slept, but his presence was nowhere to be found. Miss, the young master left for the company this morning, the butler informed her. He asked me to bring you home. Jiangxin felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to see him upon waking. Even as she settled into the butler's car, she pouted while the butler, observing her through the rearview mirror, smiled knowingly. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a mischievous glint in the young lady's eyes. It seemed prudent to keep today's itinerary a secret from her for the time being. The butler respectfully opened the car door for her, urging Miss, do hurry and change into something more presentable. But why? I don't want to go to school. I've just returned from the hospital. She protested. Do you not wish to see the place the young master has arranged for you? The butler responded with an exaggerated nasal tone. Yun Jiangxin felt a sense of familiarity with his expression, yet she had no time to dwell on it. Indeed, Shang mentioned it yesterday. I almost forgot. She chuckled. Feeling a surge of excitement, she responded to the butler with a playful glance before dashing toward her wardrobe. Goodness, this young lady is truly vivacious. The butler mused, bemused by her spirited demeanor. Did she not realize that her current expression mirrored the one she often wore after playfully teasing others? Jiangxin quickly washed her face and styled her hair into a fresh and adorable updo. What a wear! 5 minutes later, she emerged in a lake blue short skirt adorned with a crystal collar, a striking contrast to her previous attire, both lively and fashionable. Time to get in the car, miss. Absolutely. Bursting with energy, Jiangxin's face radiated confidence. It was remarkable how one's mood could spiral beyond one's control. Another's joys and sorrows dictated her sunny days and rainy spells, compelling her to follow in his footsteps. Miss, the supervisor you'll be interviewing with is Liuyan from the advertising department of Yunxiao Group. Ultimately, your success depends on your own merit. Although he is a direct subordinate of the young master, given Xiao Mushang's character, he would never facilitate any favoritism. So, in the event that you do not succeed, the butler felt it prudent to prepare her for any potential disappointment. Yunxiao? Jiangxin exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed the company where Shang is employed. If successful, wouldn't it mean that they could share the same entrance and exit each day? The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Jiang Xian's veins, her cheeks blooming a vivid crimson. Subsequently, as the butler prepared the necessary arrangements, Jiang Xian scarcely absorbed a word. With an impatient eagerness, she stepped into the interview hall. Upon pushing the door open, Jiang Xian was met with a throng of people, as if the spacious hall could hardly accommodate another soul. In an exaggerated manner, several individuals squeezed out from within, one even tripping over Jiang Xian's shoes, which she had yet to retract. Apologies flowed from the lips of the person who nearly toppled onto her. Excuse me, they repeatedly uttered, perplexed as to why the door had swung open again today, when only those in the hall were supposed to be interviewed. No witties. Jiang Xan adeptly sidestepped to avoid a collision, hastily making her way inside. Upon noticing Jiang Xian's graceful entrance, Jean Minmin hurriedly approached, calling out, "Miss, wait, miss. Did you call for me?" Jiang Xian turned her head in response. "Yes, indeed." Chapter 64. The interview, is something the matter? Jiang Xin Yin Gui. Oh, greetings. I am Jean Minmin. Jean Minmin, why does your name seem familiar? Next, Yun Jiangxin. The announcement from the corner of the room resonated. Upon hearing her name, Jean Minmin was taken aback as she noticed the name on Jiang Xian's resume. Wow, you managed to get in right away. I've been waiting here all morning, and they haven't even called my name yet. Besides, this girl hasn't even submitted her resume. Yun Jiangxin shrugged, realizing that Shang had calculated everything accurately. After the interview, she would still have time to attend today's classes. As Jiang Xian was about to step into the small conference room, guided by the staff, a sudden realization struck her. Wasn't Jean Minmin the daughter of the Jean family she had met previously alongside Shang at Jin's bank? Turning to glance back at the spot where Jean Minmin stood, she saw her giving a thumbs-up gesture. So, she was indeed coming to Shang's company, right here, in this very setting where they would meet again. Jiang Xian entered the conference room, and the door behind her closed. Before her sat 3 interviewers. In the nearby room, Jiang Xining observed Yun Jiangxin in her seat. Her back no longer ached, and her legs were free of pain. How peculiar, she thought. She had expected Jiang Xian to be mired in despair for days. Yet here she was, fully recovered by the second day and diligently attending class. Quietly, she approached Yun Jiangxin and asked, "Jiang Xian, are you not feeling down?" "Huh? What?" Jiang Xian was somewhat disheartened by Jiang Xining's approach. It is said that friends will stab each other in the back for 2 reasons, but perhaps she was simply too persistent. Is this about the fact that Liu Tianxin replaced you? Jiang Xining felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had not made the utmost effort for Jiang Xian. "Are you all right now?" "Yes, I'm fine," Jiang Xian replied. "I'll leave after class. I have other matters to attend to." "Oh, understood." Jiang Xining returned to her seat, realizing that Jiang Xian did not seem as carefree as she appeared. Beside them, Wang Mengqi nudged Jiang Xining's arm. "What do you think?" Shaking her head, Jiang Xining responded, "Jiang Xian must still be upset." "And what about you?" Wang Mengqi pressed. Had Jiang Xining, in her role as a student council representative, advocated more fiercely back then, perhaps things would have turned out differently. However, her instructor's position had been rather tenuous at that time, causing her to refrain from taking further action. What then were her feelings towards Yun Jiangxin now? Did she feel guilt? She had pondered this, and the answer was yes. Yet, everyone has their own aspirations, and she did not wish to forego her own opportunities, so all she could feel was remorse towards Jiang Xian. "I never engage in acts of regret." Upon hearing Xining's response, Wang Mengqi fell silent. Xining always knew what she wanted, and she was a friend of Jiang Xining. Yun Jiangxin attentively absorbed the entirety of her foreign language class, then slung her backpack over her shoulder, ready to delve into the materials on Yunxiao Group. Reflecting on the events of the day's interview, she felt a sense of self-assurance. Moreover, with the steadfast support of Shang behind her, there was nothing to fear. Yun Xiangxin, Yun Din Ipotite. "Hello, you didn't come to school yesterday?" Yun Din finally nuanced. "Yes." Understanding the sentiments expressed, Jun Jin remarked that since she had departed from the team, he too wished to leave, as he could not tolerate the pretentious visage of Liu Tianxin. "It is futile to remain here. I shall not be underestimated elsewhere," Yun Jiangxin declared with a smile. "You must not let this opportunity slip away." "Have you found another place?" Yun Din inquired. "Indeed, I mentioned I would not give up. You too must persevere," Yun Jiangxin encouraged, patting Jun Jin on the shoulder. "Huh." Jun Jin responded with a hearty laugh. "Of course. I shall seek a place that truly suits me." "That is for the best," Yun Jiangxin thought, feeling that her earnest attempts to persuade him had not been in vain. However, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. If Jun Jin also forsook the school's drama club, where would they find a male lead of such caliber? "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Goodbye," Yun Jiangxin said as she hailed a taxi, waving to Jun Jin. Lin Lijiong observed Jun Jin's figure retreating alongside Yun Jiangxin, lost in contemplation. Chapter 65. aura upon returning to the CF family. Yun Jiangxin encountered Chun Yao. However, the latter was no longer wearing the despondent expression she once had. Chun Yao, exclaimed Jiangxin, you're back. Indeed, at present, I find myself rather unoccupied at home. Chun Yao recalled Jiangxin's previous words, adding, moreover, all my troubles have been resolved, Jiangxin. Thank you. It seemed that Shang's efficiency was commendable, as it had only been a few days. Jiangxin thought to herself while pulling Chun Yao's hand toward her room. Yao Yao, what is wrong? Chun Yao noticed Jiangxin's hesitation and wondered if there was something she could not share. Jiangxin took a moment to gather her thoughts before recounting the events that had transpired at school in detail. Then she lamented, Yao Yao, you no longer need to design clothes for us. Oh dear, it's nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Jiangxin's words, Chun Yao realized her friend's concerns stemmed from fearing for her job. But how could I blame you? If need be, I shall seek employment elsewhere. I have gained experience now and shall not be deceived again. Indeed, Jiangxin nodded in agreement. By the way, Jiangxin, you returned home quite early today. With their bond growing closer, Chun Yao spoke with greater ease. Today, Shang's company was interviewing new candidates. So I went there and returned home early to learn more about the company. Jiangxin replied, her spirits lifting. Is that so? Can anyone attend? Chun Yao inquired, secretly wishing to try her luck as well. Absolutely, Jiangxin responded, eyeing Chun Yao thoughtfully before circling around her. Yao Yao, you are quite lovely yourself. Surely, I cannot compare to you. Just look at how naturally beautiful you are. Yao Yao, you should consider attending an interview. Who knows? We might end up working together in the future. After all, you have some free time now, and it's a good option. Jiangxin thought Chun Yao would resist, racking her brain for reasons to persuade her. All right, Chun Yao chuckled. I haven't said no, have I? Wonderful, Jiangxin exclaimed. Chun Yao said, you are truly kind. Without much delay, Jiangxin quickly located information regarding the Yunxiao Group for Chun Yao to review. They chatted and snacked, and by the time they looked up again, night had fallen. Let's head downstairs for dinner, Jiangxin suggested. Sure, I'll come find you after I finish eating, Chun Yao replied. Will you not dine with me? Chun Yao had always dined with Aunt Li, who maintained strict traditions regarding the separation of master and servant. Thus, she thought it perfectly normal to have dinner elsewhere. Yao Yao, accompany me for dinner. It's just me, and having you join would be delightful, Jiangxin insisted. Besides, Shang, as usual, will not be home for dinner. Chun Yao, lacking the deep-seated feudal mindset that Aunt Li possessed, quickly relented after a few words from Jiangxin. As they were halfway through their meal, an unexpected person made an appearance. Oh, Shang, you're back. Xiao Mushang regarded Yun Jiangxian with an air of indifference, feeling somewhat irked that the girl hadn't waited for him to finish his meal. After coming to a realization the previous night, he had made a special effort to return home early for dinner today. Li Sao. Xiao Mushang removed his coat and handed it to Li Sao before making his way to the dining table. Yes, young master, Li Sao replied, her gaze lingering on Chun Yao at the round table, aware that she must not allow Chun Yao to engage in any mischief with the young lady. Chun Yao at the dining table appeared somewhat apprehensive, casting furtive glances at Yun Jiangxian. She refrained from mentioning to Jiangxian that she harbored a certain fear of young master Xiao Mushang. His silence carried an undeniable aura of authority. Meanwhile, Jiangxian remained blissfully unaware, her spirits lifted, feeling that all was well. Chun Yao rose to her feet. Jiangxian, I've finished my meal. I just remembered that I have other matters to attend at night, so I won't be coming to your room. What? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Under Yun Jiangxian's astonished gaze, Chun Yao finally broke free from that formidable presence, exhaling deeply. Chapter 66. A trip to the movies. Jiangxian was enjoying her meal when Xiao Mushang called her thoughts back, seemingly ignoring her presence, which left her somewhat speechless. Ah, Shang. Despite that little interlude with Chun Yao, Jiangxian remained cheerful. Nothing could dampen her excitement at seeing Xiao Mushang. This fish is delicious. Do have some more, she urged, using her chopsticks to offer him a piece. Xiao Mushang chut fotfedi. How did your interview go today? He inquired. Caught off guard by his unexpected question, Jiangxian, with her mouth full, mumbled it went well. Shang. Xiao Mushang had encouraged Jiang Xin to join his company due to her passion for acting, alleviating her worries about school. As he reached for a dish in front of her, Jiang Xin was startled and asked, "Aren't you eating?" "Oh, I've finished," she replied bashfully, realizing she had been staring at his face rather obviously. Her cheeks warmed, and she quickly moved her chair. "You take your time. I'll head upstairs first." As Jiang Xin hurriedly ascended the stairs, Xiao Mushang chuckled to himself, wondering if his appearance was truly that captivating to her. "Oh, Jiang Xin, look at how shy you were just now. Despite Shang's kindness, you must maintain some decorum." At that moment, Jiang Xin sat at her vanity, engaging in a bit of self-reflection. A knock echoed at the door. Before Jiang Xin could respond, Xiao Mushang called her name from outside, "Jiang Xin." When she obediently opened the door, he noticed the faint blush on her cheeks. "Shang, is there something you need?" Jiang Xin wondered if he only sought her out when he had a purpose. "Not really. It's late, so you should get some rest," Xiao Mushang said, glancing into her room before turning to leave. "Thank you, Shang," she exclaimed. "What?" He turned back, curious. "It's about Chunyao." Suddenly, Xiao Mushang recalled the events of that evening. He hadn't anticipated that his secretary would handle matters so efficiently. "Well, do rest early," he replied, conceding. Jiang Xin sensed that Xiao Mushang had something to say, but left without expressing it. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pondered how he could hint at something and not elaborate. Such teasing was quite exasperating. "You must be done with work for the day, right?" Xiao Mushang paused, intrigued to hear what Jiang Xin might say next. "How about we go out tonight?" she suggested cheerfully, stepping forward to tug at his sleeve. "You." Xiao Mushang found it hard to refuse her pleading gaze. Jiang Xin, emboldened, led him out of the house, relishing the chance to stroll around in the evening. Once they drove out of the villa area, Jiang Xin, with a flourish, produced 2 movie tickets, waving them in front of Xiao Mushang. "Tada! Are you excited?" Watching a film that evening had been Jiang Xin's long-held desire. Xiao Mushang pondered internally whether she had been too strict with the girl, resulting in her current state of eagerness. Yin Jiangxin's eyes sparkled as they fixated on the movie ticket in her hand. Why the silence? No matter. The ambience would surely change once the film commenced, Jiangxin mused, contemplating a visit to the supermarket for some snacks. Jiangxin scanned her surroundings, and then exclaimed, "Stop the car." "What is it?" Xiao Mushang instructed Xiao Long to pull over by the roadside. In the presence of the true master, Xiao Long was utterly obedient. "I need to grab some food for the movie." It turned out that while Jiangxin had been lost in thought, she inadvertently spotted their vehicle passing a large supermarket, making it imperative to stop and seize the opportunity. This was Jiangxin's inaugural experience watching a film outside, so she was determined to be thoroughly prepared with an array of refreshments, beverages, chips, cookies, and so forth. After purchasing an abundance, Xiao Mushang remarked that having just dined, there was no way they could consume so much, especially given that the movie would only last a few hours. They would surely be unable to finish it all. However, Jiangxin had a different perspective. Tonight was not merely about watching a single film. She intended to catch up on all the movies she had longed to see. Chapter 67. All-nighter Jiang Xin, after 2 films, could no longer contain herself and asked Xiao Mushang how many more movies they were to watch. The previous film, Happy Sheep, had left him utterly speechless. When is this place close?" Yun Jiangxin tilted her head, inquiring if she intended to remain until the cinema's closure. Sweat beaded on his brow. Unless it went out of business, this cinema operated round the clock. Indeed, it would not close until morning. "That's wonderful," Jiang Xin exclaimed with delight, glancing at the time. "It's nearly 10. Do you find the movies enjoyable?" Here it came again. "Why not choose something you like?" Unsurprisingly, Xiao Mushang realized that this evening would not conclude anytime soon. His earlier apprehension about not finishing the snacks he had purchased was entirely misplaced. Very well then, he decided to indulge in this madness for the night. Liu Tianxin walked proudly along the grand avenue of Binhuang School, her head held high, fully aware of the attention she garnered. Yet this was not sufficient. She awaited the day when that special someone would personally bring her back. This visit to Binhuang was merely a minor episode in her career, akin to embellishing a masterpiece. She was content to observe Jean Yiming's efforts on her behalf. "Excuse me." A bashful young man stood before Lu Tianxin, overwhelmed with excitement at encountering his long-admired idol at Bin Huang. "Hello, is there something you need?" Nothing could be sweeter than hearing her idol's gentle voice. "And no, it's nothing," he stammered. At that moment, Jiang Xining happened to pass by, prompting the young man to politely call out, "Senior." Jiang Xining could not overlook Lu Tianxin. Although she was not particularly fond of her, she still offered a greeting. "Senior Lu," she acknowledged. "Unexpectedly, Xining, you are quite well known around here." Lu Tianxin laughed. She remembered the day Jiang Xining stormed into the principal's office to fight for her rights. Lu Tianxin had been present and admired those who stood up for themselves and knew what they wanted, hence her impression of Jiang Xining. "Hee, senior. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Bye." Jiang Xining hurriedly departed, as if someone were pursuing her. Indeed, shortly after Jiang Xining left, Lin Li Jiang caught up with her, panting, "Excuse me, coming through." Ignoring the bystanders, he continued in pursuit of Jiang Xining. Strangely, it seemed that Jiang Xining had been intentionally evading him, acting as if she had not seen him at all whenever they crossed paths. Though Lu Tianxin found this perplexing, it was of no concern to her. She resolved to continue her own path. She was already quite renowned and did not require the students of this school to stir up any drama. Yin Jiangxin awoke in Xiao Mushang's embrace, stifling a large yawn as she noticed that daylight had arrived. It turned out they had indeed spent the entire night watching movies. Jiang Xian couldn't help but smile. She merely intended to gauge Shang's tolerance. Yet as the entire evening passed, it appeared that Shang had succumbed to slumber within the confines of the cinema. Stealing a glance upwards, she noticed his eyes were closed, his breathing steady. Was he truly asleep, or merely in a state of unawareness? It was unexpected to find Shang dozing off here. Unbeknownst to Yin Jiang Xian, Xiao Mushang had only just contemplated sleep himself. Upon discovering Jiang Xian had fallen asleep, he realized it was already the early hours of the morning. Reluctant to disturb the moment, he chose to remain still, waiting until the first light of dawn when the theater was nearly empty, before he finally allowed himself to rest. The exhaustion from consecutive days of work, coupled with a night devoid of sleep, ultimately led Xiao Mushang to drift off, resulting in the scene that Jiang Xian now beheld. As she gazed upon Xiao Mushang's sleeping visage, she found it increasingly pleasing to the eye. His lips, flushed like petals, beckoned her to reach out. Chapter 68. Awaiting discussion, Jiang Xian merely wished to smooth the furrows on Xiao Mushang's forehead, yet before her fingers could make contact, they were seized by a powerful hand. "Are you longing to return home?" Xiao Mushang inquired. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with mirth as she replied, Shang, aren't you going to sleep?" Due to the significance of the script performance, the school had become a focal point for Bin Huang, leading to frequent breaks from classes, a welcome occurrence for Yun Jiangxin, who often found herself visiting Yunxiao on various pretexts. Encouraged by Xiao Mushang's indulgence, Jiang Xian seized the opportunity to check in at his office during lunch hours. After receiving her acceptance notification, Jiang Xian had been actively participating in Yun Zhao's training sessions. However, amidst the fervor of school activities, she typically stopped by to clock in at the school before leaving. "Wait, Jiang Xian," Wang Mengqi called out, halting Jiang Xian as she was about to depart once more. "What is it, Mengqi?" Jiang Xian turned to face her breathless companion. "Have you seen Junjin?" Wang Mengqi inquired, panting. "Yunqin? Xiang Xin Bunda." It seemed she hadn't seen him since leaving school the other day. "Is he not at school?" "Indeed," Wang Mengqi replied, regaining her breath. "He was absent yesterday, too. Now our drama group is missing its crucial male lead. What shall we do?" A shadow crossed Jiang Xian's gaze. It appeared that Junjin had indeed been absent for several days. "By the way, Jiang Xian, how have you been lately?" Wang Mengqi asked awkwardly. "Quite well," Jiang Xian responded. "I haven't seen Junjin either, but I'll keep an eye out for him and have him call you if I do, all right?" Wang Mengqi hesitated, wanting to inquire about Jiang Xian's current activities, yet refrained, sensing the distance in Jiang Xian's tone. "Well, I must be off, goodbye." Due to the urgent launch of the Xion K51 and directives from above to cultivate new talent, Li Xian found herself personally overseeing the recruitment process, striving to identify a newcomer swiftly. With an influx of interviewees recently, She was fortunate to have spotted a few promising candidates days prior. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xin, one of those candidates Li Xin had taken a liking to was her. As Jiang Xin attempted to navigate through the crowd, intending to deliver lunch to Xiao Mashang in the high-level conference room, she unexpectedly encountered Li Xin the moment she exited the elevator. "What are you doing here, Jiang Xin? Manager Li, what brings you here?" They both exclaimed in unison, leaving Jiang Xin momentarily flustered. "Li Xin Sha Gonfu Xin Di Ben Pe." "Jiang Xin, I understand you have connections, but you shouldn't be here at this hour," she remarked, eyeing the bag in Jiang Xion's hand, suspecting it to be some form of bribery. "Oh, I must have taken a wrong turn," Jiang Xian replied casually. "Very well, let us descend together, for I have matters to discuss with you," Li Xian stated. Earlier, as she presented the training video for newcomers to General Xiao, it appeared that he held a favorable impression of Yun Jiangxin, inquiring about her several times. Therefore, adhering to the principle of aligning with the desires and intentions of one's superior, one would undoubtedly avoid reprimand. However, Manager Li's expression revealed her unease, for she could not allow Shang to go hungry. "What troubles you?" Li Xian promptly addressed the matter at hand. Yunxiao is about to launch a new smartphone, and the position of spokesperson is not one that just anyone can assume. Indeed, Li Xian continued, "Do you have any pressing matters at present?" I. Jiangxin pondered. Could it be that the manager intends for her to? "While this was indeed of great importance, manager, might you allow me to have my lunch first?" Jiangxin gestured towards the bag in her hand. "Perhaps we should discuss this after I have had my meal," she proposed. "Manager Li, I must take my leave." Without waiting for Li Xian's response, Yun Jiangxin swiftly exited through the emergency exit, ascending the stairs. Chapter 69. An unfortunate ending after running for a while and realizing that Li Xian had not pursued her. Yun Jiangxin concluded that it would be prudent to hasten to the conference room, where she would be safe. Li Xian, however, was taken aback by Yun Jiangxin's sudden movement, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This Jiangxin. Once she ensured that no one was around, Jiangxin dared to open the door to the conference room, cautiously stepping in one foot at a time, followed by her hands, then half her body, and finally her head. After successfully closing the door, she exhaled a sigh of relief. But what would she do when she encountered Manager Li in the afternoon? "Is someone chasing you?" The sudden voice beside her startled Jiangxin, causing her heart to race. "Oh, Shang, why did you scare me?" she exclaimed. "You snuck up on me. Come on, what are we having for lunch today?" Xiao Mashang, observing Jiangxin's anxious demeanor, understood her fear of running into acquaintances and chose not to reveal her predicament. They had agreed to meet in this room for lunch for a week, and he was growing accustomed to it. Pouting slightly, Jiangxin took out the glutinous rice chicken prepared by Sister Li that morning. "Do you like it? It looks delightful." Xiao Mushang's appetite was piqued. "Just half for each of us, Shang. I haven't eaten yet," Jiangxin said, disregarding any need for arrangement, and began to devour her share. In the afternoon, when Yun Jiangxin stood before Li Xian, she felt distressed, pondering how to express herself. The manager must think she had significant backing, which made her feel belittled. Li Xian completely ignored Yun Jiangxin and called in the next interviewee. "Next, Junjin." Yun Jiangxin perked up, straining to confirm she hadn't misheard. Li Xian had initially thought Yun Jiangxin was a sensible girl, but her repeated breaches of decorum and lack of manners were becoming irksome. "Jiangxin, do you not realize you are acting like someone who has made a mistake?" "Moreover, how could you take the elevator to such high floors?" Speaking of which, Li Xian was infuriated. She could only ascend to that floor 2 or 3 times a week, yet she had encountered Jiangxin there, who appeared to be acting suspiciously. "You aren't attempting to spy on something, are you?" Li Xian's sharp gaze was fixed on Jiangxin's face, who vehemently denied, "No, absolutely not." While Jiangxin was adamantly refuting the accusation, Li Xian's full attention remained on her, so much so that they failed to notice Junjin entering from outside. Yun Jin, observing the excited exchange between the two, particularly Yun Jiangxin, inquired, "What are you two up to?" "Junjin, is that really you?" Both Yun Jiangxin and Li Xian exclaimed in unison. Yun Jiangxin quickly closed her gaping mouth, adopting a guilty expression. How did she end up seeing Junjin here? She recalled Wang Mengqi's anxious demeanor from the morning. Displaying commendable composure, Jun Jin introduced himself to Li Exan, remaining unfazed by the earlier commotion. Despite holding the position of a manager, Li Exan momentarily suppressed her anger towards Yun Jiangxin and expressed satisfaction with Jun Jin's introduction. However, the sight of Yun Jiangxin with her head bowed still unsettled her. Li Exan found it hard to believe that Yun Jiangxin could be a corporate spy. She merely considered the young girl to be naive, lacking understanding of what actions were appropriate, what places were off-limits, and the need for guidance in such matters. In that moment, an ingenious idea struck Li Exan. She turned to Jun Jin and posed a provocative question. If I present to you a woman whom you adore but who has grievously betrayed you, how would you exact your revenge? You have 5 minutes to develop her character and the course of retribution. While speaking, her gaze drifted towards Yun Jiangxin, who was attempting to diminish her presence. Li Exan continued, Yun Jiangxin, you shall temporarily assume the role of the betraying woman. Remember to immerse yourself in the character. Jiangxin felt a surge of frustration. Was it truly necessary for Manager Li to be so juvenile? All right, fine, she conceded, steeling herself. But why must I portray a woman destined for retribution? It surely bodes ill for me. Chapter 70. The Art of Performance. Jun Jin gently touched his nose, then gazed at Yun Jiangxin. If the woman who betrayed him were indeed Yun Jiangxin, what would he do? Yun Jiangxin, feeling constraint, opposed Yun Jin. The one who had betrayed him must be the wicked woman, unrepentant and self-righteous. Thus, Jiangxin immediately immersed herself in her role, her expression transforming with unflinching conviction. Embodying a demeanor that was utterly provocative, she boldly declared to Jun Jin, yes, I have been cohabiting with him, looking at him as if he were a man who had been forsaken. Li Exan appreciated this particular trait of Yun Jiangxin. Her ability to seamlessly adapt to any role in any setting was remarkable. During rehearsals, she tirelessly strived for excellence, which is why she was chosen. In contrast, Jun Jin seemed to be still contemplating his character, remaining motionless, his gaze fixed on Yun Jiangxin, then drifting aimlessly elsewhere. While the assistant speculated, Jun Jin unexpectedly stepped forward and enveloped Yun Jiangxin in an embrace. Then, with unwavering resolve, he proclaimed, if that is the case, I shall not let you go. I intend to confine you by my side. I shall punish you by ensuring that you must remain with me from now on. As he spoke, his voice faltered, sounding almost pleading. However, Jiangxin promptly pushed Jun Jin away. A woman who betrays is inherently ruthless. Even in your presence, my thoughts linger on another. I may possess your body, but I cannot capture your heart. Though I wish to spare you from harm, I want you to forever remember that you are indebted to me for life. Yun Jin regarded Jiangxin. Jiangxin felt a wave of frustration. What could she possibly say next? When she fell silent, Li Exan understood. It seemed that Jun Jin's retribution was of a psychological nature, truly a chilling prospect upon reflection. Very well, Li Exan, as the manager, maintained her composure. Although she had acknowledged Jun Jin, she still smiled warmly and remarked, your quick reflexes and commendable education are indeed impressive. However, may I kindly request that you return only upon receiving your acceptance letter? At that time, Li Exan will wholeheartedly welcome you. Thank you. Jun Jin nodded in response, signaling to Yun Jiangxin to wait for me outside. After Jun Jin departed, much of Li Exan's irritation dissipated. Seeing Yun Jiangxin sincerely acknowledge her mistakes allowed her to temporarily step outside for a breath of fresh air. As they entered a break room, Jiangxin immediately inquired, Jun Jin, why have you been absent from school these past few days? I was curious after that outdoor event. Why have I not seen you around since someone else took your place? Well, Jiangxin replied, I have been preoccupied with other matters. There isn't too much happening at school anyway. So, you have signed with the Yunxiao Group for film and television? Jun Jin had just learned that Yun Jiangxin was with Yunxiao. Although he was unsure how she had advanced so quickly, he decided he too would seize the opportunity to audition. Since the performance group of the esteemed Bing Huang has unexpectedly replaced the leading lady without his knowledge, he too shall bestow upon them a surprise. A sudden shift in the male lead poses no challenge for him. especially since his role was initially taken on merely out of regard for Yun Jiangxin. Indeed, he mused, this shall be my new realm of development, and the thought exhilarated Jiangxin. Jun Jin, perceptive as ever, discerned the excitement in Yun Jiangxin's words, compelling him to join as well. How do you think I performed just now? Yun Jin inquired. Quite splendidly, Jiangxin jested. I find myself a loss for words. I never imagined that your usual silence could give way to such eloquence. Nevertheless, I am certain you will succeed. I could tell from the manager's expression. A soft chuckle escaped Jun Jin's lips. His elongated brows and gently lowered eyelids were a sight to behold. Yet Yun Jiangxin had no time to admire. For through the window, she could see the office building where Xiao Muxiang worked, though the person she longed to see remained elusive. Chapter 71. 12 Points of Spirit. After bidding farewell to Jun Jin, Yun Jiangxin returned to Li Xian's side and indeed found her engrossed in Jun Jin's profile. Manager, you think he's quite impressive as well, don't you? Jiangxin remarked, seeking approval. Li Xian set aside the document and, ignoring Jiangxin, instructed her assistant. Please bring in the next candidate. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jiangxin stepped aside. As the day of interviews drew to a close, Jiangxin had stood for nearly 3 hours, with only brief interludes for restroom breaks to stretch her legs. She vowed never to deliver meals to Xiao Muxiang again. Once Li Xian had organized the documents and stood up, she approached Jiangxin, her heels clicking against the floor. Manager? Here, take this. You must memorize it by tomorrow. Li Xian said, extracting a file from the stack and handing it to Jiangxin, adding, study it well. Not daring to be negligent, Jiangxin nodded vigorously. Having hardly practiced that day, she discreetly made her way to the underground parking lot, where she found Xiao Muxiang already seated in the car. With quickened steps, she opened the door and slipped inside. What's the rush? No one is watching, Xiao Muxiang chuckled, observing Jiangxin's sudden shyness, which was uncharacteristic of her. Jiangxin cast a glance at him without speaking, turning her head away in irritation. What's the matter? Xiao Muxiang asked while starting the engine and pulling the car onto the street. You won't believe what happened today. She began recounting her day's events to him. After listening to her story, Xiao Muxiang frowned. I told you it would have been better to go directly up. That wouldn't do. I have no desire to be the center of attention, Jiangxin replied. But as an actress, isn't that ultimately the same outcome? Xiao Muxiang queried, genuinely puzzled by her thought process. Not quite. Jiangxin shook her head, then remembered something, pulling out the file Li Xian had just given her. Oh, I haven't looked at this yet. Xiao Muxiang thought to himself, incredulous at her whimsical thinking. Jiangxin flipped open the first page of the A4 document, revealing a promotional advertisement. Shang, what is this? She read aloud. Xion K51? Xiao Muxiang smirked, surprised that Li Xian had chosen Jiangxin after all. It seems Li Xian holds you in high regard. Really? Jiangxin responded nonchalantly. Manager Li loves to tease me. Just look at the document in your hands, Xiao Muxiang said, gesturing towards it as he drove. This is quite significant. It determines the fate of our company's new product. Really? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course, he affirmed. In reality, it was not as grave as Xiao Muxiang suggested. It merely represented a means of promoting the Xion K51. While the product's performance was paramount, advertising was an indispensable aspect. Thus, he emphasized its importance to encourage Jiangxin to invest more effort. Indeed, so the manager holds me in such esteem. I should truly study this, she declared, diving into the material with newfound seriousness. Without the need for Xian Muxiang to say it, Jiang Xian would take it seriously. However, after Xian Muxiang's emphasis, the documents in her hands no longer seemed ordinary. When Jiang Xian glanced at them, she felt compelled to be completely attentive. If Xian Muxiang were aware of this situation, he would undoubtedly refrain from making his previous remarks. By the way, Jiang Xian raised her head again. I will be going to school tomorrow, so I want to be coming to your company. Upon receiving Xian Muxiang's response, Jiang Xian did not dare to delay, even for a moment, and promptly lowered her head to continue reading. Chapter 72. Eavesdropping. As Jiang Xian did not have to go to the office today, she awoke to find Xiao Muxiang preparing to leave. Leaning out of the window, she called out to his retreating figure, Shang, drive safely. Her voice was loud enough that even the housekeeper, busy with outdoor chores, paused to glance at her window, causing Jiang Xan, clad only in her nightgown, to feel a wave of embarrassment and retreat indoors. Consequently, when Xiao Mushang turned around, he only caught a glimpse of the edge of her garment. Being greeted so cheerfully first thing in the morning lifted Xiao Mushang's spirits considerably, and he settled into his car to head to work. Although Jiang Xian had thoroughly reviewed the new smartphone product from Yunxiao Group, she decided to bring the materials provided by Li Xian to school for further study, seeking greater accuracy. She had initially believed that an important meeting awaited her at the school, only to discover upon her arrival that attendance was limited to students participating in the performance. Thus, she resolved to sit quietly and read her book, though she noticed the absence of Junjin. Perhaps he had gone to Yunxiao today. Hi, Ziyang Xin. What are you so engrossed in? Wang Mengqi stood before her, noticing the text on the document in Jiang Xian's hands, which read, Product Promotion, Xion K51. Are you taking a part-time job? Sort of, Jiang Xian replied, pondering whether that was indeed the case. Wang Mengqi, clearly intrigued, exclaimed, That's impressive. Which company has such discernment to hire you? Have you heard of Yunxiao Group? Jiang Xian looked up at Wang Mengqi, sensing an inexplicable presence nearby, though she could not see anyone. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Wang Mengqi's recognition of Yunxiao was evident from her expression. Wow. Jiang Xian, you are amazing. Let me see what advertisement you've landed. With that, Wang Mengqi reached for the materials in Jiang Xian's hands. However, Jiang Xian was quicker, evading Wang Mengqi's grasp. No, I can't. Manager Li emphasized the importance of confidentiality before the advertisement is released. We must not disclose any business opportunities. You'll still be able to see it once it's out. Just be patient. Jiang Xian patted Mengqi's shoulder, fearing further requests. She concocted an excuse and slipped out of the classroom. Jiang Xian entered the tea room and brewed herself a cup of coffee. At that moment, she relished the solitude, seated in a round chair, enjoying a brief moment of tranquility. Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, the door to the tea room swung open, revealing an unexpected visitor. Lu Tianxin? Shouldn't she be rehearsing at this hour? Wang Mengqi had mentioned that Lu Tianxin disliked being watched while filming, which was why she occasionally sought out others for conversation. Initially reluctant to speak, Jiang Xian found herself confronted as Lu Tianxin approached her directly. I hear you've landed an advertisement with Yunxiao Group? Lu Tianxin inquired, cutting straight to the chase. So it was you who was eavesdropping just now. Yin Jiangxin suddenly recalled her earlier feelings and spoke without hesitation. Humph. Lu Tianxin was filled with an indescribable regret at that moment. Had she known that Yunxiao would soon be involved in an advertising campaign, she would never have accepted this dilapidated school for some microvideo film. Yet, why had no one informed her of the significant changes occurring in Yunxiao? I ask you, Lu Tianxin said to Jiangxin, how did you gain admission to Yunxiao? Of course, it was through an interview. ISNT, that a rather redundant question? Jiangxin thought to herself. An interview? Lu Tianxin felt even more frustrated. What interview? However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The crucial issue was the advertisement opportunity that she desperately wanted to seize. Much like when she had become the leading actress at Bin Wang School. Lu Tianxin wished to discuss this with Yun Jiangxin. Chapter 73. Nothing works well. Since it is this way, I will accept your advertisement, Lu Tianxin said nonchalantly. Which company in this market wouldn't desire her as a spokesperson? Her fame is universally acknowledged. Yin Jiangxin found this statement incomprehensible. Was this person out of her mind? Attempting to supplant someone else's advertisement while exuding an air of condescension, she was not the one begging for anything. Moreover, did Yin Jiangxin not possess the capability to handle her own advertisements? No need. The advertisements I have received are within my capacity to manage. So I won't trouble you, Jiangxin replied deliberately with a tone of mockery. Lu Tianxin, intending to leave after her statement, was taken aback by Yun Jiangxin's words. Could it be? Are you refusing my request because I seized the role of the leading lady from you? Lu Tianxin inquired. If that is the case, do not misunderstand. Before she could finish, Yun Jiangxin interjected, since you are aware that you have already accepted the role from our school, you should focus on rehearsing instead of contemplating other matters. What Jiang Xin did not articulate was that she had exerted substantial effort to prepare for her next role. Yet Liu Tianxin seemed to want to pursue whatever fancied her whims. "You are indeed concerned about this matter," Liu Tianxin remarked. "If you wish to return to Binhuang, I can make a few calls, but only for the Yunxiao advertisement." Enough of this annoyance, Jiang Xin thought, her irritation flaring. True, the previous incident had left a mark, but she would not relinquish the current advertisement. "You needn't say anything further. I will not acquiesce." Rising from her seat, she declared, "I cannot remain here any longer." "You cannot leave." Liu Tianxin grasped Jiang Xin's hand. "Do you not recognize who I am? The promotional advertisement for Yunxiao will yield better results solely with my endorsement, ensuring a perfect conclusion." Listening to Liu Tianxin's lengthy tirade, Jiang Xin felt a lump rise in her throat. Did Liu Tianxin truly believe she was incapable of producing such results? What perfection! Turning to face Liu Tianxin, she retorted, "My looks may not surpass yours, nor can I feign your charm, yet my impact is yet to be revealed. How can you presume to judge my worth? I detect a hint of jealousy in your tone. I simply refuse to yield, vexing you in the process." At that moment, Liu Tianxin's eyes widened. Her hand raised to strike Jiang Xin's face. "Let us see how long you can maintain that beauty." With a swift motion, Jiang Xin bent backward, evading Liu Tianxin's attack. Seizing the opportunity, she retaliated with a kick aimed directly at the heel of Liu Tianxin's high-heeled shoe. "Allow me to demonstrate what perfection truly entails." With precision, Jiang Xin launched her kick. A sharp thud echoed as Liu Tianxin, caught off guard by the term perfection, felt her heel unexpectedly dip, causing her to tumble to the ground. Unable to grasp Jiang Xin in time, her rear meeting the floor with an audible thud. Seizing the moment of Liu Tianxin's bewilderment, Jiang Xin swiftly exited the tea house. Moments later, the sounds of two loud thuds resonated, followed by Liu Tianxin's intermittent cries of distress. Jiang Xin stifled a laugh as she made her way to another location. It turned out that Jiang Xin had kicked off both of L Tianxin's thick high heels with a single blow. What a woman, so brazen. L Tianxin gazed at the retreating figure of Jiang Xin with a mixture of shame and resentment. When L Tianxin found Jin Yiming, it was precisely afternoon tea time. Jin Yiming, bored, was idly picking at the leaves in his teacup. He had seen Jiang Xin for several days and wondered what she might be doing now. He took out his phone and promptly dialed the number. After the call, Jin Yiming appeared invigorated. He had anticipated that such a casual excuse would ensnare the girl. However, he pondered what they might do when Jiang Xin arrived. Noticing Jin Yiming's buoyant mood, L Tianxin naturally took a seat opposite him. "Hey Yiming, what is you in such high spirits?" Jin Yiming glanced around, noticing no one else present. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Am I not welcome?" Feigning an injured expression. "I have a friend coming over shortly," Jin Yiming said. "Besides, we don't have much to discuss, do we?" Chapter 74. In the midst of busyness, Jin Yiming, Liu Tianxin called out. Jin Yiming halted her from speaking further, saying, "Wait a moment, I need to take a call." He stepped outside the dining area, and as he answered the phone, he heard Jiang Xin's voice on the other end. "Jin Yiming, where on earth are you? I can't find you." Jin Yiming raised an eyebrow. After a brief pause, Jiang Xin's voice came through again. "I see you. Don't move. I'm coming over," she said, pointing in his direction. "All right, I'll wait," Jin Yiming replied, remaining in place. Jiang Xin approached from behind and tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, what did you want to talk about?" Turning to face her, Jin Yiming felt his mood brighten at the sight of her vibrant demeanor. "Where shall we go?" Jiang Xin asked. "Standing here isn't ideal. How about we head to my office?" Jin Yiming suggested. Jiang Xin looked at him quizzically, thinking to herself that he must be somewhat unhinged. He had just mentioned they were supposed to meet here for business, and now he wanted to change venues. Did she really appear so unoccupied that she could whimsically go wherever she pleased? "Jin Yiming, just tell me what you need. I have other matters to attend to," she said, a hint of impatience in her tone as her gaze darted around. Part of her annoyance stemmed from Xiao Mushang's previous warning against associating with Jin Yiming. Jin Yiming was taken aback by her brusqueness. Could it be that she was aware of his assistance to Liu Tianxin, and thus harbored a dislike for him? Contemplating the situation, he decided it best to seek another location, given that Liu Tianxin was still inside the restaurant. Jiangxin, didn't you mention wanting to discuss an investment with me? Jin Yiming asked. If you wouldn't come to me, I had no choice but to invite you out. Oh, that matter, Jiangxin nodded, realizing she had perhaps been a bit hasty. But you do not know? I have already withdrawn from the Binhuang theater troupe. Unaware of the slight awkwardness on Jin Yiming's face, she shrugged and continued. So, it's unnecessary now. I certainly want to don a wedding dress for someone else. Nevertheless, I appreciate your support. Jin Yiming wished to say more, but Jiangxin immediately clarified. So, this is what you wanted to discuss today? However, you will be disappointed. I'm not the person you should seek for collaboration. He could find no semblance of disappointment on her face. Aren't you upset? He asked. That's all in the past. I'm a busy person now, Jiangxin replied, intending to convey that she had found new endeavors. Just then, Liu Tianxin emerged from behind Jin Yiming. Tianxin, what are you doing here? Jiangxin asked, looking at Jin Yiming with confusion. Liu Tianxin had been watching Jin Yiming go outside to take the call and noticed the broad smile on his face upon seeing Jiangxin, which prompted her to come out in a flurry of curiosity. She linked her arm with Jin Yiming's and smiled at Jiangxin. Of course, I'm here with Yiming. What about you? How do you find the time to be here? Jiangxin was left speechless. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, she addressed Jin Yiming. No wonder you suggested we change our venue. It appears this place is rather inconvenient. Liu Tianxin immediately turned her gaze towards Jin Yiming. Yiming, perceptive to Yun Jiangxin's secret delight, suddenly recognized the cunning nature of her character, which he had not noticed before. Thought Yun Jiangxin, reveling in her glee. Let the two of you fret over it. By the way, Jiangxin continued, I must head to Yunxiao for rehearsals, so I shan't disturb you both any longer. Farewell. As Jin Yiming regained his focus, he noticed that Jiangxin had already sprinted a considerable distance away. Hey Jiangxin, I still have matters left to discuss. He called out. Jiangxin thought to herself. Next time, perhaps, and of course, she had no intention of returning. It was wiser to make her escape. With Jiangxin, now, far off, Liu Tianxin shrugged off Jin Yiming's arm and crossed her own. Yunxiao Group? Jin Yiming mused. Is it yet another affair with Xiao Mushin? Liu Tianxin, feeling vexed, called out. Jin Yiming, did you hear what I just said? Chapter 75. Not wanting to miss out, Liu Tianxin shouted angrily. Jin Yiming, did you hear what I said? Jin Yiming's expression darkened abruptly. Liu Tianxin, I've already told you that last time was the final occasion. Do not seek me out again, do you understand? What are you shouting at me for? Liu Tianxin felt a surge of panic as Jin Yiming turned to leave. Jin Yiming, don't go. You cannot leave. Jin Yiming, however, could be merciless, for his patience was wearing thin. As he got into his car, Jin Yiming was keenly eager to discern what Yun Jiangxin was up to. Yun Jiangxin hurriedly rushed into Li Xian's office. Manager, did you call for me? Li Xian looked up from her desk and replied, You're here just in time. I wanted to see how your rehearsals are progressing. Following Li Xian, Yun Jiangxin walked towards the rehearsal room. By the way, I found you a partner. Li Xian continued as they walked. They should already be in the dance studio by now. A partner? Yun Jiangxin inquired with curiosity. Before long, they arrived at the door of the rehearsal room, which was closed, yet soft piano melodies could be heard from within. Is someone playing the piano? Yun Jiangxin pondered, surprised that her partner might be such a refined individual. Manager, who is this talented person? As she spoke, Li Xian opened the door and entered. Once inside, Li Xian gestured towards the silhouette seated at the piano and introduced, This is Jun Jin, a student from Binhuang School. Ah, it's Yun Din. Yun Jiangxin exclaimed, stepping forward to the piano before Li Xian could finish her introduction. I never expected you could play the piano. It sounds lovely. Really? I only attended a tutoring class when I was young. Jun Jin replied modestly. Cough, cough, Li Xian interjected. So you two are indeed acquainted. I suspected as much since you both attend the same school. Hence, I need not elaborate further. Noticing the excitement between Yun Jiangxin and Jun Jin, Li Xian hurriedly said, Jiangxin, prepare yourself to begin the story for the Xion K51 advertisement. I have other matters to attend to shortly. She glanced at the time and added, The director will be visiting next week, so you should have ample time to prepare. Yes, I have been ready, Jiangxin replied, casting a glance at Jun Jin, who remained at the piano. Indeed, this is your first advertisement, and it is a crucial first step for us at Yunxiao. It is equally significant for your future development. So you must strive for excellence. Jiangxi nodded, but then inquired with a hint of confusion. Excuse me, manager. Will the male lead in the advertisement be played by Junjin? That is yet to be determined, but for now, he can temporarily fill the role, Li Xian responded. Upon hearing this, Jiangxin felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for something different. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that as long as she was with Yunxiao, many opportunities would still come her way. After changing her attire, Jiang Xian stood at the seaside corner, where the wind seemed to embrace her, akin to a large fan blowing gently. The seaside corner, however, was merely a wall adorned with an expansive mural of the ocean within the confines of a room. In the words of Li Xian, an actor must portray the most authentic scenes in the most unconventional places. This is the pinnacle of their craft. The promotional advertisement unfolds in the form of narrative fragments. The first segment depicts a woman sorrowfully making her way to the shore, where she casts her phone into the depths of the sea, symbolizing her missed opportunity to reunite with her beloved due to the device. This sentiment is conveyed through the actress's poignant gaze. Subsequently, the male protagonist passes by, holding the very phone the advertisement seeks to endorse. The refreshing music emanating from it captures the woman's attention. The second segment features the woman, drawn to a uniquely designed phone displayed in a mobile store. After purchasing the device, she ventures along the street, experimenting with its photography capabilities. With each snapshot framed, her spirits seem to lift, inadvertently capturing the male protagonist within her frames. The third segment showcases the male protagonist, who takes the initiative to present the photographs he has taken to the woman. The scene culminates with the two seated on a long bench, sharing laughter and companionship. The advertisement concludes with the poignant phrase, "Though it is not you, I do not wish to miss out again." Chapter 76. Blushing in order to leave a profound impression on a vast audience. The actors must delve deeply into their performances, rendering them genuine. As Li Xian observed Yun Jiangxin and Junjin seated on the long bench indoors, she mused that, without the director's guidance, they could manage splendidly on their own. If the two were to debut together in the entertainment industry, they would undoubtedly become a beloved on-screen couple. While lost in thought, Li Xian's hands remained busy as she clapped and exclaimed, "Very impressive. Jiangxin, your preparation is remarkably creative. Hence, I shall reward you with a day off tomorrow." "Haha, I'm back," Yun Jiangxin announced, having returned home early due to a light school schedule. "Li Sao, Ye Milma." "Miss, you have returned," Li Sao, who was often bustling about in the kitchen, replied. "All right, Li Sao will prepare something delicious for you." "Sounds great. You're the best, Li Sao. By the way, is Chen Yao home?" "I'm going to find her to play," Jiangxin said, darting towards Chen Yao's bedroom, having realized it had been several days since they last met. Last time, Chen Yao mentioned she would be interviewing at Yunxiao. Why hadn't there been any news? "Chen Yao, I'm here," Jiangxin called out as she noticed Chen Yao's door ajar. Stepping inside, she discovered Chen Yao diligently sketching at her small desk. "Huh, Jiangxin, you're back," Chen Yao exclaimed, turning her head. "What are you working on?" Jiangxin inquired. "Oh, Jiangxin, I'm designing clothes. Let me show you," Chen Yao replied, handing over her sketch. The illustration depicted a model elegantly adorned in a long, flowing wedding gown. "Yao Yao, it's beautiful," Jiangxin praised. However, Chen Yao appeared somewhat disheartened. "Do you really think so, Jiangxin?" "Absolutely, it's stunning," Jiangxin affirmed. "Yao Yao, have you found a new job?" Chen Yao nodded. Jiangxin, surprised at her accurate guess, continued. "Is this design part of your assignment?" At that moment, Li Sao entered, carrying a plate of freshly cut fruit and presenting it to Jiangxin. "Mississippi. Hangzhou, Li Sao," Jiangxin said sweetly. After Li Sao left, she awaited Chen Yao's response. "Yao Yao." Hesitating, Chen Yao replied, "No, this is just something I scribbled." Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. As Jiangxin munched on apple slices, she refrained from further conversation, pondering whether Chen Yao's current lack of confidence stemmed from the hopes she had instilled that remained unfulfilled. Glancing once more at the sketch in her hand, Jiangxin found it truly impressive. Perhaps an idea began to form in her mind, but now was not the time to share it with Chun Yao. It could potentially blossom into a delightful surprise. Yao, I need to head out for a bit. Okay, Chun Yao replied. Yao, I believe your design is exceptional. May I take it with me to examine further? Sure, take it. I have plenty of these, Chun Yao said, though her thoughts drifted back to her current job, filling her with worry. Had she made a mistake by choosing the path of design? After bidding farewell to Chun Yao, Jiangxin turned and entered the study of Xiao Mushang. Having obtained Shangshang's consent, Yun Jiangxin could now enter the study without concern, as long as she refrained from rummaging through documents. After all, who would have thought that Shangshang would come to care for Yun Jiangxin? A week later, the highly anticipated launch of Yunxiao Group's new mobile phone took place at the Yunxiao Hall, followed closely by the release of promotional advertisements. In an instant, photographs of Yun Jiangxin and Jun Jin seemed to grace television screens across the globe simultaneously. Indeed, it was through Yun Jiangxin's fervent recommendation and the unavailability of a more suitable male lead from manager Liuyan that the exceptional newcomer Jun Jin finally took the stage, albeit with certain risks involved. However, what Yun Jiangxin did not foresee was the overwhelming response to the advertisement, which completely overshadowed other mobile phone brands. Consequently, both Yun Jiangxin and Jun Jin skyrocketed to fame. Upon returning to the Xiao household, Yun Jiangxin was met with the exuberant expression of Chun Yao. With a beaming smile, she approached Chun Yao, exclaiming, Yao, Jiangxin, congratulations. Chun Yao exclaimed, embracing Yun Jiangxin tightly, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Thank you. Chapter 77. As I, Jiang Xian, and Chun Yao watched the scene of Yun Jiang Xian donning a wedding gown on television, I found myself rendered speechless with excitement. This moment not only validated her creation, but also ignited a newfound motivation within her to embrace recognition. All right, I only intended to surprise you. Jiang Xian smiled and said, Aren't you happy? Yes. Thank you, Jiang Xian. Oh, don't mention it. She giggled. Little did Jiang Xian anticipate that the dress designed by Chun Yao, crafted from exquisite silk, would yield such remarkable results when showcased in a commercial by the seaside. Not only did she portray a forlorn bride, but she also inadvertently provided free advertising for Chun Yao's attire while promoting the Xion K51, prompting some customers to inquire with the manager about where they could procure a wedding gown similar to the one in the advertisement. By the way, Jiang Xian said, gently grasping Chun Yao's shoulders, you're on the verge of fame now. You must stick with me. I can't afford to lose you. Absolutely, Chun Yao replied, her confidence visibly blossoming, making her demeanor much more vibrant. Recognizing Chun Yao's commendable social skills, the company decided to appoint her as Yun Jiang Xian's manager, alongside professional support from other specialized personnel. That day, Yun Jiang Xian felt an irresistible urge to visit the school. Thanks to Xiao Mushang's recent attentiveness, the school had been lenient regarding her frequent absences, a clear advantage of having influential connections, Jiang Xian mused as she walked. In contrast, Liuyan Xian had been feeling increasingly discontent due to Yun Jiang Xian, Jeannie Ming, and Xiao Mushang. Yes, she was envious, and this jealousy had rendered her nearly incapable of performing her role effectively in recent days. Yet Liuyan Xian was still obligated to report to Bin Huang daily, doubting whether her previous decisions were wise. With filming nearing its conclusion, there was no turning back for her, regardless of her capabilities. Upon entering the campus, Yun Jiang Xian spotted Liuyan Xian striding arrogantly along the pathway. What an inauspicious start, Jiang Xian thought. Zunziang Xin, Liuyan Xian called out, perhaps believing that a slight rise in Jiang Xian's fame entitled her to disdain. Jiang Xian hesitated, but eventually turned to face Liuyan Xian. Hello. Initially intending to exchange pleasantries and depart, Jiang Xian was taken aback by Liuyan Xian's rigid expression. What is wrong with you? Liuyan Xian brushed her bangs aside and stated, I wish to have a word with you. I'm sorry, but I'm busy, Jiang Xian replied instinctively without deliberation. As it was peak class time, the pathways were crowded with students, many of whom paused to observe the two of them. Liuyan Xian had grown accustomed to the attention and directly inquired, Yin Jiang Xin, what is your relationship with Genie Ming? Yin Jiang Xin felt her hand being grasped by Liu Tian Xin, igniting a spark of irritation. You'd best let go. Startled by Jiang Xin's piercing gaze, Liu Tian Xin instinctively released her grip, bewildered by the sudden intensity, as she had always perceived Jiang Xin as the quintessential good girl. Liu Tian Xin, that's... Are you and Jean Yiming dating? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm leaving. Yin Jiangxin felt that there was no common ground between her and the woman, and it would be better to walk away. Otherwise, how could she? Hey, Yin Jiangxin, are you really leaving? Liu Tianxin watched helplessly as Yin Jiangxin departed. This is too much, but since you are so eager to enter the entertainment industry, I shall make you aware of its harsh realities. Yin Jiangxin stepped into a classroom she hadn't visited in a long time. The bell had yet to ring, and just as she settled into her seat, she was immediately surrounded by eager classmates exchanging pleasantries. Jiang Xin was the first to embrace Yin Jiangxin, finally willing to welcome her back. Haha, what words can describe this moment? It certainly brought some comfort to Jiangxin. Despite the passage of time, their bond had not faded. Perhaps this is simply a reflection of Jiang Xin's character. Indeed, time has the power to mend all wounds. Chapter 78. Did I not come to school today? Additionally, how has your storyline progressed? Jiang Xin inquired. What else could it be? The protagonists are not from Bin Huang, Wang Mengqi replied brightly, though a hint of complaint lingered in her tone. Ever since Jun Jin joined Yunxiao, Bin Huang abruptly lost its male lead. They had to hastily scout for an exceptional talent elsewhere. And thus, Liu Tianxin stepped in to resolve the predicament by sourcing someone from the entertainment industry. What about Lin Lijiang? Jiang Xin asked, initially believing that with Jun Jin's departure, Lin Lijiang might take over. Had something transpired? Upon hearing Jiang Xin's words, Wang Mengqi turned her gaze towards Jiang Xining. Xining, what about you? Jiang Xin pointed at Jiang Xining. However, Jiang Xining swiftly changed the subject, exclaiming, "Oh, let's not mention him. He simply does not enjoy acting. Lin Lijiang dislikes acting, yet he was so eager to take on the leading role initially." Jiang Xin sensed a tinge of melancholy in Jiang Xining's tone, concluding that a quarrel must have occurred between the two. Nonetheless, it was best for outsiders not to meddle in such matters. Jiang Xin shared some amusing anecdotes from her work with the group, and before long, the day had vanished. Today, Manager Li had graciously granted her an extra holiday. She returned to school yearning to relive the innocent feelings she had experienced upon her initial arrival on campus, seeking reassurance that her chosen path was indeed the right one. But why, as the time to return home approached, did her heart feel so heavy? Was it due to Jiang Xining and Lin Lijiang? It seemed as though it had been ages since she had strolled alone along the streets. On her way home, she did not call Xiaolong for a ride, and unable to hail a taxi, she decided to walk along the road. When alone, one often finds their thoughts wandering, and Jiang Xin was no exception. Having adapted to this world for quite some time, she found herself ensnared in an increasingly intricate web of relationships. Even her attempts to feign ignorance were becoming unsustainable. She was not foolish. When Xiao Mushang had revealed that he was not her older brother, she had begun to ponder. Yet, she was reluctant to relinquish her hopes so easily. But now, she had once believed that securing employment and the right circumstances would enable her to be seen by Shang Shang. However, it dawned on her that becoming a renowned actress had only highlighted the distance between her and Shang Shang. Although the current Xiao Mushang was not quite the same as the one she had first encountered, and his feelings for her were gradually shifting, she found herself hesitating. Was Xiao Mushang truly the one she had been pursuing all along? An older brother was an older brother, and Xiao Mushang was Xiao Mushang. She could not conflate the two. If that were the case, could she still remain comfortably within the Xiao household? Suddenly recalling Lin Lijiang, who had once pursued her so ardently that he had even sought lead roles in performances he detested, she contrasted him with Xiao Mu Shui, who had never sacrificed his work for her sake. Jiang Xin felt it was time to seek an opportunity to effect some change. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Yin Jiangxin observed that the house remained unchanged. A daily routine of tidiness persisted. Aunt Li was likely in the kitchen, while the steward occupied himself with tending to the flowers in the backyard. Despite the vastness of the home, Yun Jiangxin was acutely aware of everyone's activities, except for Xiao Mashang, who must still be at the office. When would he return? Xiao Mashang sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Jiangxin from the moment she entered, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Jiangxin, startled, snapped back to reality, her eyes widening as she regarded the figure sitting upright on the leather couch. Why you, Xiao Mashang? What did you return? Xiao Mashang's frown deepened. Earlier than you, he replied. Oh, this time, it was Xiao Mashang who appeared taken aback. Typically, the girl would express great excitement upon seeing him, but today her demeanor was surprisingly calm, leaving him somewhat unsettled. What's wrong? Are you not happy? He inquired, wondering if her recent work had been exhausting. No. By the way, you returned quite early today. Jiangxin shook her head vigorously, casting aside any lingering negative emotions, and dashed over to Xiao Mushang's side. I just wanted to come home sooner. Chapter 79. Since the advertisement was filmed, Yun Jiangxin's engagements have notably increased. In addition to Li Xin assisting in declining press magazine requests daily, Jiangxin must participate in various activities organized by television production teams and occasionally receive script from certain screenwriters. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, Yun Jiangxin's captivating appearance naturally draws attention. Secondly, with the formidable backing of Yunxiao, it is indeed challenging for her to remain unpopular. After a full day of work, Jiangxin finds herself returning to the Xia family residence around 10 o'clock, completely ignoring the previously established curfew. What perplexes Jiangxin is that upon returning home, she often finds Xiao Mushan sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his documents, a sight that would have been unthinkable before. When did this change begin? Perhaps it coincided with her successful completion of the Yunxiao advertisement. On a pitch-black night, Chen Yao, riding in Xiaolong's car, returned to the Xia residence alongside Jiangxin. To her surprise, the outdoor filming extended until 11 o'clock, far too late. Although the director suggested a late-night snack, Yun Jiangxin declined. No matter how much Chen Yao inquired, Jiangxin remained tight-lipped. Consequently, as Chen Yao rubbed her persistently empty stomach, she informed the director that they would have to postpone it to another time, as she was genuinely hungry. Upon arriving at the Xia family's doorstep, Jiangxin waved to Chen Yao, urging her to rest early. All right, I shall take my leave now, Chen Yao replied, stretching her shoulders. Today has been exhausting, but collaborating with Jiangxin has been delightful. Taking a deep breath, Jiangxin crossed the threshold into the house. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she was taken aback to see Xiao Mushan seated on the sofa, just as he usually was. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was nearly midnight. Xiao Mushan, you? Jiangxin intended to ask why he was still there, not having shifted from his position. Xiao Mushan turned his head, which had begun to ache from the prolonged posture, struggling to recall how long he had remained in that position. However, the increasingly late hours of Jiangxin's return compelled a frown to settle upon his brow. You're back. Shangshan, you. Jiangxin felt a twinge of concern, noting the displeasure etched across his face, indicating he was likely upset. Yet before she could complete her thought, her stomach audibly rumbled, a sound that resonated in the stillness. Yun, Jiangxin, Xiao Mushan nearly ground his teeth in frustration. You returned so late, and yet you let me go hungry. What are those people thinking? That is, how embarrassing. Jiangxin felt a surge of mortification, yet she confessed, I am hungry. It's fine, I can have some fruit later, Jiangxin said, lowering her gaze. Xiao Mushan, could you please not look at me like that? To her surprise, the anticipated reprimand did not ensue, leaving Jiangxin somewhat bewildered. Typically, Xiao Mushan's earlier expression would indicate he was on the verge of fury. Why hadn't he scolded her yet? She thought perhaps this would allow her to eat something sooner and quell her hunger. Truly, she had grown accustomed to such treatment, even though he had been somewhat kinder to her recently. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Mushan approached Yun Jiangxin. No amount of anger could withstand the innocence reflected in her expression. How could he be unaware of her feelings? Occasionally, she would cast glances his way, as if waiting for the moment he might reprimand her. Yet, to be fair, when had he ever been harsh with her? Xia Misheng gently patted Yun Jiangxin's hair before heading off to change. As she climbed the stairs, he turned and entered the kitchen. fearing that Xia Misheng might still be upset. Yan Jiangxin decided to take her time in the shower, contemplating how best to address the situation later. After all, she had spent an entire day at work. In hindsight, school seemed far easier, requiring little effort. However, when she thought of Xia Misheng, who toiled daily, undoubtedly bearing a heavier burden, she resolved to sincerely apologize. As Yan Jiangxin stepped into the living room on the first floor, she found Xia Misheng seated at the dining table, enjoying a steaming bowl of noodles. Chapter 80. Are you not hungry? Come down and eat, Xia Mushang said to Yun Jiangxin, who was standing there in a daze. I know, Yun Jiangxin replied, anxiously taking a seat beside Xia Mushang. Was this a dream? As she bit into the noodles, she could hardly believe it. To her knowledge, at this hour, they were the only two in the house. After a brief silence, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Did you make this? Yes, he replied, and she was astonished that he had prepared noodles for her. It's delicious, Yun Jiangxin exclaimed, then returned to her meal. The only sound in the room was the slurping of noodles. Suddenly, a rather abrupt voice broke the silence. Yun Jiangxin, we are getting married next month. Coughing, she nearly choked on her last bite. After hearing Xia Mushang's announcement, she hesitated momentarily before coughing again. Was there more shocking news to come? The tone was not one of negotiation, but rather a command. She realized that she would eventually have to leave this household. For Xia Mushang could never truly be a big brother to her. However, even though she was engaged to Xia Mushang, there was no need to rush in a marriage. She was still in the early stages of her career and had yet to graduate from school. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. All right, finish eating and then get some rest, Xia Mushang said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. This is quite shocking, Yun Jiangxin thought to herself. But I haven't. Her words of protest were left unspoken as she watched Xia Mushang ascend the stairs swiftly. Well, it was nearly 1 a.m. It was indeed too late to stay up, so she decided to get some rest. The next morning, Yun Jiangxin was awakened by a phone call from Liuyan. Jiangxin, come to the company early today. We need to discuss something. All right, I'll get up, she replied. Last night, she had been preoccupied with Xia Mushang's words before sleep, and despite her exhaustion, it took her 2 hours to finally drift off. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was just past 6. So tired. After calling Chun Yao, she managed to catch a brief nap in Xiaolong's car. By the time Yun Jiangxin arrived in front of Liuyan, it was already 8 o'clock. Liuyan got straight to the point. We have a fantastic script that aligns perfectly with the style you mentioned before. Would you like to take it? A script? Jiangxin responded. But if I film a drama now, I might not have enough time. That is not an issue, Liuyan reassured her. You can apply for a leave of absence from school while retaining your student status. You could return in 2 years. Your acting career is on the rise, and you must seize the opportunity while it's hot. Liuyan directly handed Jiangxin a copy of the script. I'll give you a day to consider it. Okay, Jiangxin pondered for a moment before asking, Manager, do you know who the male lead is? As for the male actor, I'm not entirely sure. However, if you decide to take the role, the director should consider your preferences, Liuyan replied. I think Jun Jin has been performing quite well lately. All right, I will think it over. I'll step out for now. As Jiang Xian approached the door, she suddenly recalled the words spoken by Xiao Mushang last night. Next month. Given Yi Shang's disposition, it was entirely possible that a wedding would take place next month. That would be far too swift, wouldn't it? Jiang Xian's gaze drifted back to the script in her hands. If she were to accept the role in the television drama, it was unlikely that filming could be completed by next month. Hey, Jiangxin, Junjin, spotting Jiang Xian standing vacantly before Manager Li's office from a distance, called out. Oh, Yunjin. Jiang Xian turned to greet her. You're here. Indeed. What are you up to? Yunjin inquired. Oh, nothing much. By the way, don't you have class today? Jiang Xian asked. Junjin, looking puzzled, replied, I have a class this afternoon. I see, Jiang Xian said, placing a hand on her stomach. Have you had breakfast? Half an hour later, Jiang Xian found herself seated in a restaurant adjacent to the company, enjoying the extra egg tart that Junjin had ordered for her, while Junjin sat across from her, perusing the script for the television drama that Jiang Xian had resolved to accept. Chapter 81. Junjin, I'll play the role of the foolish female lead. Will you portray the male lead? Jiang Xin Yin Gui. Jun Jin glanced at the pastry crumbs at the corner of Yun Jiangxin's mouth and, without hesitation, reached out to wipe them away, smiling as he said, "Having read the script, I must admit, your demeanor closely resembles that of the female protagonist." Really? However, I believe I can grasp the male lead's character, Jun Jin continued, his gaze fixed on Yun Jiangxin. That means you will take the role, Jiang Xin mused, feeling relieved that it was preferable to filming alongside a stranger. After finishing breakfast, Yun Jiangxin and Jun Jin walked side by side on their way back to the company. Reflecting on what Li Xin had just mentioned, Jiang Xin turned to Jun Jin and asked, "If you accept the role, will you need to temporarily suspend your studies?" Jun Jin nodded, acknowledging that he had contemplated this question when he joined Yunxiao. It was merely a matter of timing. "All right, then I will assist you with the procedures when the time comes," Jiang Xin replied. In the following week, Yun Jiangxin enjoyed the luxury of preparing for the film in the comfort of her home, which also meant she needed to conclude her school obligations during this time. Fortunately, due to her enthusiastic recommendation and Li Xin's endorsement, Jun Jin was finally included among the candidates for the male lead. However, it was merely a formality. Jun Jin was sure to stand out. Why? After all, Jun Jin was also a valued member of Yunxiao, since Li Xin encouraged him to pursue this opportunity. She must have had some confidence in his prospects. Thus, Jiang Xin felt reassured. After spending 2 leisurely days at the Xiao residence, she was taken aback one morning while watching entertainment gossip on television when she spotted her own face on the screen. Is that really me? She rubbed her eyes to confirm, recalling the scene from 2 days prior, having breakfast with Jun Jin and returning to the company together. The footage was exceptionally well captured, showcasing their friendly interaction through every smile and glance. The filming technique was superb, yet something felt amiss. As the host reported, it completely overturned Yun Jiangxin's expectations, and the portrayal quickly took on a more vulgar tone. Ben Huang's schoolmates, Jun Jin and Yun Jiangxin, had previously collaborated at the Yunxiao Xion K51 product launch, successfully depicting the tumultuous relationship of a disheartened couple. According to investigations, the two had been together during their school days and now found themselves in the same company. It seemed inevitable that they would become a screen couple again. Jiang Xin, holding the remote control, found herself growing increasingly uncomfortable with the host's commentary. After all, she and Jun Jin shared a purely platonic friendship. She wondered how Jun Jin would react to this gossip. However, Jiang Xin tried not to dwell on it, knowing it was baseless. Yet, while Jiang Xin thought this way, others were oblivious to her perspective. When she and Jun Jin visited Ben Huang to apply for maintaining their student status, everyone regarded them with knowing expressions. This made Jiang Xin uneasy. She nudged Jun Jin. "Hey, Jun Jin, why do I feel like everyone is looking at us strangely?" Jun Jin remained calm, replying, "Not at all, it's fine." Yet, a subtle smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Xin couldn't shake the feeling that Jun Jin was acting rather peculiar today. Under the guidance of Jun Jin, after completing all the applications, Jiang Xin unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xining at the school gate. "Ah, Jiang Xin," Jiang Xining chuckled mischievously. "Jun Jin, I knew all along that you two had something going on." "What are you talking about?" Jiang Xin replied, perplexed. Not to mention, she might soon become the bride of Xiao Mushang next month. "Yun Qin, we're just friends, all right?" Jiang Xin implored with a pleading expression towards Jiang Xining, then shrugged at Jun Jin. Just then, Jin Yiming happened to pass by the entrance of Ben Huang and was surprised to see Yun Jiangxin. Of course, he had not overlooked the gossip circulating in the entertainment world, but he was not foolish enough to believe it. "Hey, little girl, remember to come to school." Jin Yiming teased Jiang Xin as he spoke. Upon seeing Jin Yiming, Jiang Xin felt as if she was greeting an old friend, though his words still carried that familiar, teasing tone. "Jin Yiming," Jiang Xin called out. Chapter 82. After Jin Yiming cleverly persuaded Yun Jiangxin to get into the car, he promptly mentioned the name of a restaurant. Thus, Jiangxin, considering the prospect of a complimentary meal, decided to overlook the situation for the time being. "So what brings you to me?" Jiangxin inquired straightforwardly. Jin Yiming, however, was not pleased with her directness. "Can I not seek you out without a reason?" Yun Jiangxin thought to herself, "Of course you can't." You have no business while I am quite busy." Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Jean Yiming felt a twinge of disappointment and called the waiter to order food, suggesting they eat first. After the meal, as Jiangxin prepared to leave, Jean Yiming halted her. "Jiangxin, I have something to say." "Oh, what is it?" Jiangxin sat back in her chair. Suddenly, the entire restaurant seemed to fall silent. Yun Jiangxin could feel that Jean Yiming had become incredibly serious, prompting her to abandon her casual demeanor and listen intently. Jean Yiming gazed at Yun Jiangxin. Although they had not known each other for long, the more he looked, the more familiar and fond he felt. "What do you wish to say?" Jiangxin asked, noticing that Jean Yiming was merely staring at her in silence, which felt rather peculiar. "Jiangxin, I like you," he finally exclaimed, his gaze fixed on her, fearful of missing a single expression from her. "You?" Yun Jiangxin found it hard to believe, yet the atmosphere hardly seemed suitable for jest. "If that is indeed the case." "Jean Yiming, I do not share your feelings," she stated earnestly. "Ah, you articulated that rather clearly and seriously," Jean Yiming replied, initially intending to keep things lighthearted. However, Jiangxin left him without even a reason to evade the matter. "Have you not considered it? After all, I am quite the promising prospect," he added. Yun Jiangxin resolutely shook her head. "No need to consider." "All right, I understand," Jean Yiming replied. Jiangxin grabbed her backpack and looked at him. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Goodbye." At the moment Jiangxin turned to depart, Jean Yiming's voice suddenly rang out. "Thank you, Jiangxin. Thank you for answering my question so earnestly. Huh. You've spared me from concocting excuses and allowed me to give up sooner." The self-deprecating tone in Jean Yiming's voice caused Jiangxin to pause. "Jean Yiming," she said as she turned back, only to find him standing right in front of her. Facing him, she sincerely said, "I'm sorry." "Ha!" In an instant, Jean Yiming reverted to his carefree demeanor, placing his right index finger against Yun Jiangxin's lips. "No need to apologize. Your refusal is your loss." His tone elicited a chuckle from Jiangxin, and she thought to herself, indeed, he remains unchanged, hardly serious for more than half an hour. With a playful swat, she brushed his hand away, replying, "Yes, yes, my loss. Now I must be off." Go on, go on. Just remember to treat me to a meal next time," Jean Yiming reminded her, not forgetting to seize the opportunity for another meal. As Chia watched Yun Jiangxin step into the taxi, Jean Yiming's once bright eyes dimmed in an instant. He had never anticipated that the girl would hold such thoughts of him after their time apart. Upon seeing the headlines featuring her and Junjin, he finally comprehended that his affection for her had compelled him to abandon everything in pursuit of her. He had rehearsed the lines he longed to speak, yet ultimately, he could not deliver them fully, as he was bested by the simplicity of her words, "I don't like you." Without consideration for his appearance, status, connections, or even his capabilities, she rejected him so decisively that he ought to have resigned himself to despair. Yet, the more resolutely she dismissed him, the more he found himself ensnared. From that moment forth, he resolved to adopt a different approach, for he understood that her refusal stemmed from Xiao Mashan. It seemed that karma would indeed return in kind. After dialing a number, Jean Yiming stated, "I know it's you, so refrain from actions you might later regret." Liu Tianxin, bewildered, gazed at the phone that Jean Yiming had just hung up, lost in contemplation. So, Jean Yiming truly harbors feelings for Yun Jiangxin, does he? Chapter 83. After Liu Tianxin had her call abruptly terminated, she, unwilling to concede defeat, picked up the phone once more. Her slender fingers danced over the pages of the telephone directory until they finally settled upon a particular number. "All right, it shall be you," she remarked with a slight smirk. "Hello, is this the Xinhua News Agency? I possess some exclusive internal photographs. What about compensation? I require none. All I ask is that you consistently report the first piece of information I provide." After a brief exchange, she concluded, "All right, goodbye." The night swiftly passed, and today, Yun Jiangxin had her hands full. The renowned director Mingqin was scheduled to visit Yunxiao, which was reason enough for her to prepare thoroughly. Furthermore, today marked the inaugural day of filming for the television drama Liuyan. Indeed, the title of the drama she had promised Li Xin was Liuyan. However, who could have anticipated the presence of such a distinguished director? For some reason, Yun Jiangxin felt a tinge of anxiety. She even took considerable time selecting her outfit, ultimately settling on a somewhat vintage white lace gown that imparted an ethereal grace as she walked. Upon entering the Yunxiao building, Jiang Xin felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. What was going on? Had she truly garnered such attention that everyone was focused on her? Pondering this, she spotted Junjin approaching and called out to him. "Hey, Jiang Xin?" Junjin replied, astonished to see her, as he had presumed he would not encounter her again that day. "What is the matter?" Jiang Xin inquired. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Junjin hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Well, you see, I just came from Liuyan, and look at this." He handed her the headline he had obtained, admitting that it had left him rather shocked. "What is it?" Jiang Xin thought to herself that it was likely just gossip about her. Nothing too alarming, surely. "Oh, what is this? I had no idea. This is quite startling." In her hands lay an entertainment headline prominently featuring her photograph, flanked by two men. One was Junjin, and the other was Jin Yiming. As if that weren't enough, the headline was boldly emblazoned in a standard font, reading the hardships behind rising star Yun Jiangxin, with the word hardships rendered in bright red. Oversized lettering. Yun Jiangxin felt a deep admiration for the individual who had captured her image. Not only was the article heartfelt and compelling, but it was also well supported by visual evidence. Beneath the main headline, nearly the entirety of the newspaper chronicled her journey from her screen debut, presenting every detail of her rise to prominence. To put it bluntly, the article insinuated that Yun Jiangxin, a fledgling star, had not only entangled herself with the popular male Li Junjin, but had also shamelessly pursued the wealthy heir of the Yunxiao Group to elevate her career, thus portraying her as morally bankrupt and devoid of humanity. In essence, the article lambasted her in the most scathing manner possible. The more she read, the more infuriated she became. Jiang Xin could only wonder if she would encounter even more outrageous revelations in the future. Nevertheless, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront and retaliate against the individual responsible for the intrusion into her privacy. It was in this moment that Yun Jiangxin truly experienced the darker side of being in the limelight. "Jiangxin, are you all right?" Yun Din asked, his concern evident as he observed her lost in the pages of the entertainment report. Jiang Xn, in a fit of rage, crumpled the newspaper into a tight ball, squeezing it with fervor. "Do not fret. The manager has already reported this to the president," Junjin reassured, hoping to alleviate Jiang Xin's worries. However, upon hearing Junjin's words, Jiang Xin was seized by panic and dashed towards the door. "Jiang Xin, where are you going? It would be best if you refrained from wandering about." Junjin attempted to pursue her, but it wasn't long before Jiang Xin vanished from sight. Unbeknownst zu Yunqin, Jiang Xin possessed remarkable agility, and at that moment, she was racing towards the headquarters of Yunxiao. "Shang, please do not look at the newspaper," Jiang Xin muttered as she ran, cursing the perverse individual responsible for the invasive photography. Although the reports were fabricated, the images plastered across the pages were undeniably genuine. Jiang Xin recalled those photographs, depicting moments shared with Junjin and Jin Yiming, at school, at restaurants. Damn it, Jiang Xin couldn't suppress her expletive. If she were still naive to the entertainment industry's rules, she might have remained indifferent. However, she could not disregard the warning from Xiao Mushin about avoiding any association with Jin Yiming. Although nothing significant had transpired, she simply did not want Xiao Mushin to witness it. Chapter 84. Yun Zhang's heart was filled with trepidation as she arrived at the entrance of the headquarters. Stealthily, she slipped into the president's exclusive elevator without drawing any attention. As she watched the numbers ascend, the elevator chimed, and she found herself less anxious, even hesitating to step inside. However, her deliberation was cut short, for someone had already spotted her, the very person she had been longing to see, Mu Shang. Lowering her head, Yun Jiang entered Mu Shang's office, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. "Is there something you need?" Mu Shang inquired with deliberate calmness. Fortunately, this girl had come to seek his explanation. Upon seeing the report, he had been quite furious, especially since he had warned her not to see Jin Yiming again. Yet she had defied him time and again. Though anger simmered within him, Mu Shang swiftly quelled the news and planned to discuss the matter with Yun Jiang later that evening. Glancing once more at the photographs in the newspaper, He sighed in relief, for it was evident that she had not been as attentive to Jean Yiming as she was when she was with him. I have no particular reason, Yun Jiang stammered, nervously glancing at Mu Shang. Did he not know about her appearance in the newspaper? Mu Shang raised an eyebrow. That is, I just saw myself in the paper, she blurted out, her words tumbling forth in a fluster. In truth, upon hearing Yun Jiang's anxious tone, Mu Shang's anger dissipated by half. I knew about it this morning. Do you have any explanation? He gestured toward the desk behind him. Indeed. Yun Jiang spotted a towering stack of entertainment magazines on his desk, the very papers that Jun Jin had handed to her earlier. You? She pointed at the pile, then turned her gaze back to Mu Shang, realizing he had known all along. Yes. Yun Jiang fell silent, and Mu Shang assumed she was contemplating her explanation. After a prolonged pause, just when he thought she intended to remain in this awkward silence, she shifted her stance. What do you wish to say? Mu Shang asked. I'm leaving. Wah. Mu Shang caught her hand just before she opened the door, pulling her abruptly into his embrace. What are you doing? Yun Jiang's face flushed crimson as she found herself enveloped in his arms. I want to leave. At that moment, Yun Jiang thought that since he was already aware, there was nothing left to explain. The photographs were indeed authentic. Yet, no matter how much she struggled, Mu Shang held her even tighter. Where do you think you're going? Don't you have anything to say to your fiancé? Mu Shang questioned, turning her to face him. When have they grown so intimate? For Yun Jiang, the current Mu Shang was not one to engage in such familiarity. You're already aware, aren't you? Just now, I intended to discuss this matter with you. And as I spoke, Yun Jiangxin's spirits began to plummet. To prevent any misunderstandings, I hurried to find you. Yet fear held me back from daring to meet you in those final moments. However, before Yun Jiangxin could articulate her thoughts, the office door swung open. The secretary, taken aback, gazed at the two individuals entwined within the room. President, I am so sorry, she stammered, her voice laced with trepidation. Even the seasoned secretary, accustomed to the typically austere demeanor of President Xiao, was startled. It's nothing. You may leave, Xiao Mushang instructed the secretary. His tone bore a softness not typical of his usual gravitas, prompting the secretary to marvel at this tender side of the president, even in the presence of others. As he continued to embrace the girl in his arms with quiet composure, the secretary shook her head, refraining from any unnecessary gestures, and after apologizing, she exited, pondering the familiarity of the girl and recalling that the president had entered the office alone that morning. Chapter 85, after a considerable amount of time had passed. Once Yun Jiangxin had fully acclimated to the embrace of Xiao Mushang, he finally released her. Let me escort you back, Xiao Mushang stated, taking her hand and guiding her outside. Yun Jiangxin assumed he was taking her back to the Xiao residence. However, her confusion grew when he led her to Li Xian instead. Throughout their journey, Xiao Mushang had firmly held her hand. What brings us here? Jiangxin stuttered. Li Xian had received a call informing her that Director Mingqin had altered the schedule, thus arriving at the airport later that afternoon. Intrigued, she had decided to inspect her department, only to be taken aback by the sight of her superior, the president, appearing before her with an imposing demeanor. What is the situation? Is he here for an inspection, too? But why does he continue to hold onto his subordinate, Yun Jiangxin's hand? Jiangxin? Li Xian gazed at Yun Jiangxin, her expression rife with questions, momentarily forgetting that someone had been embroiled in scandal just that morning. Jiangxin shrugged, indicating her ignorance. Ahem. Xiao Mushang cleared his throat, reminding them of his presence. Promptly, Li Xian bowed her head in acknowledgement, addressing the president. Yun Jiangxin observed Li Xian's reaction, rolling her eyes. In truth, Xiao Mushang had done little. After Li Xian had paid her respects, he transferred Yun Jiangxin's hand to hers, instructing, take good care of her. I shall take my leave now and return to fetch you in the evening. Yun Jiangxin understood that the latter statement was directed at her, and she nodded casually. Li Xian, now not only perplexed but astonished, turned to Yun Jiangxin once Xiao Mushang had departed in high spirits. Do you have something to say? Li Xin Yin Gui? Nothing. Jiangxin replied, her thoughts devoid of concern, her mood seemingly brighter than usual as she hummed a little tune while making her way to her practice room. How could there be nothing? Suddenly, Li Xin recalled something and called out, disregarding her position as she trailed closely behind Yun Jiangxin. Could it be that you are not only involved with Jun Jin and Jin Xiao, but also with our president Xiao? What are you talking about? Jiangxin frowned, insisting that the newspapers were fabrications. So, does that mean what just transpired with President Xiao was indeed real? It seemed that even the most formidable of women, likely Xin, could not escape the clutches of gossip. However, Jiangxin was in no mood to entertain others. She needed to reserve her thoughts for contemplating the forthcoming performance of the leading lady. Yun Jiangxin believed that since her greatest concern regarding Xiao Mashang had been alleviated, the matter of entertainment headlines was merely inconsequential, a fleeting cloud. Li Xin shook her head as she watched Yun Jiangxin's retreating figure. Evidently, as the main character in tomorrow's gossip, Yun Jiangxin had yet to grasp the profound implications of the swirling rumors, which, like aftershocks following an earthquake, could prove more powerful than the initial tremors. Unbeknownst to Yun Jiangxin, the following day, as she typically disembarked from Xiaolong's vehicle, she was suddenly besieged by a throng of reporters, nearly pressing her entire body against the car, rendering her unable to stand upright. What is happening? Jiang Xin was terrified and attempted to open the car door to retreat inside, but the crowd was overwhelmingly dense, leaving no space whatsoever. Observing Yun Jiang surrounded by the throng, the reporters, assured she would not escape, unleashed a barrage of questions akin to cannon fire. Miss Yun Jiang, is it truly you making headlines today? What news? She doesn't even read the newspapers. Miss Yun, how did you achieve this? Could you enlighten us? What on earth is happening? Jiang Xin pondered in bewilderment. Miss Yun, it is said that you are about to embark on a new film. Does your acting prowess stem from real-life experiences? What does any of this even mean? The multitude of reporters, parched from their incessant inquiries, found no response from Yun Jiang Xin. One reporter, unable to contain himself, finally blurted out, Miss Yun, are you mute? Damn. Jiang Xin remained silent, having come to the realization that they would eventually disperse, so she chose to endure their presence in silence. Chapter 86. After a brief moment, a previously resolute group of journalists was suddenly stirred by an astonishing shout from one among them. The president of Yunxiao Group is getting married next week, and the bride is Yun Jiangxin, a key figure under the Yunxiao banner. Upon hearing this revelation, the reporters, who had been clustered together, hastily parted ways, no longer daring to crowd the future mistress of the Yunxiao Group. Jiangxin finally breathed a sigh of relief as the crowd dispersed. Yet she could not help but notice the envious glances directed her way, just as Jiangxin pondered whether the crowd might yield a bit more space. The atmosphere erupted once more. A contingent of bodyguards formed a neat line on either side of her view, clearly delineating a barrier against the reporters. As Jiangxin took a step forward, Zia Mashang appeared directly in her path, resembling an angel descended from the heavens, exuding charm and an aura of safety. Her heart, once steady, began to race uncontrollably. What was unfolding before her? Shang, how captivating you are! Meanwhile, on the second floor of a nearby building, Jun Jin gripped the newspaper tightly, observing the scene across the street. The individual occupying Jiangxin's thoughts was none other than the formidable president of Yunxiao, Zia Mashang. As Jiangxin and Zia Mashang exchanged tender glances, a languid voice rose from the crowd. What is going on? I've been so discreet, yet I've still been discovered. The crowd turned in unison to regard a strikingly handsome man who had interrupted the moment. Irritated by the disruption, Zia Mashang cast a disapproving glance at the newcomer before casually stepping beside Jiangxin, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as they entered the company premises. His words, however, were directed towards Mingxin. The esteemed director graces us with his presence. How splendid. Mingxin, upon hearing this, felt no sense of welcome. What day is it today? Jiangxin inquired from within Zia Mashang's embrace, sensing that their time together felt unusually prolonged. Friday. Then, next week, Jiangxin recalled hearing in the crowd that she was to marry next week. Am I truly getting married next week? She asked cautiously. Indeed. Zia Mashang responded with a single word, causing Jiangxin to lose her composure. Who made such a hasty decision? She wondered, wanting to challenge him, but upon lifting her gaze, she was met with his impatient expression, which silenced her. Zia Misheng, visibly displeased, glared at a director who had unwittingly joined them, feeling that the delightful atmosphere had been shattered. Meanwhile, Mingqin remained oblivious to the intense gaze directed at him. He was solely focused on Jiangxin, lost in his own thoughts. Yes, it was precisely this kind of gaze that Zia Misheng could not tolerate being directed at Jiangxin. Thus, he resolved that they would marry next week. As Mingqin observed something peculiar about Jiangxin, she stood up, expressing her intention to pour herself a cup of tea in the lounge. Mingqin nodded, her gaze lingering on Jiangxin, scrutinizing her every move. Just as Jiangxin closed the door to the lounge, Zio swiftly entered. You? Jiangxin looked at Zio with confusion, surprised that the president had chosen to come here instead of remaining outside. Are you surprised? Zio inquired. Jiangxin nodded, and mustered the courage to voice her greatest question: why the urgency to marry? I desire to wed you. This response caused Jiangxin to blush. I'm not going to run away, truly. After marriage, you certainly would not escape. Previously, anything was possible, Zio pondered. But what? The timing feels too rushed. I have everything arranged. Yet, you have not expressed your affection for me. Although I hold deep feelings for you, you have not even kissed me. Jiangxin stood there, her face growing increasingly crimson as her thoughts swirled. Chapter 87. Xiao Mushang gazed intently at Yun Jiangxin's delicate face, gradually closing the distance between them. By the time both realized their proximity, Xiao Mushang's lips were already pressed against hers. Yun Jiangxin thought to herself, is this really happening? Her heart raced, nearly stopping at the unfamiliar yet exhilarating sensation. Will you not marry me? Lost in the intoxicating kiss, Yun Jiangxin was jolted back to reality by Xiao Mushang's words whispered in her ear. You. She stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Eventually, only Xiao Mushang remained beside Mingqin, who kept glancing curiously behind him. Excuse me, director, is there something worth seeing behind me? Xiao Mushang feigned a look back and replied. Are you looking at my fiancé? Your fiancé? Mingqin asked in astonishment. Xiao Mushang, puzzled by her reaction, thought to himself that she should not have met Jiangxin before. Have you met Yun Jiangxin? No. Mingqin shook her head, then added thoughtfully, but I have a certain feeling. Feeling? We are getting married next week, Xiao Mushang said. I hope the esteemed director will grace us with your presence. Ha! Mingqin observed Xiao Mushang, whose demeanor differed vastly from her preconceived notion of the president of the Yunxiao Group. Nevertheless, she believed this version of Xiao Mushang would treat her well. Then, Mingqin fell silent. On Monday, Yun Jiangxin felt as though she had been gently lifted from her bed, as someone assisted her in washing her face, bathing, applying makeup, and dressing. Strangely, she felt overwhelmingly drowsy, unable to keep her eyes open, and for a moment, she thought she was dreaming. However, when she got up to use the bathroom, she caught sight of her reflection in the grand mirror of the luxurious bathroom, a figure adorned in a stunning white, form-fitting wedding gown with hair, ears, and even eyebrows meticulously styled. Who did this so swiftly? Yun Jiangxin was bewildered, suddenly recalling Xiao Mushang's face. Was this his efficiency? It was all too quick, especially while she was asleep. When she finally stepped out of her room, she realized this was not Zhao's residence at all. Xinjia, you're awake. Jiangxin snapped back to reality, only to find her grandmother there. Grandma, what are you doing here? Yes, her grandmother replied with a beaming smile, her eyes twinkling with joy. At last, I get to see my favorite granddaughter getting married, and my wish has finally come true. Mushang brought you back early this morning. That boy is quite eager. I didn't expect you two would be tying the knot today. I haven't prepared anything yet. Her grandmother sighed with a mix of excitement and nostalgia. Indeed, even I, the bride, am still in the dark. But, her grandmother continued, I believe Mushang is a wonderful person. Xinjia, you will find happiness with him. Feeling the warmth of her grandmother's sentiments, Jiangxin's heart swelled with emotion. Realizing that perhaps Xiao Mushang's decision was not so disheartening after all, as she could still sense such profound familial affection. Casually grabbing a bite to eat, Jiang Xin was gently ushered into the room by her grandmother, who insisted it was still early and that the bride should remain in her chamber. Jiang Xin not dead. Though the hour seemed premature, she had long lost her inclination for slumber and still struggled to believe that she was about to wed Xiao Mashang, despite the fact that marrying her elder brother had been her childhood dream. As Jiang Xian sat in contemplation, a chorus of laughter erupted from outside, followed by a knock at her door. "Who is it?" she called. "Hey, Jiang Xian." Jiang Xining's head popped into the room first. "Xining?" "Jiang Xin et Gulim." Soon after, Wang Mengqi followed her inside. Jiang Xian was uncertain how to address them. Although they had previously experienced discord, they were, after all, two friends she had made at Binhuang. Jiang Xining, however, seemed unchanged, exclaiming, "Jiang Xian, how could you be so inconsiderate? You're getting married, and you didn't even tell us." Her eyes widened in mock reproach. Wang Mengqi chimed in, "So of course we couldn't resist coming uninvited to be your bridesmaids." At that moment, Jiang Xian couldn't care less about anything else. Seeing her two unchanged friends, who were there to celebrate her wedding, filled her heart with joy beyond measure. Chapter 88. When the elongated wedding car arrived, Yun Jiangxin stood at the door, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Xiao Mashang, resembling a bride filled with anticipation. As Xiao Mashang stepped out of the car, his gaze fell upon Yun Jiangxin, standing at the entrance, and he realized that the person he had been waiting for was quietly waiting for him, watching him. This feeling was truly delightful. As Jiangxin approached him, she whispered in Xiao Mushang's ear, "Shang, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Xiao Mashang, you are exceptional, allowing me to return to my beloved elder brother and continue to love you." Her soft voice brought him immense joy, like a blooming flower. Though he had heard incredible tales from Mingqin the day before and finally understood the origins of her adoration and reliance on him, he knew that from now on, it would only be him, and he would cherish and love his little wife dearly. Thus, Xiao Mashang leaned in and quietly replied to Yun Jiangxin, "Xiaoxin, I will love you well." Jiangxin gazed at Xiao Mashang in surprise, but he did not linger. He bent down, scooped her up, and carried her into the elongated Lincoln car. The next day after their wedding, Lu Tianxin made an unprecedented invitation for Yun Jiangxin to join her for afternoon tea. The proud Lu Tianxin's decision baffled even herself, as she could hardly comprehend that Yun Jiangxin had indeed married Xiao Mashang. When Yun Jiangxin mentioned her plans to meet Lu Tianxin to Xiao Mashang, he adamantly refused to let her go. Strangely, Jiangxin felt that since marrying him, Xiao Mashang had transformed into a child, his demeanor no longer as aloof. At that moment, he lay in bed, holding her tightly and refusing to release her. "I'm just stepping out for a moment. Besides, we are married, and we haven't even invited anyone to celebrate the wedding." Jiangxin thought of all the acquaintances, friends and foes alike from the school and the entertainment industry, who had attended their nuptials. Yet Lu Tianxin was absent. "Did she know some secret about you?" Jiangxin squinted playfully, asking casually, but Xiao Mashang remained silent. "There's nothing to worry about," he said. "Nothing? That must mean there is something. Then I must go." Seizing the moment when Xiao Mashang was lost in thought, Jiangxin rolled out of bed and declared, "I shall uncover what nothing truly is." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Mashang couldn't help but smile. This girl, he merely feared for her safety. "I'm off, goodbye." Jiangxin dashed out of the room like a flash. Xiao Mashang reflected on how swiftly his wife had fled. When Jiangxin arrived, she found Lu Tianxin elegantly sipping coffee at a table. "Why did you summon me?" Jiangxin casually took a seat across from Lu Tianxin and ordered a milk tea. "I don't know," Lu Tianxin replied curtly, lacking the grace she had exhibited when Jiangxin first encountered her. "Mind your image," Jiangxin kindly reminded her. "Your image is not as good as mine," Lu Tianxin retorted. Lu Tianxin deliberately emphasized the phrase image to remind Yun Jiangxin of the past scandal that had once placed her in the limelight, where she was rumored to be entangled with multiple relationships. "I am now married," Jiangxin asserted, dismissing those rumors as mere fleeting clouds. "And you?" Lu Tianxin glared. Yun Jiangxin retorted, "Are you implying that those rumors were all orchestrated by you?" Though phrased as a question, her tone conveyed certainty. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tianxin responded, "What do you intend to do about it?" Adopting an accusatory demeanor. "Indeed, it is you," Jiangxin concluded. It was only then that Liu Tianxin realized the implication of her own words. Her complexion paled as she asked, "Do you wish to know what my relationship with Mu Shang was?" "I am aware," surprisingly replied Yin Jiangxin. "I have always been by Shang Shang's side. So you need not worry." Huh? Liu Tianxin was taken aback. Had they known each other in the past? Was Mu Shang's previous rejection of her due to Yin Jiangxin? Naturally, Liu Tianxin could not fathom the past Jiangxin referred to, as it was a time when she was still known as Liuyan Jiangxin. Hence, the conclusion was that Liu Tianxin had been deceived by Jiangxin. In her final words to Liu Tianxin, Jiangxin stated, "This shall be our last meeting alone." She thought that in the entertainment industry, they would inevitably cross paths again, but it would be best if they did not meet henceforth. Little did she anticipate that with Mu Shang in the picture, she would never encounter Liu Tianxin again, for someone had their methods. In the future, Shang Shang will have me by his side, Jiangxin declared, finishing her half-drunk milk tea in one swift motion. Let this be it. With that, she departed gracefully, pondering whether Shang Shang was anxiously awaiting her return home. Mingxin did not attend Yun Jiangxin's wedding, for he had resolved not to reveal that his name was originally Qingming. He no longer needed to worry about the past heartaches of his once tender-hearted girl. She had found her happiness, and thus, the painful memories need not burden her further. What is happiness? Happiness is the present. Cherishing the now is the most profound joy.